with this musical nature and nurture. They best is, I'm future, killing this feeling that's getting you looser. Slow down now, don't hurt yourself with this musical nature and nurture. They best is, I'm future, killing this feeling that's getting you looser. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My worry outruns your odyssey. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the lip on a trip academy. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girl's mansions. Yeah, it's like that, she got good dimensions. I'm falling, they pay me attention. Going up high, draw this suspension.
Step to your girl while watching her. If you took time, stop playing with your jaw. She might be fine with a mediocre guy. She's alright, like I ain't got time for another dime. Gotta wind it down like a sugar daddy. It's not my fault, I don't start in a caddy. She says she sells sparks when I roll up to your addy. bass now.
I used to lack confidence until I shopped for a used car with Carfax. With Carfax, I was able to
Pause for the facts.
I saw all the facts, like millions of cars, reported vehicle histories, and found the best values. Thanks to Carfax, I had the confidence to shop like a pro.
Facts.
A pro car shopper who feels like a winning ping pong champion. The Ping Pong Champ, whose legendary story is now a blockbuster movie. Starring me, Little Miss Confident. Yeah! Sorry, you get it. Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Yo, let's go back to the days of the boom boom pap. With a snapback and a bag full of raps. Back in the day when we used to bake cash in the stash in the back of the one room flat. Back in the day when I was a buck skill. Nowadays man's trying to do it for a bill. I ain't trying to keep my weapons concealed. Keeping it real, I'm out there for the kill. Let's go back. 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 Back with John, believe that I'm bringing it back. Let's go back to the days of the boom boom pap. With a snapback and a bag full of raps. Back in the day when we used to bake cash in the stash in the back of the one room flat. Back in the day when I was a buck skill. Nowadays man's trying to do it for a bill. I ain't trying to keep my weapons concealed. Keeping it real, I'm out there for the kill. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Back with John, believe that I'm bringing it. Let's go back. Back with John, believe that I'm bringing it back.
Back, left, right, stay up all night. Take the next flight. You know you right. From back, left, right, stay up all night. Take the next flight. You know you right. From back, left, right, stay up all night. Take the next flight. You know you right.
Why do online providers of GLP-1 medications like semaglutide make things so confusing? One price for membership, another for medication. Hey, you need labs? Yep, that'll be extra. At Fridays, we decided to change the game by keeping things simple. One price, every month, all doses, and everything is included. Fridays is certified by LegitScript, so you know the medications are produced safely by accredited pharmacies. Take a look at our Trustpilot with over 1,000 5-star reviews.
Visit joinfridays.com to get started today.
Every man makes mistakes in life. The thing to do is learn from the strife, bring your goodness on up to the light. Don't worry, be happy, everything will be alright. Every man knows you can't take it with you, so the riches of us are no possessions and issues. Rich in our lives, not in our pockets, cause love and respect are no prices and rockets. Everlasting energy excites everyone. Everything ever lives happily, son, so deal with your issues until they are done. Open up your heart until life becomes fun. Every man has faults, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man tries and every man dies. Carpe diem every day. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hidden hurdles arise. It may come as a surprise, but with every obstacle we keep on growing more wise. Every man tries and every man dies. Carpe diem every day. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hidden hurdles arise. It may come as a surprise, but with every obstacle we keep on growing more wise. Every man makes mistakes in life. The thing to do is learn from the strife, bring your goodness on up to the light. Don't worry, be happy, everything will be alright. Every man has faults, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes.
So I realize she ain't never talking lies, she just being honest. The one I think I'm right, need to see it now. Guess I tend to lose sight, disagree now. That's why sometimes I need to be alone. Have me feeling like I'm well and you my knee alone. Looks kill, chance spill, drag me along. Being real, I can see myself kneeling down. Soul connection, what do you believe in now? 6 million ways to die, so I spit into this proof when I break the lies. Everybody wanna talk, but all I hear is lies. Everybody been fake, all I see in their eyes. Realize 6 million ways to die, so I spit into this proof when I break the lies. Everybody wanna talk, but all I hear is lies. Everybody been fake, all I see in their eyes.
Bring the energy up. Let's go. Feel that vibe when the buck, yeah. Bring the energy up. Let's go. Feel the buck when the buck, yeah. Bring the energy up. Let's go. Feel that vibe when the buck, yeah. Bring the energy up. Feel that vibe when the buck, yeah.
Big dreams of whip clean, that shift me, reset lean, and the ops don't know. Free up my team with a big dream and a mean mind, never go pro. See man up in the trap, but I know to a yap, hope home, no one ever so cool. Come run up in the back, get a back, you don't want this snow. Big dreams of whip clean, that shift me, reset lean, and the ops don't know. Free up my team with a big dream and a mean mind, never go pro. See man up in the trap, but I know to a yap, hope home, no one ever so cool. Come run up in the back, get a back, you don't want this snow.
Get ready for the sound.
You don't want this snow.
Get ready for the bass.
You don't want this snow.
Straight from the underground.
You don't want this snow.
Get ready for the bass.
You don't want this snow.
6 million ways to die, so I spit into this proof when I break the lies. Everybody wanna talk, but all I hear is lies. Everybody been fake, all I see in their eyes. Realize 6 million ways to die, so I spit into this proof when I break the lies. Everybody wanna talk, but all I hear is lies. Everybody been fake, all I see in their eyes.
Bring the energy up. Let's go. Feel that
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And
Good morning, Collision on the Coast. Welcome back for day 2 of a $3,500 CRL land, of course, hosted by Virginia Wesleyan. I'm Mr. Bepic, joined in the booth by Mr. Pyro J. And Pyro, it is an early morning for us and for all the gamers in the VW facility this fine morning. But how are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. I think Rocket League fans around the world, well, especially on our side of the world, are getting up nice and early for Rocket League no matter what case it is. And I especially want to tip my proverbial cap to the players for having a good time with this whole Collision on the Coast, but still getting up early for business. It's a tough balance to hold, but we already have players taking to the stage right off the bat this early in the morning. So with them, the camaraderie, I'm with them. I'm excited. Let's do this.
I asked in game chat which team was more awake between the two teams that we are getting first on the main stage, and the first answer I got was from Pigeon. He just said no. So we'll see what happens. We'll break that one down by who's more awake here in a bit. But first, we have some sponsor thank yous to give out first. Of course, the big names sponsoring Collision on the Coast. Shout out Complete You, Kellum Mechanical, and then Lenovo and Intel for helping put all of this together along with Virginia Wesleyan. We couldn't have made this event possible without the help from our sponsors. So thank you very much. And they're the reason why we get to break down the 8 groups that we watched play yesterday, Pyro. All best of 3s. So, series are a little bit short. Sheer quantity of series that we got, I think, more than makes up for that. And here we go. So Group A, kind of stock standard. I mean, James Madison went undefeated through their group play, a clean 9-0 in games. And outside of that, they kind of avoided the dogfight below them.
They did. They managed to do so. I mean, this is the typical case here is the teams that led the groups were able to go undefeated, right? Of course, like teams would give them a hassle. Maybe there'd be a game loss here and there, maybe. But for your groups A through C, they absolutely took out the competition. James Madison University, I believe in their first 2 matches, started off with a 23-4 score differential.
I think it's
something
29 to
like
3.
that.
even more than
29
that.
to 3.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't think it was that bad. And then you've got Akron Gold and Daytona State performing similarly. So when we check out the brackets later, keep an eye for those teams, but keep an eye as well for your number twos out of the group. That's important because the top two teams, BetPick, move on to that upper bracket today.
Yeah, and they get shots at the top teams in their respective groups. I mean, not their own respective groups, but the top teams coming out of groups. And that, I think, is a nice reward for a solid performance. You're able to kind of fend off the ECPIs, the Daytons, the Messiahs of your groups, and your reward is an opportunity to take down in the upper bracket a top seed here. And I mean, we're up early, and so there's no telling in a best of 3 format as well if the top teams actually are going to be able to survive. But we'll talk more about those top teams. As Group D through F, kind of makes sense if you're just looking at the left side of the graphic that we have on screen, as I think Group D shook out exactly as expected. Group E shook out pretty much exactly as expected. Shout out William and Mary for nabbing that second spot. And then you look at Group F, and you're confused about what happened yesterday during the group stage.
Maryland are here for the content. Okay, they gave us the best overtime, nearly 6 minutes in their match against George Mason University, that game 1. And I guess they'll provide the content in the way of their lower bracket run, or at least that's what they have to do. But George Mason Wake technical community getting great results in that Group F. I do want to just do another callback, though, to Groups D and E, because if I'm not mistaken, isn't it University of Georgia? While they did get that 2 spot over New Haven, they're rewarded with a match against Fisher.
Rewarded very handsomely for putting up a valiant effort there and nabbing second place. And that does mean they have 2 lives, but starting off with Fisher is rough. That will be on the main stage as well. And we'll see how the Bulldogs look against the Fisher Pescados, but Fisher yesterday looked pretty clean outside of their first match where William and Mary took them to game 3.
Well, there you go. Some top teams are not infallible. They can take losses after all, but might as well round it out. Let's take a look over to our final set of groups here. That would be Group G and Group H. There they are. Kennesaw State University taking the top of this group, and we know very fresh in our mind, because that's how we ended yesterday's efforts, that Kennesaw State had to claw their way to the top. New Jersey and UCF, absolute fighters. Meanwhile, on the other side, we got University of Florida top in the group, and actually Delaware as a number 2, which maybe we didn't broadcast those matches, Mr. Bepic, but we are getting that University of Delaware squad to start off the day.
Actually, it's not Delaware that we're getting to start off the day.
That's right.
That's their official name for the event, for those that may be confused by us saying not Delaware later on the broadcast. But they put up a good fight. I mean, taking Florida to game 3 and really contesting that top spot in Group H, I think bodes well for not Delaware, who is taking on James Madison here to open things up on the main stage. So we'll see if their competitiveness against Florida was a fluke, or if they can keep that up. And I mean, Stellar did say in in-game chat that his teammates were extremely diligent when it came to their sleep schedule. They went to sleep around 10 p.m., which for esports athletes, that's extremely impressive and fairly disciplined in preparation for the early morning start today.
I would like to get a detailed list of their night routine so that I know, too, how to fall asleep at 10 p.m. for an early morning. But, as in the chat and amongst the peers here at the event, I'm sure we're all sharing good mornings. It's time to get down to the good games, Bepic, or at least start talking about what we have on the list for today. So, folks, there's your bracket. Something you've probably been wanting to take a look at since the start of this broadcast to say, all right. We did a lot of group staging. What do we got today with our sponsors there on the bottom right? Well, got some incredible matches, and we're kicking off with that one on the top bet pick. But I mean, is that the one that really catches your eye, or what else is speaking to you here?
I mean, if you consider the early start, I think all of these matches have about equal probability of going to game 3. And the underdogs are given a real advantage if they're prepared to play in the morning, that is, to take down the top seeds coming out of groups. I mean, NJIT, we saw them yesterday put up really good fights against Kennesaw State and UCF Passion. They could take down Akron Gold. That would probably be the upset of the tournament because I think Akron is probably my favorite team to win this entire event. But Daytona State and Wake Tech should be a lot of fun. I think Wake Tech could pull off the upset there if Daytona State's not prepared to play their preferred play style. And Wake Tech sees the advantage of taking extra space in that matchup. And then William & Mary, kind of a wild card for me.
Okay.
I think they could beat King if their results from groups are to remain consistent going into playoffs, but King should still have the advantage there.
I feel like they do have the advantage there for King. I believe in them to move on, but we'll absolutely see what happens. I do want to throw a shout out to Akron Gold and to Wake Tech, because in the theme of just being awake this early, I feel like a player like Jonathan, who's maybe used to being in that situation, and Wake Tech, they're ready. They're ready for the early morning. I don't know. I want to see them have the morning buff, but that's the case for at least part of the bracket today. There's more of that upper bracket as well as the lowers to get through, but I think we're all squared away and ready to actually get this first matchup underway. It's at the top of the bracket there, folks. James Madison University and not Delaware is where we're kicking things off.
Best way to start it, I think. I mean, James Madison dazzled when they were playing on stream yesterday during our Group A matches, and I want to see how they look early on here, because this is... I think one of their best opportunities to win a big-time LAN and really pronounce themselves upon the CRL scene, because they don't play in CRL because of like eligibility stuff with Pigeon. And so with them playing external to CRL events here, they need to rely on LAN results like this, regional leagues like the SEL to really show what they are capable of. So against Not Delaware, this is a good opportunity for them. Hopefully, though, they're awake.
Hopefully they're awake. I think at this point, as soon as they get in the game, I mean, I haven't competed esports wise, but I have competed in other sports. As soon as it begins, you're just in the zone. You're locked in. So why don't we get locked in? Why don't we get in the zone? This is Collision on 2025, day 2, the Day of Champions. Let's see who sets that crown on their own head.
Let's do this thing already. Not Delaware. Good opportunity right off kickoff. You can already see the effects of going to bed at 10 p.m. instead of getting the 4 hours of sleep that Pigeon self-identified that he got last night. So Ability did also say, just for the record, that he's got about 300 milligrams of caffeine in his system at the moment. So maybe the carry for JMU is not the 2350 MMR peak on their side, but Ability stepping up and finding some purchase early on today.
2350 is just a scary number in the Rocket League scene if you know a lot about MMR, but once you get down to it, what do you look like on competition day and on LAN? Sometimes the numbers fade away and you just look straight at the performance as you see it on your Soul screen right now. Stellar, great idea to dump that off to Odds on the infield passing play, and we've got more diving players on James Madison who are trying to get this on the other side of the field. Gad manages to get an air dribble across the way. Ability off the backboard. Pigeon on the slow play. Double tap potential. That one's through.
All right, well, Pigeon's awake. He's already hit a redirect on the field and has taken that ability setup and turned it into a really tight angle double tap there. So James Madison will be all right. But Delaware's playmaking so far has really impressed me. They're playing around each other pretty well. There was a play where they had a solo man effort from James Madison on that blue goal line where Delaware kind of wasn't on the same page about where the ball should go next. So those little miscues can come back to bite them, especially if Pigeon really is activated. I think he was messing with us a little bit.
Haha. Yeah, and by the way, the whole 300 milligrams of caffeine, I always think of jitters when it comes to nerves, but maybe jitters when it comes to caffeine is another thing we have to consider. That being said, while this game did open up for many opportunities of not Delaware, it is the offensive efficiency I was hoping to call out for James Madison, and I can now that slow tapper ends up going through.
That's an awkward one. Scooter's a little awkward there in the corner, and Stellar, I don't know what happened to Stellar right there. Maybe tried to jump on that ball a little too soon and expecting a faster shot. I don't know. No boost made it a lot more awkward than it should have been, but still, that was a slow lobbing ball on target. And JMU, either way, we'll find a second, though Delaware, or not Delaware, is quick to hit back off the bar. Pigeon saves that from going in, and not Delaware will still remain scoreless.
They're gonna think they should deserve maybe like 0.2 or 0.5 points on the board because, come on, these are great shots in the first half of game number 1, but against a team like James Madison University, you've got to follow up those great shots with even better ones. You've got to break them down from the highlight saves Pigeon is making on the goal line, even against bar down shots. Right now, Pigeon found underneath the ball, won't be able to do much on the goal line until they rotate back. Excited to get an opportunity maybe to work on the counterattack, but that's a solid 50 from Stellar. Ball put away by Pigeon, and now a high flyer as Gad actually takes the ball from him and puts it in Odd's hands.
Still not Delaware controlling the possession game as they've got about 65% field domination here through 3 minutes and 5 shots to show for their efforts. But James Madison aren't breaking defensively here. They seem to be on the same page. They seem to be locked in on their back line. Obviously, offensively, we know they look good so far, but defensively, they're not really double committing. Low boost situation here for Gad, and he does well in the corner to at least buy time for his teammates, though that was wide open. Okay, I guess he didn't buy enough time. In fact, James Madison looked real rough there in defense, but still find a way to score down the pitch immediately. And honestly, this game, that's been the story.
Yeah, it has indeed. The resiliency from the defense of JMU, and plus Pigeon's comfortability in the server and being willing to move up the field and be ready for that counterattack. I'm seeing Pigeon kind of position near the half-court line, even on defense, being ready for those kind of plays to punish a frustrated not Delaware. 3 up in this game puts them in their comfort zone.
Still more good play in the offensive zone for not Delaware, and if they can, I think, up the coordination, up the playmaking a little bit, it's a nice shot. And finally, they do punish James Madison's lack of a player on the goal line there, as there wasn't much reason for Gad to make contact on that ball. It was unaware as to where the next challenge was coming from there, from not Delaware. But it is just one, and that's the first time JMU's been punished for their slightly awkward defense at times, but for the most part, they've held it together. Not Delaware, though, finally on the board, but they needed to stop right there to really have a go here at game 1. Gad finds his first goal of the series, and he's set up by Pigeon, plus the demo from Ability.
It's unfortunate off the kickoff, you never get your defense truly set, but at the same time, throughout this game, it feels like not Delaware's defensive front lines are pretty weak. James Madison certainly not winning the possession game yet, still with 4 goals, means that there needs to be more in the layers of not Delaware's defense. That being said, no defense in this game is going to bring you to an overtime here for not Delaware. You got to strike as quickly as possible.
Well, I thought they were going to try, but they got to reset a little bit. Another awkward moment for not Delaware. This translates to more possession at the very least. They didn't concede all opportunities to make a late stand in game 1, but JMU will start us off with a 4-1 victory, and Pigeon, I mean, he looked more comfortable in that game than he did in the game that they played during groups on the main stage yesterday, when he was side flipping, missing contact on the ball, and just overall looking pretty uncomfortable on land. And then now he gets 4 hours of sleep, and he looks like he's back to top form here in game 1 against Not Delaware.
Here's my theory. Pigeon has a morning routine that it requires him to wake up very early. That's really why he had 4 hours of sleep. He dunks his face in the ice water, and he has the whole routine ready to go. That's what I'm inspired by in this match. No, I'm inspired by the efficiency once again from James Madison. It felt like no matter how they really wanted to navigate it, whether it was Pigeon moving upfield, whether it was a demo that was right on time. James Madison, this is a team in sync early on. And
I think what that game came down to was consistently better touches on the ball from James Madison, because Not Delaware, I mean, they had 70% field domination. We spent 70% of that game in Delaware's offensive half, which is typically going to lend itself to victories and more than one goal, but they had a lot of miscues in offense. I mean, I think that play towards the end where I think it was Scooter and Stellar both line, and the first man just kind of misses contact on the ball after they had to take a second to sort out who was actually making the play on the ball. And if they can clean that up, their possession numbers are good enough to beat James Madison's defense. But they need to step up the consistency and the quality of touches in offense. Whereas James Madison, I mean, they get dunks like that in the little bit of time they do spend in offense, and it sets up double commits on the goal line for Not Delaware, good shots from Pigeon, and now more play from Dukes in offense.
One thing we haven't talked about too much is that the fact that this Not Delaware team is, stranded on the goal line here. I mean, this is really difficult to continue these saves on this possession. Right now, Gad with the flip reset pass over to Pigeon. Taken away by Scooter. They're not quite out of the woods yet, but I want to say Not Delaware, a team of three that's been together for at least a couple years. Casting this team in collegiate tournaments for a long time now. So that coordination, especially in collegiate where teams can shift every year, may have to come through in this scenario as well.
Missed there from ability, and Not Delaware will try and pounce on that. Scooter attacking Pigeon quickly. Goes high, Pigeon goes low, demos odds, and now, okay, Stellar was the last player back, last line of defense against Pigeon, which doesn't sound too assuming for James Madison, but if you've never watched this JMU team before, that Pigeon is a terrifying beast, and hasn't come alive here in game 2 as Not Delaware have shut him down for the most part, and now look to score their first. Scooter had an open lane to shoot, and to play the ball out to the side a little bit there as it was pounced upon by that JMU defense.
Speaking of pouncing, demo after demo here for James Madison. They are ripping Not Delaware to shreds. And it's important to keep your head on a swivel to start to evade some of those attacks for Not Delaware, because you keep becoming the sacrificial lamb of this field. You're not going to have the reinforcements required to actually put balls through the net. That was your greatest difficulty in game number 1. At this point in time, their defense holding up a little bit better. And odds contesting at the midfield line means that possession is still a goal of Not Delaware. But James Madison are trying to prove that they've got what it takes on defense. Yeah. Lovely touch out of Pigeon to keep that one out of harm's way.
The duality of Pigeon right there. The perfect touch on the near side post is the only player on the goal line for JMU, and then he whiffs a touch, trying to break out of defense. So it takes a second longer for the Dukes to get out of their back line, but ability does provide a big clear, and Not Delaware will work towards more possession. Their back line has kept them in this game. 2 saves on 3 JMU shots, so Not Delaware is in a good spot here in game 2 with time dwindling, but they have to keep up that defensive consistency and then break through eventually. They got their 1 in game 1. They need at least 1 here in the second game if we want to keep playing on the main stage, or if we're going to be switching to our second series early on. This is a good look for Stellar as they take Gad out, but that shot wasn't on target, off the ceiling. So close for Not Delaware there.
Figured that was it. Instead, we'll stay on pins and needles as Rocket League games like this. These are the kind that keep you on the edge of your seat, not quite sure where that first goal is going to go to or even when. It'd be an overtime. Gad certainly doesn't want it right now, so they'll make the save near their own goal line. Stellar hoping to control this ball and realizes there's open space on the other side. The ability gets one touch, but Stellar sends out. They've got the rest of their team on the goal line, though, so no one really to follow that clear as now not Delaware in a shaky situation. Pigeon going up for the shot, beats Stellar, and that was your last defender left for not Delaware.
Oh, what a great shot from Pigeon here. This is not easy to hit and get on target with enough pace to beat odds, who, well, was rotating back slowly because they didn't have any boost right there, but still, the power on that from that angle is what sets that goal up for James Madison. 1-0. Not Delaware again. Still in this thing, but giving that one up with 60 seconds to go hurts.
It's painful. It's been a frustrating series for non-Delaware, but you got to put all that aside and make sure the other team doesn't pop off. Scary one at a Pigeon. But now the Demolition creates space. Scooter hoping to get more time on this ball. Oh, flipping it to the sidewall. They do pick up boost, but they leave without the ball. Now rotating back. It's a dump off the Stellar. Pass off the backboard. Shot taker not quite there. Scooter now trailing back and can't get there in time. Ability extends the lead to 2.
And this play right here, it kind of does sum up this series. I mean, great playmaking from not Delaware up until that last moment. Playing off the backboard there is great if your teammates have boost. And on average, across 2 games, not Delaware have used more units of boost than James Madison. And in game 1, it was a wide margin. Game 2, it's a bit slimmer, but they, on average, have a lot less boost to work with. And right there, 2 players back at that midfield line with no boost really in their tanks. And so not Delaware's caught out. And I mean, it's tough to win games against JMU, who are so incredibly efficient with their resource management, let alone series, when you're averaging about 35 units per boost at any given second throughout a game. And that's where not Delaware falls. And if you want a reference point, averaged about 50 units of boost in their tanks. Pigeon had 60 on average throughout that last game. So that's the tale of the numbers right there. 6-1 aggregate. We'll keep the numbers story going. That's how James Madison outscored not Delaware there en route to a 2-0 win.
Really interesting matchup just to watch as a Rocket League fan with all the stats and interesting numbers that you're talking about, Bepic. But even just like with the eye test, JMU did not have the possession game on target at all. They played most of the series from their defensive end, but were able to burn Delaware, where I think really the comms and the game plan just did not coordinate for most of that game, or maybe just the key points. So not a bad game out of not Delaware at all, but just a great cohesive squad out of JMU. So JMU moving on in the upper bracket of the Collision on the Coast 2025. They will actually be facing the winners of the Akron Gold NJIT matchup. But Bepic, I think we're hopping over elsewhere in this bracket here today.
We are, and real fast before we do show the next portion of the bracket, update on the Wake Tech Daytona State series that has gone 2-0 in favor of Daytona State. They get a sweep there, a 2-1 game 1 win, and then 3-0 game 2 win for Daytona State. So they're obviously awake this morning, but we are moving to that other end of the bracket. We've got Fisher Pescados versus UGA next up, again at the top of the bracket. But this is another stacked portion of the upper bracket here. I mean, George Mason and Stevenson could be a really good series. Our GOAT Bank Major. See if he keeps stepping up. And then Kennesaw State, Old Dominion, classy little SEL match. And then Florida versus Shenandoah. We'll see if Shenandoah's second place in Group A was well earned, if they can keep pace with Florida, who I think have a really good shot at making, at the very least, a top 3 run in this event.
Isn't that the truth? Yeah, Florida at the bottom of that bracket are looking scary. There's so many matchups in development out of this tournament bracket that are really going to be eye-catching. But Folks, a lot of matches happening at the same time here. So glad you got your look at the bracket. After this break, we'll be continuing our Collision on the Coast 2025 coverage with Fisher and UGA.
When the party's over, I'ma catch a flight. I ain't sure which city I'ma land tonight. Got a hotel booked in the Mercedes Benz. Turned up poolside till the night don't end. Pour 'em up till the sun comes out. Then we headed to the beaches from the north to the south. I ain't think about money, I don't need a receipt. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Yeah. Cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. I got Fendi on my eyes, cause I don't ever sleep. Cause I never 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 sleep. Fendi in my eyes. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Fendi in my eyes. Cause I never sleep. 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 Fendi.
This is Wix Studio, built to meet any brief. When your project calls for bold creativity, design freely on Figma.
I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop to the beat, stop, move your feet, drop to the beat, stop, move your feet. I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up.
Dancing around in my tight dress, I'm feeling myself at the mall, looking there next. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects. Other boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little ballsy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. They're about to leave when my legs get palsy. Yeah, every step she takes, everyone's amazed. Yeah, she leaves a trace. Such a pretty face. Such a pretty face.
I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up.
I wanna see you drop to the beat, stop, move your feet, drop to the beat, stop, move your feet.
I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up.
I'm a real bad bitch, ain't taking no shit, cause I look too good to be begging for some dick. Blocked, and I'm not calling back.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout.
I'm the main attraction, spitting out acid, I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. I'm the main attraction, spitting out acid, I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. I'm the main attraction, spitting out acid, I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. I'm the main attraction, spitting out acid, I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence.
let a man breathe and just hush so my mind could just see, so my mind don't erupt. At times I feel I can't get enough, but I sip a double cup and I spin a couple tubs. Sending out some love to my blood, to my girl, to my boys, to the homie up above. One love. And no more time for picking up to these sticks who ain't around when the time's getting rough.
No reason just to get it fired up. You can be there, leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. You can get it when you need it. Say I don't need no reason just to get it fired up. You can be there, leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. You can get it when you need it.
Don't give me this, don't give me that. That's what you get when you act a fool. Just one of these days, you're gonna get paid. Better watch your back, it's gonna get personal. Don't give me this, don't give me that. That's what you get when you act a fool. Just one of these days.
What does your used car mean to you? At Beach Ford, it means everything. It means we've taken your used vehicle seriously, ensuring our highest standards of quality and value. It means hundreds of vehicles, many with extended warranties, all with 7-day, 300-mile money.
Way back in the day, people come from miles around to hear the music play.
You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word. You know I don't.
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast 2025. A reminder, $3,500 on the line today. And everyone right now is fighting for their lives in our massive 30-team bracket, Pyro. We've got Fisher Pescados versus UGA coming up in the upper bracket here. UGA's reward for placing top 2 in their group is you get Fisher.
That's a tough group as well. I mean, you've got King University there as well as New Haven, and maybe King's expected to top that group. But New Haven, I know, gave those guys a run of the gambit. So Georgia now, of course, as you mentioned, has to play Fisher. And this Fisher team is a team that really excites me. Falls is a player. I'm excited to take the stage and pop off. But of course, as these two teams, I think is the first time that we'll see both of them on the main broadcast. We got to see how they are on the big stage, Bet Big. Those are the kind of questions that we like getting answered here at the Collision on the Coast.
Right, and especially, I'll reuse the storyline. I mean, it's still early in the day with regards to
True.
esports typical hours, and so you never know what's going to happen. I think James Madison kind of tossed that narrative in the trash. They looked awake on the pitch, at least if they weren't awake in real life just yet, outside of abilities, 300 milligrams of caffeine, and so for both these squads, I think it comes down to who's more comfortable on land at the moment and who is more comfortable playing at 8:45 in the morning. So for UGA to pull off an upset here, they have to take game one. I don't think they win this series without a good start against this Fisher team that is a top 2 seed here, Collision on the coast, for a reason. They are aiming for, at the bare minimum, a grand finals spot later in the day, and I think at maximum first place.
Yeah, high expectations for this team, and maybe that baseline will be set here in their first match of day number 2. I was going to say, I don't know their comfort level yet today on land because they're not in the server yet, but they did just join, so I'm glad they found their way through there as we'll get this match started very shortly. I know we had quite a bit of game 3s and some of the best of 3s and the group stages. Even Fisher had one with William and Mary, so even if it does go to game 3 with Georgia, I expect this is a team that's ready to take it to the test.
Speaking of, real fast, shout out to NJIT for taking Akron Gold to game 3. NJIT won game 1 and forced Akron to really lock in for those last 2 games. And it was a 4-2 victory for NJIT before Akron pulled it together and then won on aggregate a 9-2 scoreline through games 2 and 3. But hey, upsets can happen. It shows you what sort of position these underdog rosters can put the favorites in. And it really here is up to Fisher Pescados to make sure that they don't fall victim. A start, but away we go. Let's do talking on the field.
All righty, that is our Fisher Pescados team in blue. UGA in orange as we get underway with game number 1. Again, the first time that we're seeing these two teams on the main stage and on this broadcast. So how will their debut go?
It's a great question. So far, I think this series is going to come down to UGA consistency. I watched this team in NACE playoffs as well as a pretty decent bit this spring. And their biggest issue is just their newness to being a roster, playing around each other, and playing competitive reps like this. This is the real first season on the A team for Meard, and definitely the first season on the A team for Luneta. Koopa Troopa has had a revolving door of rosters around him, as this UGA A team has had probably something like 10 iterations since the start of last spring, and that's not easy to build around. So KT's trying to get his team good reps here, and you can't get much better reps than against this Fisher Pescados team. There's a reason these guys play for Fisher, and I mean, they're still the B team. Like Fisher's program is so deep that this is still just the B team, and that's a little absurd, as you can see already the quality of shots they're putting on target.
And it's going to feel like it's never ending because that's another one that's off the bar, and this time in. Player called out from the very beginning. He's got the ice cold tag. That's how he's behaving on the field as well. Friendly roll off the corner converts the first for Fisher.
And that was just a flurry of opportunities for Fisher to score. UGA held off the first couple, all right, but by then, resources were limited, boost tanks were empty, and it was an easy pickup for False. So 1-0, Fisher Pescados, and Kevin's been taken out, so maybe there's a little bit of room now for the Bulldogs to maybe strike back with some possession. But Troopa on the ball is challenged immediately by Tesek, and that dominance has been all over the field to open up game 1. Fisher Pescados trying to suffocate this UGA team with good challenges and good pressure.
We're the age of merely almost only Octane and Fennec. So I have to say, Dominus, it's a fresh look to the competition here today, and I give them credit on that behalf, but I still want to see Tasek out here, not just in one of those new cars, but also performing with some new fresh play styles as well that can maybe convert more goals to their team. Falls going less so for the goals and more for the demos. Couldn't pick up the disruption play on their behalf. Kevin, though, going to follow this one up with Falls. 2 options to shoot that ball on target. Neither of them come through.
And maybe talk about the Dominus pick. Maybe Taysec took some notes from Guizy's yesterday on the main stream. Although Taysec's Dominus is not nearly as stylish. Definitely go check that one out if you didn't watch Guizy's play and that very colorful and bright Dominus. But either way, Taysec's making up for it, I think, with skill on the field as they clean up that sequence from Fisher Pescados and put them up a pair.
Beautiful look here. KT, normally that clear would be safe. You've got teammate rotating back with full boost, but the power behind the shot was the difference maker there. Taysec, and of course that long body Dominus can really strike when the iron's hot, and so it was. Fisher 2-0 lead.
To add to it, field domination definitely in Fisher's favor here. The eye test definitely confirms that, as they've managed to keep UGA hemmed in to their back line for the most part. Although here, a little vacant for the moment, though Meard finds it clear, and Kevin was the only player back for Fisher. Low on boost, but that doesn't really matter. Kevin is still setting up Falls for, I thought, what was an open net, though not quite on target, with UGA streaking back to try and find a stop. But either way, this is a controlled game 1 for Fisher Pescados. They seem comfortable in the LAN environment. Their challenges are good, and they're not outright dominating on the scoreboard, but you can see how hard it is for UGA just to break out a defense, let alone score.
Hey, but if they're comfortable, then make them uncomfortable. That was a nice demolition to kind of quit the attack of Fisher Pescados, allowing them to move in. Now is Lunetta with the shot. Taysec comes up with the save. Continuation of this possession is there from KT. Touch off the backboard leads to maybe a try for UGA. However, that ball finds its way to their back corner. Lunetta on the follow-up, dunk there by Kevin. KT full boost, follows this ball and is in search of a bump after the air dribble, couldn't locate it. And so instead, Lunetta stuck there, no boost, trying to get the pump because at this point it is desperation time. They've got to risk it for any biscuits available.
Good presence, at least in offense, from UGA to close out game 1. And with 10 seconds left, they do need some biscuits here. I think that's a skim there in the corner, and it's a little bit extra space for UGA. But Fisher defended so well this game. 3 saves on 3 shots, and that is how game 1 went. UGA didn't have a ton of productivity, but when they did, Fisher were on their back line making good reads, especially that one save from Taysec where UGA had their best look of the game. Open look to fire a hard shot on target. Taysec blocks it like it was nothing. Fisher find a clear right off the back of it. And going forward, more of that final 30 seconds just across an entire 5 minutes.
Yeah, there were, I think that's a good way to put it. There were those pressure point moments where there was that perfect shot from Lunetta, or the demolitions that dynamically turned the game around on the other half and allowed for UGA to push forward. But there needed to be more of it. It's required more to break down this Fisher Pescados team. And instead, again, they looked a little cozy on the field there. Even moments where Georgia's defense looked solid, like I mentioned on goal number 2, they had someone rotating back with full boost. They had a strong clear to the side. It's not enough. Taysec fired back with a powerful shot that ripped right into the net. So there always has to be that idea in the mind of Georgia that a powerful shot could hit the net at nearly any time.
And the toughest part about this series, I think, is the same issue that Not Delaware had in their series against James Madison and UGA against these top CRL rosters. Like, they're consistently ranked in the top 48 this season by colleague James Madison and Fisher Pescados. Is that consistently they are getting better touches on the ball. They're doing more with their time on the ball in the offensive and defensive end. And the 50 game is just not dominated outright to the point where you can just see every time, oh, it's a huge clear off of a 50-50 instead of a neutral one for Fisher James Madison, but they are winning challenges and following up well enough to just control the pace of the game the way that they want to. They know where the play is going next because the ball is facilitated where these teams want it to go. And that's the hardest part to get over, because you may get one good shot on target, but Tasek, that's just his opener. Like that's the first ball on target that Fisher has.
It's like when the first course is brought out by a fine restaurant and you're almost already full. It's like, oh, I couldn't get enough of that. A wonderful sidewall out of Tasek, and KT will elegantly move that ball across their own goal line. Does a great job, actually, of just being right behind that ball, converting an extra challenge on it. Lunetta, backline demolition if the rest of the team can bring this ball towards the goal line, but reinforcements of Fisher stringing about elsewhere. KT redirect up off the backboard. Meard wants to take the shot. Defended well by T. And no, Meard will not find a teammate, but that's maybe the best effort out of Georgia we've seen so far for game 2.
Has to continue, and they have to keep defending with consistency, because here we go again. Tasek in the corner forces a double commit, but that center ball had nobody prepared to shoot for Fisher Pescados. So Meard attempted clear, elected to grab that 100 instead of stick on the ball, and that is more space granted for Fisher to work with. They've kept a little bit awkward on the ball. Just runs ahead, though. Leaves Tasek to do the dirty work for him in offense. So UGA put up another good stop, and at the very least, they are forcing Fisher to earn every little inch of space in that orange end.
Just have to. If you want that field domination, it requires every perfect touch, every perfect bit of coordination. That may be a more uncoordinated effort from Fisher. Double commit to start their possession off here. Meard actually does find their way around Falls. Falls does get a touch on it, but it takes it back to their own corner. Much better pressure out of Georgia, especially if the demolition. This follow-up chance should be the best one, but Kevin remains composed and takes the save.
Lighter shot than Lunetta wanted, I'm sure. A big opportunity, though, for UGA to get one more like that. That could be the one that gets us to game 3 if we stay 0-0 for as long as we have thus far in this second game. No, falls on the back wall, trying to bump Meard out of the play there, but the defense stays solid for UGA, and Koopa Troopa finds himself a clear. False, though, collects, and I don't know if they got their flip and just elected not to use it, or if they didn't get it. Either way, it's still Fisher transitioning quickly into offense. Denied entry into the orange box by Meard. More good defense that leads to a quick counter, a shot on target, and, well, probably a quick counter the other way.
I did not understand that play from UGA. One has boost with the air dribble, the other with nothing, but still cuts in for the attempted shot. Maybe you get a pinch to find its way to the net, and to be fair, it's maybe creativity that's required to score on Fisher. It may be something like that play that is needed to get that point on the board. So fair enough, but still we remain scoreless. And Kevin in search of Falls on this attempt. Tasek plays time, avoids the demolition, and that pass reaches no one. Georgia's able to turn it around.
Both teams not quite on the same page at the moment, and not to be mean, but that's typically more expected out of UGA. Though defensively they're on the same page, offensively maybe not, just different ideas as to how to attack. But that's been the story for them. They're learning as they go this semester, and they're putting it together. They've definitely improved, but still, can that translate to game wins against one of the top seeds in Collision on the Coast? Fisher Pescados have had opportunities this game. 6 shots on target, and they've been of a fair degree of quality, and yet they're still fighting 0-0 with Koopa Troopa sending that ball off the crossbar. Lunetta skying a shot that could have put UGA in the lead, and Fisher using that to find a go-ahead goal with 1 or 20 seconds left. Oh my.
I love this game of Rocket League, but sometimes it's devastating. What a play on the fake, followed with the flick, and it's just a little too high. The teammate wasn't ready for it to go that far back. Fisher This is what great teams are made of, which is punishing mistakes. You leave the smallest gap and they will score. Demolition there. KT, the shot goes wide. And Georgia once again find themselves so close to getting on the scoreboard, but just far away enough from getting there. It's Fisher with the series win.
Oh, man, that's a game that UGA is going to want back, as Fisher say GG's, get on out of here, but can't see it in the lobby. The full UGA roster is still kind of contemplating what just happened right there. So many chances late in that game too to push this series into a third perhaps, but didn't pan out as UGA defends so well. Koopa Troopa had 6 saves there on 7 Fisher shots, and it wasn't enough. What a punishment, though, by Fisher. So much time spent hitting their heads against the UGA wall in that orange end, and then it's a goal line shot that ends up getting them on the board to close out that series in 2.
I have to tip the cap to Fisher for a moment because there were so many points where Georgia found so much better pressure in game number 2, right? They had those rebound efforts, and there would just be a moment where you wouldn't think there's anything left in the Fisher defense, but no, Kevin has nearly full boost in the tank and is in perfect position to save the ball. They reduced the double commits that other teams would maybe fall prey to and leave up a shot for Georgia to take. It was devastating at the end when those open looks just couldn't find its finishing factor, but for a lot of the game number 2, Fisher did look to have that solid defense required to hold a scoreless set. So maybe for Georgia, you start thinking about the format at this point. If you were that close to taking the win in game number 2, was it a game 3 and beyond that was all you needed to keep that trend going against Fisher? Maybe, but that will be a big maybe in their minds, as best of 3s mean these matches can end quick.
And so far, both matches that we've seen on the main stage have. We'll see if Mount Aloysius Crew and Virginia Wesleyan keep that trend going. If we do get a long one, can we put the lower bracket on screen before we do go to a break, and maybe show off what is happening? And if you don't see it on screen, you can also follow along with Liquipedia on Challenge, however you want to see the bracket here, as we do have a large of 30 teams. There we go. Shout out production. That's the lower bracket that we are switching to here. As you can see at the top, UCF Passion, as a result of their high seeding and close fight, despite falling out in 3rd of their group, they get a bye. Same with Maryland on the other side of the bracket. It's just those 2, though. Everyone else is playing round 1 of lowers, and it's a competitive lower bracket, Pyro. We do get Mount Aloysius VW matchup, and the winner moves on to play the loser of George Mason and Stevenson, which is a doable matchup for them. So a lot is on the line here.
Yeah, it makes that lower bracket run look a little bit better than some of the group stage games that you end up getting against like the top seeded in this matchup. That's what the format does for you. But I don't know. While I'm so excited to get VW on their main stage, this is their homeland. My heart goes out to Mount Aloysius, who I didn't know were called the Mounties. That is one of the cutest names I think I've ever heard for a team. So the Mounties crew versus VW will be a exciting match to tune into.
Yeah, they are very used to saying, if you can't say Mount Aloysius, you can just call us the Mounties. That's what I was told the first time I learned how to actually pronounce that name. But regardless, we'll talk more about them on the other side of this break. Shout out to Complete You, Kellum Mechanical, and then Lenovo and Intel, our big-time sponsors for a big-time collision on the coast. We've got a lower bracket coming up on the main stage here after a short break. Don't go too far.
No leftness, straight, strong, firm, straight, strong, firm, no leftness, straight, strong, firm, no leftness, straight, strong, firm. life there is a rhythm. All things living carry out this tune. Our heartbeat starts out like a drum set to a timer that always seems to end too soon. And we are all connected, like tides around the world, being pushed and pulled by an unseen force that stretches out to the moon. We all fall. There's no way around it, my brother. One way or another.
in every place, in every face.
High in the inner beat. Moves like prime, I'm high in the inner beat. High in the inner beat, high in the inner beat. Moves like prime, I'm high in the inner beat. High in the inner beat, high in the inner beat. Moves like prime, I'm high in the inner beat. High in the inner beat, high in the inner beat. Moves like prime, I'm high in the inner beat. Right in the enemy. High in the enemy. Right in the enemy. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. 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 High in the 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 enemy. High in the enemy. High in the enemy. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. High in the enemy. High in the enemy. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. High in the enemy. High in the enemy. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. High in the enemy. High in the enemy. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. Right in the enemy. High in the enemy. Right in the enemy. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. 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 High in the 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 high in the. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. Moves like high in the enemy. Enemy. Moves like prime, I'm moves like high in the enemy. Enemy. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. High in the enemy. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. High in the enemy. High in the enemy. Moves like prime, I'm high in the enemy. In the inner beat.
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast, where we have gotten ourselves all set and done with the upper bracket round one. We'll talk results here in a second, but we're jumping down to lowers, Pyro, where things are a little bit hairier. Everyone down there only has one life to go today.
Yeah, you know, you get a chance on the big stage, and it might be your last for the Collision on the Coast 2025. So you got to make the most of it, even as it's still maybe early here. If it's a Monday through Friday, everybody's up and at 'em at 9 a.m. What are you talking about? But us esports athletes, no. Even on a Sunday, we're ready to go. So we get the Virginia Wesleyan University squad, not just on that home field advantage, but Epic with a new face.
Yep, Not a Duck is subbing in today. I'm not sure the exact reasoning why, but hey, big time tournament organizers sometimes have to be big time on the field stars as well. He's running double duty here, and I mean we know VWU is typically the braided axe show and what he can do to elevate this team, but today it's the Not a Duck show.
Gotta love it. They're going to have a blast here with their matchup on this best of three in the lower bracket. And what players need to keep in mind is that this best of three can run through like a sprint. This is nothing like a marathon. Last game was a really good example where we had a team just about taking it to game number 3. It looked like the goals were about to go for them, and then they miss a couple shots and the match is over in the blink of an eye, Bepic. So you definitely want to come out the gate swinging here, whether you got a new player on the squad or not.
And on the flip side, for Mount Aloysius, I think this is the crew team officially. They are a solid roster. Rupus here has a good amount of experience playing on the A team for Mount Aloysius. And so I'm interested to see how this team looks. I think up to expectations of Mount Aloysius in the group stage. They've got a chance here to make themselves a statement in the lower bracket against a Virginia Wesleyan roster that obviously with Not a Duck subbing in is a little shorthanded.
That's right. Well, the match is underway here, so let's get right into it. It is Mount Aloysius crew team on blue and west, or excuse me, not west. Hello. Virginia Wesleyan University on the orange. So we're all squared away and ready to go. I will say for Mount Aloysius, there is one player I personally know, Snizzy, out here on the field with maybe one of the best looking octanes out there. So they're winning for, in my opinion, the style point game. Can they get the goals as well? Well, they can.
They can after the ball took a path less traveled into the back of their net. Braided Axe right here ends up putting that one not in, but off of Knight and in, letting Knight take the fault for the own goal right there. Awkward defense, obviously forced by an awkward bounce there on the goal line of VWU, but it is the opener from Mount Aloysius. They look threatening so far, though. Snizzy, right here, very awkward. Not a Duck dunks them, and here we go. The TO's taking over.
There it is. That's what we want to see. Braided Axe taking lead as the demolition striker. And there we go. We got our overlays fixed as well. So if you're watching on the broadcast, Mount Aloysius, a.k.a. the Mounties crew in blue and Virginia Wesleyan in orange. That's what was throwing me off a little bit earlier. But we're all squared away. One a team and 4 minutes to go.
Snizzy again is trying to get involved in the offensive end, but it's Rupus clearing a big path there, taking out Knight on that orange goal line. But Mount Aloysius find themselves empty-handed this possession so far, and since he will try and change that, though, Braided Axe gets a big clear downfield. And you were talking about a lack of domini on the pitch. Well, Braided Axe is rocking the dominance here.
You know, all I need now is a harbinger on the field, and I'll be incredibly pleased. Yeah, I'll take all the luck in the world on that. Duck, no luck needed. Come on, easy couple of touches there off the side while setting up their team for the counter. Bylan with a touch to the corner. Rupus has this clear through, and Virginia Wesleyan now ready and waiting to storm this side of the blue field. Braided Axe, sharp shot, rips off the crossbar. Knight nearly there, and if the ball is on the goal line, it's still Mounties crew to save.
Good attempts. Obviously, good ideas in the VW camp at the moment. Not a Duck is slotting in pretty well here. I mean, they're obviously aware of how to facilitate this offense. And so, well done, Brendan. Well done. Keep it up. Let's see if they can get over the top of Mount Aloysius. Right now, we are just tied here at the halfway point of game 1, but we know how these late games can go. We've seen both sides of the coin when the underdog team is playing close to the favorites in the series. I mean, in the first series, not Delaware, they look close to James Madison. And then late game, JMU goes on a deep run. And then with UGA and Fisher Pescados, UGA keeps it close. Looks like they're in a position to maybe take a late lead, and then it's just one big goal to dash their dreams from out of nowhere. And so VW, with this good possession, good pressure, still need to be careful.
It's got all the makings of a game 3, but we're far from that point as we still have game 1 to get squared away. Braden Axe, long ball downfield. Led the team on both the offensive and the defensive charge. Made a great save earlier and, of course, had the demolition to set up for their first goal of the team. And Duck's going to be the victim there on the demo. Braided Axe takes to the net, but is followed up by a long clear for Mount T's crew. So in situations where Virginia Wesleyan can start to rack up the possession and pressure, it is quickly ousted by these deep clears of the Mount T's crew.
Knight will block that from being another deep clear, but there is no immediate follow-up. So Rupus takes a lot of space there in the offensive zone. The Not a Duck takes it all back. It is his tournament after all, though Mount Aloysius are trying to make his experience here less than optimal on the field as they continue this pressure play late. Good stop by Not a Duck. Snizzy, though, will be able to turn on this, and they elect to pop towards Byland, but not the greatest of passes or turns. So VWU finds a way out, and they can set up their offense now as we are very close to closing out regulation.
Yeah, we're getting to that point, but as we get our nose to the grindstone, as maybe some sweat appears on the brow, players may just make their move for the winning goal in regulation rather than OT. Getting a couple solid touches followed up by a couple misses as well. So the tensions are there. Bounce off the sidewall. This is a chance now for Virginia Wesleyan. Duck sets up off the backboard. Rupus a light clear. Braided Axe catches the ball, releases off the sidewall once again. Set up near the infield, but that will reach the ground. We're on to extra time.
Here we go. First game of the lower bracket goes to overtime. If that doesn't tell you just how close this lower bracket is going to be, then I don't know what will, as these two are doing battle here in game 1. And it's not even for the series just yet, just match points and potential tournament point for the loser of game 1. So this is a massive game here. A lot of implications. And Mount Aloysius definitely coming in here as favorites considering the last-second substitution of Virginia Wesleyan. But they have been pushed back against here by VWU, who even with the substitute in are looking strong.
Absolutely. Almost wonder for Duck, does he have the time to both organize this entire tournament and continue to compete with his team? He might just need to. That's a long ball for Braided Axe at the half-court line. It's good for the VWU win.
Took them some extra time, but they got the job done. Surviving well that game against a couple of long stints of offense out of Mount Aloysius crew, though. VWU, 6 shots to their name here, and Not a Duck involved as well. Couple of saves, and overall a solid game, but Braided Axe still the star of the show for Virginia Wesleyan, made their presence known on both ends of the field.
Yeah, Not a Duck. I mean, 150 score away from being the MVP, being the name that everyone sees at the top of the list there. So if I'm ever looking to win some Rocket League games, maybe I'll help TO some tournament as well. That's the buff you need to get set up and ready to go. All things considered, though, this wasn't a bad game from the Maltese crew either. I mean, they started off hot. Snizzy picked up that goal near the goal line. This is a team that's ready to fight, clearly. But now, for the first time in the Collision on the Coast 2025, although we'd love to have all teams play for the whole extent of the tournament, that's just not what the spirit of competition is about. We have our first team on the broadcast with their back against the wall. One more loss and they're eliminated. It's time for the Maltese crew to buck up.
Let's see if they can capitalize, I think, on more of their pressure. In game 1, execution of their plays, despite long stays in that orange end, weren't the best. There was some passes off target, some errant touches, some players that didn't have any boost when they were fielding the ball as the second or third man up in rotation. And so for the Mounties. They can improve just a touch offensively. They can absolutely take this game back over, take this series back over. But for the time being, this is not a Ducks VWU on top, though. An awkward miss. Knight is taken out by Rupus, though Not a Duck and Braided Axe have their teammates back.
Clear there for Braided Axe. Violin picks up with ease, and the first touch is a bit too heavy to follow up with anything else. Stizzy and Rupus double commit, but they both will find Violin there, stretching for the shot. Duck double jump is all that's required. Though for the save, it's clear that for this Mounties crew, some of these air dribbles or some of these passes downfield need to be a little more concise, a little sharper to defeat this VWU squad.
Rupus in the corner, still not quite sharp enough to cut through the near side defense. Braided Axe and Knight put up a wall there. Braided Axe here with plenty of boost off the sidewalls, looking good to set up Not a Duck for a shot that will never come. Mount Aloysius recover nicely and get back to their goal line to clear downfield. Miss from Snizzy. Again, a little bit awkward there. Made up for by Rupus, sticking around. Finding a big clear for his Mounties, though still no goals to show for either side's efforts in offense. Still 90 seconds in a game two.
Yeah, Snizzy didn't have the perfect touch on the ball, so they flipped over and decided to demo a goalie instead. And that's kind of what this ball game is about, the different roles that you can take to assist your team in their endeavors. That one scary, as maybe VWU had a free ball to look at to score. Knight is required to play to their own end to ensure that the counterattack isn't delivered. Pass from Rupus there to Bylan, nearly connects though for the first.
80 boost in hand. Snizzy has a carry and gets through Braided Axe, but not the crossbar. Violin is there on cleanup duty, though. Turned towards the corner before realizing that shot was off target, and did recorrect to take advantage of the open-ish net. Good attempt at the recovery by Knight, but that was a great setup by Snizzy that would not be denied.
I think it's coming down to a team getting fired up, releasing those land nerves and just locking in right now. We're starting to see that from the Mounties crew, a bit more coordination on their touches. And yeah, as you said, they are finishing on these nearly open tries. Get a couple more and maybe we will see that game 3 that we've been hoping for here on day 2. Braided Axe, though, certainly doesn't want to see that. Had a near chance at the shot, and wow, Rupus up for the save. Braided Axe up again, denied by Bylan. And this Mounties crew defense is made up of something tough.
And now they can capitalize on their big stop or give another shot away. Not a Duck was quick there into the midfield and not an attempt on that blue net, but Aloysius do get back in time to find a stop, but they're not out of the woods yet. Braided Axe will center that ball. Bump Rupus, who dodges the contact for the most part, was connected with, but only tagged up. And so with that, Mount Aloysius get out of their back line again, and these are scary moments for the Mounties that they are just narrowly surviving and keeping their lead with.
It is certainly scary, but that's what happens when your land lives are on the line. You got to work through those tough moments and come out stronger. Rupus, there's another one. Saves nearly made to keep the lead up for the Mounties crew. Rupus takes his 50-50 a bit slower. Search of a teammate maybe to dump this ball off to. Snizzy says, I'll take it, but I only have 6 boosts. Here's a flip and a boost steal. That's all I'm good for. And that will work. Bylan's touch there will miss a BWU member as Duck has to back off and maybe get a touch on the other side of this ball. Braided Axe keeping the team in action as the flip across the midfield line occurs. Shot opportunity for Snizzy, rips it off the back wall, and it's too high for Bylan to score.
5 shots for Snizzy this game. None have fallen just yet. I'm waiting for an eruption out of them on the Mount Aloysius side, and eventually they will need them. They survive Virginia Wesleyan, but here we go again. Snizzy trying to set up a potential second and closeout goal for Mount Aloysius, but VW keep defending well. And upfield, Not a Duck was looking for bumps and demos and had plenty of boost as well to turn on that ball. He followed up into the corner. It's good 50-50 with Rupus. Center for Braided Axe. A shot on target will do well for VWU, but it is stopped by Snizzy. We need a rebound, and that's what Knight's trying to provide. But on that back line, again, it's not clean looking for Mount Aloysius, but it gets the job done, and we're going to a game 3.
Best way to put it, Mr. Bepic. It gets the job done, and that's all that's required. Snizzy coming through as an all-around player this time around. As you mentioned, plenty of shots, none fell, but he had those boost steals. He had those demos. He had those late game saves to keep the team in the lead, and sometimes that's all that's required.
And I mean, that one goal did come off the back of a great midfield play from Snizzy, where they just kind of glued the ball to their front bumper, and that caused enough havoc on the Virginia Wesleyan back line to set up Byland for the finish there, turning away from rotating out of the play, and having enough time to do that says a lot about the setup. So I think Mount Aloysius take game 3 here, but Virginia Wesleyan have been defending like their lives depend on it, because they do. They are eliminated from their homeland without a Game 3 win now. And I know that the situation is less than optimal with Not a Duck having to sub in, but Duck has looked good, I think, everywhere except for when they're shooting the ball on target. But Knight and Braided Axe have put really good attempts on that Mount Aloysius net. So the pieces are there for VW. They just have to put them together.
Shout out to the chat. I just saw it is Baylane. Not Byland, so apologies for the mispronunciation earlier. And it is Mounties crew to get all their ducks in a row in this game, and well, maybe keep one duck out of line for this game number 3. That could be what's needed for this game win. Snizzy created the one opportunity for them to score and win in that game number 2, but it's gonna be duck to deny those efforts. Braided Axe. A near doink to send this ball to the corner, and now, full boost and a chance to take this ball towards the ceiling. Rupus right up there to take away.
Oh, Balin there had access to the ball for a moment, but Not a Duck came streaking from off camera to keep that ball in play for VWU, trying to throw off Mount Aloysius, who will throw Not a Duck into limbo for a moment, though that's a clear found, and Balin backing up has played this a little bit awkwardly. Out to the side, Braided Axe with the challenge, but Rupus beats him as the first man up for Mount Aloysius, though VW keep on pressing. Center ball there, tucked out to the side by Snizzy, and Rupus will find a big clear, though this is Virginia Wesleyan controlling the pace at the moment. Good challenges to the midfield line. Enough on that blue goal line to throw off Mount Aloysius and prevent easy clears. So already improved possession numbers for VWU, and if they can keep it up, that first goal is inbound.
Yes, indeed. Old Not a Duck will leave that up for Balin to take the dribble and the flick there. Shadow defended well by Braided Axe. Their defending, again, has been exemplary this game. And now it's Duck required to evade the demolition, jump up for the save. Good vision on the field. As, I mean, these players are just getting better every single game. Each touch looking better and better than the last. This one, that shot rips off the post. Not a Duck is going to want that one back, but maybe Knight can close the opportunity. Near pass to Braided Axe, but Axe instead chooses to defend.
Balin, okay, landed on the ball, but didn't have much boost to stick close with it. So Virginia Wesleyan continued to improve their field domination numbers, about 60-40 at the moment, and through 3 minutes, it's pretty good if you're just looking at the numbers, but they need a goal soon. They've only developed 2 shots from all of that possession, and Mount Aloysius have found stops to keep this level despite their limited offense as well. No shots from the Mounties through 3 minutes of play, which is surprising considering the productivity they've had previously in this series. That's the opener. Finally, Virginia Wesleyan break through, and it's Knight striking true.
That is about as close as it gets. Snizzy made an all-time save before that, but just behind the 8 ball for that play from Knight. The strike from Knight puts Virginia Wesleyan 1 up, and Well, one goal was all that was needed for the win in the last game, but more will be required in Game 3 as Rupus answers.
Oh, this is so awkward for Virginia Wesleyan right here. A shot on target that I think Knight thought Snizzy was hitting after Snizzy probably should have hit that in, but still, own goal forced, and Mount Aloysius are right back in this game.
All right, 90 seconds. What do you got? Knight, maybe another opportunity, but it's cut off. Braden Axe wants to contend in the midfield. And here it is. Shot taker bumped by Duck. I prepare for this on the backboard. You can hear that crossbar dink, though it's not quite in. All three from Virginia Wesleyan jumping up at this ball, hoping that one of them lands in the path of the shot. But fortunately for them, the shot never arrives. Braden Axe just struggling without boost in this scenario. Virginia Wesleyan need those resources. Not a Duck will be happy to find a container.
Axe 14 boost in hand, will track back here and elect to let that ball go. It's not a Duck called them off, and that was the right call. Had the better angle and downfield, ended up setting up a shot opportunity for Virginia Wesleyan, though never comes through. So Balin breaking out, slamming that ball off the backboard will give Snizzy a chance to score, and that dunk was on target-ish, though it rolls up that far side post and remains out. Would have been huge for Mount Aloysius to take a lead this late, and they still might. Everyone's kind of floundering there for VWU, but Braden Axe comes in, a cool head amidst the chaos, and finds one stop. Needs another, though, because Snizzy's there to score. 2-1, Mounties lead.
It felt like what would eventually need to happen, given all the rebounding, the crashing of the boards for the Mounties crew, and it does pay off. Now just 12 seconds to hold it.
All right, let's see if they can do it. VWU have shown the ability to strike fast, but they didn't win the kickoff. And now Ducks given some time on the ball. Will beat Balin there off the backboard. Can Rupus read this? Not quite, but neither could Braden Axe. They're still hanging around in the corner to pop that back, but a critical sequence of misses from Virginia Wesleyan will eliminate them from their own. Aloysius move on.
Well, what a match here. The best of three was what we really asked for at this point in time. I mean, it came down to the wire, and you had players like Not a Duck Knight and Braden Axe all on the defensive end for the final 2 minutes, just trying to survive the test. I mean, shot after shot from the Mounties crew was coming in, and it was just too much at the very end of the game. So shout out to the Mounties crew for closing the deal. Bepic, they didn't start the series off right, but they decided to survive and advance.
That's what it's all about here. I mean, survival and advancement is what it takes to get through the full lower bracket that we've got going on today. To start in lowers and even have a chance to make the grand finals, you got to win. Let me just add it up real quick, because it is a high number. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to win 6 series just to get into the third place match. Oh. So not an easy run to make, especially playing on land, playing all day long, starting early on in the morning. You have to conserve your energy. You have to make sure the teamwork is online. So each player, I think, in different lineups can have different games to step up and carry the stress load. But so far, so good for Mount Aloysius. They do survive 3 one-goal games and advance to that next round.
Yeah, they'll be playing Stevenson in that next round, by the way. And it's a good day so far for the Mounties. Just saw a result there where the Mount Aloysius blue team got a 2-0 win in the lower bracket against Bridgewater. So they're on almost different sides of that lower bracket. If both of those teams win the next 3 matches or so, they'll meet each other. But Bepic, they and we have a long road before we get that far today.
We do. It's funny how you can be in our bracket graphic right next. your B team technically, and still have to win 4 series just to play them. But that is the other side of the lower bracket here. No results in on this side just yet. We will be getting them next up on stream. Messiah and ECPI are the lucky few that will be popping up onto the main stage for our enjoyment here in their best of 3. We'll see who can survive and advance through that, and that'll be a fun one coming up, Pyros. That is our last series on the main stage of round 1.
I'm ready to see it. These lower bracket stages are really exciting to tune into because players are giving it their all. It could be their last. So be it. Messiah and ECPI are up next for our Collision on the Coast 2025. We'll see you very shortly after this break.
It's like Buster Grind, 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 it's like Buster Grind. If the blood is the lean, yeah, I know like it clean. If it's broken, got the lean. That it is a routine. Looking fresh and looking mean. Don't slide in between. Her leg inside the jeans. I smash it, then I leave. It's like close them up. I just like Buster Black. Buster Black. I just like. I just like. It's like close them up. I just like Buster Black.
When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. You've been waiting for me. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la.
acting like a wet dog. No talk, I just need to get my rocks off. 3 dimes in the group come up behind me, tap me on the shoulder thinking I'ma buy 'em a drink. Late night bright lights in the concrete jungle. Not a worry in sight when you feel that rumble. In a new zip code every day of the week. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. I got Fendi on my eyes, cause I don't ever sleep. On my eyes, cause I don't ever sleep. I ain't sure which city I'ma land tonight. Got a hotel booked in the Mercedes-Benz. Turned up whole side till the night don't end. Pour 'em up till the sun comes out. Then we headed to the beaches from the north to the south. I ain't think about money, I don't need a receipt. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. Fendi on my eyes, cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep. Yeah, cause I never sleep. I got Fendi on my eyes, cause I don't ever sleep. Cause I never sleep. Cause I never sleep.
I'm the man of trash, spitting out ass and I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. I'm the man of trash, spitting out ass and I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. I'm the man of trash, spitting out ass and I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. I'm the man of trash, spitting out ass and I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. Oh. I'm the main attraction, spitting out acid, I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. I'm the main attraction, spitting out acid, I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. I'm the main attraction, spitting out acid, I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. I'm the main attraction, spitting out acid, I'm radioactive. Around I go, I'm overlapping. You would never see me in a league of absence. Oh.
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast. We're sticking around for the lower bracket as we look to wrap up round one of both uppers and lowers as results pile in, Pyro, as teams start to wake up with us and get some results on the board.
Hey, it's about time. Come on, we got to fill out this bracket. We got to get to that stage we just talked about earlier. If in the lower bracket, you need 6, maybe even 7 matches to get all the way to that final destination. So start getting those results in, start knocking out some teams and keeping the stories going. I think every match has gotten a little bit better, Epic, because we went from, all right, 2 games that looked like maybe didn't have the best chances of going to game 3. Oh, last second goal opportunity that takes us away from overtime to game 3. And now we got our game 3. So who knows what lies beyond.
That was a close series we just watched between Virginia Wesleyan, who did unfortunately come up short against Mount Aloysius. And we're hoping the same for ECPI and Messiah. Not that one team will come up short, but that we get a tight contest because one team will be sent home here, a product of a poor group performance. Not getting to the top half of your group means you start with just 1 life today. And in the meantime, as the players do join the lobby, a real quick update. Shout out to Dayton for finally getting a series win. They went 0-8 between their A and B team yesterday. 3 losses per team in the best of 3s. And then they played a CCS Mason team, the Atlantic 10 semifinals, and they lost the Dayton's finally on the board. Just the 18 rounds. New Haven. So let's get this thing underway. Let's see if ECPI can avenge their team loss to Dayton Red.
Okay. That's one start to the game. Maybe not the case that you were talking about because Jayco is on the field getting their first goal. And honestly, maybe this is what we're used to seeing out of Messiah University. We have seen them on the main stage before. That was against their match against Dayton. And to me, Epic, this did look like a solid team. Jayco is a strong part of this offense. Kingliest was throwing in some massive goals. I want to see more of that striking prowess come out from Messiah in this series.
I mean, this Messiah team did own the temporary main stage goal of the tournament title for a little while there with a great strike from Kingliest. And that was taken away by a brilliant Daytona State pre-jump play. But still, Kingliest will have opportunities to get that title back here for Messiah. They've already got 1, but now ECPI starting to strike back a little bit, take away chances for Messiah and apply some of their own pressure as Xander again looks through the corner. That's another miss on the goal line for Messiah. They don't look comfortable at the moment.
No, but they do get the ball to the other end of the field, so that will at least ease some of the tension. Q-Fry, though, turns immediately because Xander's got all this space. Good work on the shadow defense out of Q-Fry. And it should challenge that ball just in the nick of time. And Envious ends up getting taken out of the field, but not without a double demolition. Clears a couple lanes here for a momentary 2v2 as teammates respawn, and Godspeed takes on that challenge at the half-court line. Jayco does beat one here, though, forces Xander out for the save. Dumb on the goal line, leaves Envious empty on boost, but not empty without opportunity.
Well, ACPI at the very least are holding on to possession quite well. No goals to show for it just yet, but it is a good start to build off of as long as they can keep getting back like that. Godspeed, in the nick of time, stops that second goal from going in, and CPI will look to operate their offense. Only 3 shots so far, and there's one from Messiah. Kingley is looking deadly at the moment, but again, Godspeed on that goal line has come up big.
Yeah, again and again, but how many times can you at this point? It's just Messiah covering this midfield, taking up the boosts, and certainly winning in that department. And their possession will be outlasted, though. Envious climbing to that ball. Eventually can't get the shot to go. Godspeed can't land on the boost either, so it's going to be a slow rotation back. This could be the time to strike for Messiah, but it is Q-Fry backflipping instead. Puts him in a position at least to defend. Solid 50 out of the corner brings this ball to the other side. But as we're noticing, this ball gets corralled to the corner quite often, leaving players without a whole lot of space to score. This one a bit rare, though, for Jayco. But again, it's just magnetized away from the net.
And that 1-goal lead remains. Just a single goal advantage for Messiah as ECPI are putting up a really good fight. Now Kingley is off the backboard. Won't have boost to double that. Jayco up ahead will demo Xander so Q-Fry has space for a solo play. Flip reset found, but they bounced off that ball. So no way Q-Fry was getting back to it. So, still though, off the ball, still being productive. Bump on the far side. Won't do much in that play, but it shows you the mentality of Messiah. Try to be useful at all points on the field, not just with solo plays, not just when you're on the ball, but off-ball movement is key for them for setting up space here at the moment.
It is indeed, and there hasn't been too much space to try and rip these shots in. Q-Fry gets a moment there, but the shot too close to the near side. Q-Fry again with the chance on the ball, and under a minute remaining, an insurance goal would certainly help in this case. Messiah feels like they're getting closer and closer to getting just that. Jayco works this ball from around the corner. In the shot lane is Q-Fry. Another save made. Godspeed on no boost. Jayco slams it into the backboard. And on no boost again, Messiah try to dive in for the shot. Somehow, someway, ECPI surviving with this 1-goal difference. How much longer can they outlast?
2 Savior medals distributed through CPI's defense, and that's all well and good. 6 saves on 8 shots, but they need a goal now. They've kept this game in a manageable spot. They are still within striking distance, even with about 10 seconds left, but they need possession, and they need shots on target. They are still at the 3 mark, which is where they were at about halftime of Game 1, and ECPI are starting with no boost in their corner, and that ball needs a good bounce to stay up. It does. Off the backboard. Where's the striker? Nowhere to be found. ECPI had that ball between 2 potential finishers on 0. No one shot the ball on target.
No, and I'll tell you what, if we've learned anything from these quick series, it's that all you need is like one small moment at the very end of the game to force overtime. So I had the same reaction as you. Where's the striker? That was the moment. But I'll tell you what, when you play defense for that long, it's hard to get accustomed to moving on the other side of the field. It was a bit even as the match went on, but wow. ECPI. If that game was tied, we would be applauding your defensive efforts endlessly to get to overtime. Unfortunately for them, they needed to work the ball to the other end.
And for Messiah, good job keeping that control on. They had opportunities, I think, that they missed out on to extend that lead and make sure that they didn't need a miscue on 0 seconds from ECPI to close out that game. But if they can continue to improve it, continue to get comfortable on that main stage, Messiah have a lot of good pieces in place to get themselves out of this round 1 of lowers without too much hassle. Just need some better striking, I think, out in front, because there was space to shoot. They were creating moments and opportunities themselves. They weren't relying on mistakes off that ECPI backline, of which And so for Messiah, let's see what they can do going into game 2 now. If they can upgrade their offense and really get this series out of reach.
Ooh, kickoff looks decent here for Messiah. Jayco's going to get another shot here and has to get through 2 defenders, so the defense just stays intact for ECPI. We're going to see how long they can survive on their own backline. I was curious if that kickoff would go the way of Messiah, Mr. Bepic, because all 3 players are rocking that kickoff merchant title. Well, they'll get another chance at kickoff because it's ECPI to score.
They're such kickoff merchants that they were willing to just concede a goal so they can get another one here early on in game 2. That's a great 50 though by Godspeed, who was massive on the goal line in game 1 for ECPI, and now they're flexing some of their offensive capabilities. Not the flashiest of goals, but if you can dominate your opponent like that on their goal line with a challenge, you're going to be set up for great success in offense.
Absolutely, and wow, setting themselves up for success was Q-Fry on that flip reset. See, now the defense for ECPI takes a whole nother theme, because if they outlast for 4 minutes, which this is the exact team that would, it will be to their benefit because they'll win the game, other than the 1-0 scoreboard being against them.
Well, Jacob's going to try and change that here, as they were searching for Godspeed. Still a save demon. Q-Fry slightly misreads that ball, so instead of playing downfield, they needed King Leas, that midfield line, to help find a clear, and now King Leas still upfield, plays off the backboard, and Q-Fry slams home the setup that King Leas gave them. I don't know if this was an intentional pass or if King Leas just kind of missed on the shot, but kind of added some style points with that skim.
Yeah, whether it was a intentional pass or not, it was Q-Fry with a lovely shot on target. Didn't end up on the right side of the ball with the first jump, but managed to air roll and boost to the right side of it to strike on target. And I mean, listen, between all the shots out of Messiah University, striking on target has been an improvement area for this team. So that was a fresh and a welcome change for Messiah. And this possession will probably be welcome as well, because more pressure means more scary moments for ECPI.
As ECPI stop another offensive attack from Messiah. Quick score update elsewhere in the lower brackets, as George Mason Academy has eliminated Full Sail University from this event, and we'll see if Messiah can do the same thing in 2-0 fashion as George Mason Academy did to FSA, as that's a lead claimed. Great shot here from King Leas.
It's so difficult because Godspeed's up for the first save and their teammate just has nothing in the tank, so it leaves kind of both of them high and dry after that hard shot from King Leas, and that's what we expect with the aerial efforts above the net for King Leas. They come through with the power.
King Leas again, not power, but the center ball. Godspeed, though, will stop it. Still the defensive prowess on display from ECPI, though not stopping these shots quite as consistently in game 2, but at the very least it's made up for with better offense. That's awkward for King Leas, but they still break out and can play this into the corner. They'll pick up 100 boost and won't be able to center the ball, but Q-Fry was the player down the sideline ready to field things that went right back that direction, and it did. So more opportunities now arise for Messiah to maybe claim a third.
I'll tell you what, for ECPI, I think you need to cut into the momentum and the confidence out of Q-Fry. Each one of these aerial efforts, that one in particular with the air dribble and the dunk, looked really promising. And normally players aren't going to go up with that kind of confidence unless they're feeling good. So Q-Fry on fire right now, trying to be the head honcho of Messiah University to take them to the win. They've got that goal lead off of 2 in a row. ECPI trying to cut into that streak, though. It's Envious with the sharp cut towards the net, but Jayco to dump it off to King Leas.
And plenty of boost for this counterattack as well. Q-Fry with plenty in the tank to work with as they go off the side wall. They've got Jayco in tow, and a light shot will go low into the first challenger there of ECPI off their goal line. But stop is found regardless. A secondary opportunity, though, is a double tap missed, but a rebound that falls in. Messiah played that off a defender, and it still fell through.
Hold on. Oh no, what in the pinball did I witness there? ECPI, do everything you can to get in the path of that shot. Somehow it still ricochets in. Unfortunate scenario for ECPI, but they come up big with another save. Messiah University, they're getting all the bounces to go their way. They're building the pressure in ECPI. They're moments from breaking, but still holding true.
Well, the good news is that goal line defense for ECPI is still very productive, as they have notched now 9 saves on 11 shots, which math doesn't add up, since that third goal, I think, went off a defender. Counted as a save and no extra shots. But that is the bad news, is you're down by 3 if you're ECPI, despite the high productivity on your goal line. You need offense now. Same story as game 1 here. 30 seconds left, and that offense can't come soon enough.
Certainly not. Let's see if in these waning moments of the game they can turn it around. Envyless, long clear. Kingly is so prepared for it, though, with full boost, just covering that half court with a deep offensive rotation, holding possession, burning time, and nearing victory. They've just about arrived. It's Q-Fry.
Nice finish here. I mean, the end of this game was played so well by Messiah. They were focusing on solo plays. They had Boost to work with. Story of this series, really. You got 2 players on Messiah in this game that have averaged half of a Boost tank across the entire game, which is extremely impressive. It shows good boost management and good control of the game from Messiah. And at 0 seconds, they've had all the resources to kill clock, kill this series, and kill ECPI from Collision on the coast. We say farewell. Really good performance. They will end things on their terms, as Godspeed dropped almost a 700-point performance in game 2 here, but it is not enough. Messiah move on.
Hey, you know what? You only get so many opportunities to play on the main stage at LAN. You might as well send in every goal you can. I respect it for ECPI. Again, a team and a squad that has brought 2 teams to the Collision on the Coast 2025, and especially in stylistic fashion. But unfortunately, style points don't award all of the scoreboard points, as it is indeed Messiah University to win their second big stage matchup. I know they lost 2 in groups when we didn't see them Bepic, but hey, when they're on the main stage, they seem to put in the work that results in the wins. They move on to lower bracket now to play a not Delaware team who look to have given their opposition of JMU earlier today a pretty good fight. So that'll be a tough one leading up for Messiah.
That will be a fun series of playmaking, because the passing was on point from Messiah. Once the shooting actually started going on target a bit more, we saw the dam break a little bit for them, as they put 4 in game 2. So we'll see if they can hold not Delaware back and keep the scoring going. But that is in round 2 of the lower brackets, and we'll show off the bracket again on stream here. Not quite updated from round 1 results. Pertinent as those results do come in. This is the top side of the lower bracket, what we watched earlier on in the broadcast, and I'll go down the line with results. As Mount Aloysius did 2-0 Bridgewater and 2-1 VWU, so 2-0 for the Mounties on the day so far. And then Dayton Red got their win over ECPI, who have both teams headed home a little bit early.
Yeah, it's a good day, start to the day for Mount Aloysius, and not the best one for ECPI. I mean, I am glad, I will say, that we got them on the main stage to see their performance there, because it had moments of brilliance, but just not able to put it over the line for the win. Moving on for the lower bracket, just to call out results. I think, of course, we'll get more time to look at other graphics in the lower bracket if we want to, but just to call them out at the very least, New Haven 2-1 over Dayton Blue. So not everyone from Dayton able to move on, but wins nonetheless. And George Mason Academy, mentioned it earlier during the match, Bepic, but as a win for them over. This lower bracket really starting to come together, as we now have every team filled out in the lower round 2.
Really good looking matches coming up here, both in uppers and lowers, as after this next round of games, we will have eliminated 8 teams, even more. We will have 14 teams now officially gone from Collision on the Coast after this next round of play. So you better bring your A game. The next match is up on broadcast. We will figure out who that is during the break, and we'll let you know who our next series is on the main stage coming up just in a little bit.
Not the love of my head down on the water cut. Not the love of my head down on the water cut. Keep salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little ballsy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. They're about to leave when my legs get palsy. Yeah, every step she takes, everyone's amazed. Yeah, she leaves a trace. Such a pretty face. Such a pretty face.
I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop to the beat, stop, move your feet, drop to the beat, stop, move your feet. I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop to the beat in the club. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up. I wanna see you drop, down it goes, take a shot. Don't wanna see you stop, move your feet, turn it up.
Ponle gasolina, mami, préndelo. Aprieta la turbina, mami, préndelo. Dale gas, pela, mami, préndelo. Quiero que te préndelo. Ponle gasolina, mami, préndelo. Aprieta la turbina, mami, préndelo. Dale gas, pela, mami, préndelo. Mami, quiero que te préndelo. Préndelo, préndelo, préndelo. Ponle gasolina, mami, préndelo. Aprieta la turbina, mami, préndelo. Dale gas, pela, mami, préndelo. Quiero que te préndelo. Ponle gasolina, mami, préndelo. Aprieta la turbina, mami, préndelo. Dale gas, pela, mami, préndelo. Quiero que te préndelo. Ponle gasolina, mami, préndelo. Aprieta la turbina, mami, préndelo. Ponle gasolina, mami, préndelo. Aprieta la turbina, mami, préndelo. Ponle gasolina, mami, préndelo. Ponle gasolina, mami, préndelo. Dale gas, pela, mami, préndelo. Mami, quiero que te préndelo. Préndelo, préndelo, 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 préndelo. Quiero que te préndelo, quiero que te préndelo, quiero que te préndelo. Quiero que te préndelo, quiero que te préndelo, quiero que te préndelo. Ponle gasolina, mami, préndelo. Aprieta la turbina, mami, préndelo. Dale gas, pela, mami, préndelo. Quiero que te préndelo. Ponle gasolina.
We return to Collision on the Coast, and we're sticking around the lower bracket right now as we've got two heavy hitters meeting up very early in this VWU event as Shenandoah and UCF Passion take each other on in the lower bracket, Pyro.
I'm going to say it. I think this Passion team is one of the most fun teams to watch. Maybe not for their sake. It's kind of like how you enjoy watching a Twitch streamer or some entertainer because of their suffering. The Passion have a knack for being stuck on their goal line, making incredible saves, but just to survive. I'm excited for maybe a different theme this matchup, though, because there are moments of brilliance to this team, especially that of Nano Poison. This is a player for UCF that attack really takes advantage of those moments. I don't know who really sticks out to you in particular, Mr. Bepic, but in my opinion, that's what I'm excited to see here for yet another lower bracket match where their land lives are on the line.
Well, this is the top side of the lower brackets, and I'm with you, Nano Poison. Is it going to be a big part of the UCF Passion attack? Surreal, definitely the guy to look at to lead that charge, but for Shenandoah, it's definitely Mango. I think this series is going to come down to whether or not Shenandoah can create space for their offense to work, because UCF Passion, this team, has so much high-level competitive experience that they can shut down a Shenandoah team that looked pretty good yesterday. They finished second in their group, and then it came up short in the upper bracket, which is why they are down here right now. But to go 0-2 after a second-place group finish would hurt. Shenandoah has to come to play.
They do. And, to come down to the lower bracket to have to play UCF Passion is maybe not the easy start to their lower bracket that they were hoping or maybe expected. So, yeah, we're starting to get to the good stuff. Honestly, we got to the good stuff at the start of the day. I don't know what I'm talking about with this particular flavor is of interest to mine. So let's get to it. Best of 3. You got the UCF Passion there in blue and the opposition there of Shenandoah in orange. And like you said, Surreal's going to lead the charge. They're good for this first shot on target.
Oh, and it's nudged away from that Shenandoah goal line as well. So Surreal trying to keep the ball in play and finds Laser across that midfield, but Laser needed to find more boost to be going up for that. Still, UCF Passion find themselves more time in the offensive zone. A good start for them, and this is kind of what I was expecting from this series if it continues, as UCF Passion, I think, have the ability and the experience levels to dominate this series, but Shenandoah can keep it close, and that's their win condition. Just survive in defense and then operate in counterattack mode. But here it has been all UCF Passion as Surreal nudges that ball out to the side, tried to double it there off that side wall. The Nano Poison finds a big block for Shenandoah, and UCF Passion are pushed back for the moment.
Surreal had the perfect look there, cut it past 2 defenders, just one more to beat, but unfortunately couldn't follow it up with the air dribble. Teammates tried to move in and finish the job, but still that wasn't enough. Shenandoah's defense, although it was beat at the first look, holds on and continues to do so. That was Mango, and now Kiazi just getting in front of the potential shots that could ring in from UCF. This one included. Mango does find that block. Extra denials made now by Kiazi, and Surreal with the boost steal. So UCF Passion working, powerful shots and boost steals, but still not enough for a point on the board.
Still good field domination. 2 minutes in, they're sitting around 70%, so it's a good start. Now, we have to remember as well, this is UCF's first match of the day. Shenandoah did get a warm-up in the upper bracket. Even though it didn't go their way, it still is a warm-up. And so I would expect UCF Passion to start a little sluggish, although the 6 saves made by the Shenandoah back line are a big part of why the 6 shots from UCF Passion haven't found anything. That's a good-looking potential 7th. Too far off to the side to actually count as the 7th, but UCF Passion, keep it rolling, keep playing good offense.
It hurts to say this because for Shenandoah, they've made so many saves, so why criticize them? But I am a little bit worried about their maybe passive defense here. There's been a lot of infield passing happening for UCF Passion. Those turn out to be some of the best looks on net that they get. The problem is, UCF Passion, they need to get those shots on target. Yeah. Sometimes they're just off the post, and instead those shots don't go in. This is exactly the look that needs to go on target, and Laser says, you want on target? Well, I'll put it dead center.
It's been a long time coming right there, finally. And it's funny because Shenandoah, that was one of their best clears in a little while, where they get the opportunity to maybe put something together offensively. And then it's turned right around, a quick little 1-2 passing play, and Laser nails his shot. Really the first time that Shenandoah wasn't on their goal line. Funny enough, when you were talking about passive defense and hanging too far back, when they weren't there, they finally concede. And that's the way it goes sometimes. I do agree with you that the pacificity will come back to bite them, as so far, no shots registered for Shenandoah, and that does have to change. I'm sure it will. With 2 minutes left, they are in a deficit.
All right, Laser. He got a long clear. Slowly, Shenandoah are starting to see the blue end for more than just a moment's notice. Starting to stake their claim. It's going to be tough to do, though, with Surreal getting a pinch across. It's Kiazi, nice follow-up on the ball. Almost set up Elam, but they dive on the ball a little early there. Neither player saw that ball coming. Kiazi, slow rotation, makes their way through over to Elam. What a cross out to Mango. Intercepted well by UCF Passion. This team of UCF is cognizant of those midfield opportunities and wants to create them of their own here in this pass to Laser. Elam knocks it away down to those final 60 seconds. It is crunch time. Remember, it may be the second round of the lower bracket, but this is still best of 3 territory. Your land livelihood can be gone in the blink of an eye.
And you blink and you miss that concession of possession. Laser took it away from Shenandoah, who have done a much better job at finding a rhythm in their offensive zone. A couple of shots to show for their efforts, and it's a good start. They still need that equalizer. 30 seconds left. Laser's going to be killing a lot of clock with this one, setting up Nano Poison for a double tap that misses, and now we're off to the races. Shenandoah, though, can't break out of defense. Their net's exposed, and Surreal misses on the punishment himself, but has Laser behind the play to clean things up. 2-0 UCF Passion.
Wish I had the land look on the screen right now, because I can imagine Surreal holding in a celebration for 1, 2, 3 seconds, and Laser comes in with the goal and they explode. That insurance goal has to feel good in a tense moment like that, where you've been on offense nearly the whole game and you've been dying for that second goal. They do get it. Shenandoah unable to stake their claim for long enough on the blue end, results in a 0-point showing for them. Hey. Well, why don't I just hold my tongue?
Well, it's 1 goal, 1 second left to really make this one of the most spectacular land comebacks of all time, and it is Mango scoring a nice setup by Elim. They go for that play a lot, the Shenandoah team does, with a setup player plays up that backboard, goes for a bump through the corner on the near side post, and sets up space for their eventual striker. Here, though, it doesn't pan out. Just that first goal, but it's got to feel good to see one go in, and well, I'm looking at the scoreboard right now. Laser had 104 ping for a second, and considering we're all in the same building on the same stage, that's hot. Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Hey, listen, I was talking about it earlier, but I was accidentally queuing a ton of EU earlier because I clicked on the server and I forgot to click off of it. And I have exactly 100 ping there. And you know what? I was winning more often than usual. So who knows? Maybe 100 ping could work out for the players, but I'm sure it stabilizes from here on out. What needs to stabilize just a touch more is that defense from Shenandoah, because what's clear is they're playing a lot of it. And they did come up with a ton of saves, but oh, how the turnaround is required. Passion were just given too many chances to sink those shots, brought about from the sidewall to the infield, and capitalizing on a double tap chance to get that game 1 win. See what goes down in game 2.
What's funny is that I brought up the point about UCF Passion not having a warm-up series as Shenandoah did, but I felt like Shenandoah got a lot better as that game went on, and they seemed like the ones warming up, as they're going to be jolted awake there. Our first 10 seconds in, UCF Passion already put a dangerous-looking shot on target, but it was stopped. You heard the ding that kept the ball out, and now right back to it. Another opportunity goes wayward as Surreal's shot lands off the post, and Laser will try and keep possession in the name of Passion.
Really makes you think about how this whole lower bracket thing is going to go, as maybe we're starting to realize that these 3rd and 4th seeds that were put down to the lower bracket to start aren't just going to be obstacles to leap over. Instead, they may be towering buildings that take a certain amount of scaffolding to get across. UCF Passion, although they're up against a warming up seemingly Shenandoah, it still remains scoreless in the first minute with them contending on both sides.
It might not be like a physical warming up thing where you're, getting your fingers good to go, finding the muscle memory back, but it's more like warming up to play against this UCF Passion team, figuring out how they like to play, and there's a great indication as Surreal is set up by a couple of demos and a Nano Poison assist, and that is actually 2 demos, I think, for Shenandoah.
Surreal was the last player left.
Well, I just kind of assumed.
Yeah. Different esports. If it's a 1v3, you know, you back off, you wait to regroup. Surreal says, nah, this is Rocket League. I'm going to hit my ult. I'm going to score. And you like to see it, but on the other end, Surreal, that was not the best sight.
His ult meter was definitely empty there. Nothing to bail him out of a half flip back, no boost, and he almost found the save, made contact with the ball at least, but Shenandoah find an immediate answer with a great strike there from the side.
Well, there you go, swift response from Shenandoah, and you know, there was a goal at the last second, but in a lot of ways, I consider this team scoreless up until then. To me, they've ended the drought. To me, that is a huge confidence builder. That's one where the fist pounds really hit different and you get to move on with confidence of your team. Building confidence are the saves out of this team as well. I can't believe they've survived some of these efforts. It's almost leaving UCF Passion in a bit of frustration because they're going to find some of these chances just should have went in.
So close, but there's a lot of time to undo the tight misses that they've had in offense thus far. And Laser can be the one to change it. Alim, though, stops any kind of penetration on that near side post, and we assisted in finding it clear. Mango did change cars between games 1 and 2. I believe he was rocking a Fennec in game 1, so not feeling himself. I mean, so far, not too much done different than game 1. 3 saved for Mango here, and that's the extent of his stat sheet, and that was pretty similar to game 1, where he was massive defensively, but that's a big 4th.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the vision on the field for Mango has been incredible, right? That passing lane is the most optimized path for UCF Passion to get the goal. This redirect might be it as well. Nano Passion, Nano Poison, almost there. If maybe a little bit closer, maybe a nanosecond faster, they would have had the goal maybe here as well. But Kiazi gets that save, that shot again wide. UCF Passion just plagued by the post hitting.
I thought we were going to have a psycho off there for a second. We had called off the regular play, and we're going for straight redirections there for a moment, but we do settle back in to your regularly scheduled Rocket League programming. Laser off the backboard is trying to take over this show, but he will be sidelined for the time being. Nano Poison takes over at that backboard, challenged by 1, challenged by 2. Scratch that, beats them both. And the third player, backspin bested in the corner, but Mango recovers quickly and finds another stop for Shenandoah.
Okay, lofted up. Nano Poison to the corner for the double. Laser, in tow, but 0 boost. And really not the kind of ball you want to slam at. It doesn't necessarily give yourself a pass. That one certainly does. Kiazi blocked the shot lane, so that ball's just going to be dead on its way to Mango's hands. Results in the clink of the corner for the net. Nano takes it across the field and does certainly have space here. Mango picks up that boost, but Nano with the pressure. It comes through with the demolition, and that was a great setup there for the Passion, but the ball flips up over the head of the shot taker, and they've got to start from square one. In fact, they almost had to start from the kickoff. Shot denied against Shenandoah.
My word, this game feels like Surreal versus the world at the moment. Going ahead, bumping, clearing for Laser, but Mango recovers for another save. He's made 5 in this one and looks to take a lead late for Shenandoah, but Surreal gets another save to his name, his 3rd this game, but Shenandoah aren't done. Mango looking for the score. He can't get that either as Laser steps up defensively for UCF Passion. And overtime now is looking likely if we can survive the last couple of seconds, and it looks like the Passion have. No one's really around with boost here for Shenandoah. Same deal for Surreal. So we're going to need some extra time here to decide our winner in game 2.
The Posts received payment from both teams before the series started. This has been a ridiculous showing out of the woodwork, and really for UCF Passion, they knocked the ball into the post with some very close saves. On the other side, Shenandoah have been happy to see the ball hit there towards that side, but not taking away anything from the vision of these players. They've got to be able to visualize the shot going into their net here from Nano.
It took a while. It took a lot of shots from UCF Passion. I think 14 total that game. But they finally found a way through that pesky Shenandoah defense. as UCF Passion continue through the lower bracket. And I think, Pyro, this is one of those teams that could make a deep run here.
It really feels like that because in the two matches we saw on their main stage, we saw two different stories. Yesterday, it was full defense. It was what can you do to make infinite goal line saves. This time around, it was how can you put another team in the same situation you were, put them in the pressure cooker and wait until they break. I do, if UCF Passion get a deeper run, want to see some just small improvements in shot taking. They take the right shots. The precision has to be there. But nevertheless, no taking away from their performance today. They did a great job of establishing control and getting off on the right foot at the start of the series and never letting that pedal off the metal.
It's got to feel good just to get a series win for how close the two UCF Passion matches, AIT and KSU. I mean, they came up just short in both of those. So finally, UCF Passion notch a win. And there you go. More results inbound. Old Dominion and the run of the Mount D's Blue and the Mount Aloysius are able to take out Stevenson 2-0 in the lower bracket. And Dayton 2-1 over UGA's. The Bulldogs fall short in the lower bracket and they will be sent home.
Okay. The lower bracket is officially the gauntlet. Send the message to the upper bracket teams. You don't want to come down here. No. It's not a pretty sight. Georgia out. Stevenson out. The Mounties crew and Dayton Red moving on. I am amazed at good looks to the teams here today. Shout out especially to the Mount Aloysius crew outliving Mounties Blue. So that's something to see right there as this collision on the coast bracket is cooking.
I mean, Old Dominion was the only team to drop from the upper bracket and actually survive their trip to lowers. That is the gauntlet, like you said, but it will continue after this break. Not Delaware and Messiah are coming up next. But before we do take that break, one last shout out to our sponsors, of course, Kellum Mechanical, Complete U, and Lenovo and Intel, big parts of Collision on the Coast. Thank you very much for watching our broadcast so far. There is a lot of work left to be done, so stick around a little while longer.
I never asked you feel my toe. You've been alone, oh no, here we go again. And you said that we were only friends.
Keep going, gotta keep going. Keep going, gotta keep moving on. Keep going, gotta keep going. Gotta keep on moving on. Keep going, gotta keep going. Keep going, gotta keep moving on. Keep going, gotta keep going. Gotta keep on moving on.
Yo, get the speaker box loud, getting that stuff till you hearing that sound. Get the speaker box loud, getting that stuff till you hearing that sound. Yo, get the speaker box loud, getting that stuff till you hearing that sound. Get the speaker box loud, getting that stuff till you hearing that sound.
Never second best, effortless, now we in the sky. Never second best. Never second best, effortless, now we in the sky. Yeah, that sound. Never second best, effortless, now we in the sky. Never second best. Never second best, effortless, now we in the sky. Yeah, that sound. Never second best. Never second best. Yeah, that sound.
morning and we'll do it all again. Get it started in my apartment, go and tell all of your friends. It's the party of the century, it's the night that never ends. We could party till the morning and we'll do it all again. We could party till the morning and we'll do it all again. Get it started in my apartment, go and tell all of your friends. It's the party of the century, it's the night that never ends. We could party till the morning and we'll do it all again. Do you see me, baby, when you hear my inner voice? Your friends don't talk about me, do they know about my voice? Do it, do it. Do it all again. Do it, do it. Do it all again. We'll do it all again. Love the drama, keep it coming. I don't wanna be a friend. It's the party of the century, it's the night that never ends. We could party till the morning and we'll do it all again. We could break up and we'll make up and we'll do it all again. Love the drama, keep it coming. I don't wanna be a friend. It's the party of the century, it's the night that never ends. We could party till the morning and we'll do it all again. Do you see me, baby, when you hear my inner voice? Your friends don't talk about me, do they know about my voice?
Do it, do it. Do it, do it.
Let's go back to the days of the boom boom clap. With a snapback and a bag full of raps. Back in the day when we used to bake cash in the stash in the back of the one room flat. Back in the day when it was a buck skill. Nowadays man's trying to do it for a bill. I ain't trying to keep my weapons concealed. Keeping it real, I'm out there for the kill. Let's go back. 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 Back with John, believe that I'm bringing it back. Let's go back
to the days of the boom boom pap. With a snap back and a back full of raps. Back in the day when we used to bank cash in the stash in the back of the one-room flat. Back in the day when I was a buck skill. Nowadays man's trying to do it for a bill. I ain't trying to keep my weapons concealed. Keeping it real, I'm out there for the kill. Let's go back, 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 back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Back when John believed that I'm bringing it. Let's go back. Back when John believed that I'm bringing it back.
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast. We hope you're enjoying your time in Virginia Beach as things are starting to heat up. So no time to visit the beach now, Pyro. We are deep into the thick of it in the lower bracket.
Listen, I got my beach shirt on for a reason. Come on now. I'm here in spirit at Virginia Beach at Virginia Wesleyan University. Their home squad may be out of the bracket along with a few others, but don't worry. There's more teams to get eliminated. Here as we're getting on to the next match, Messiah University, we just saw a couple matches ago extend their lifeline through the lower bracket, but now they head up against a tough Not Delaware.
And before we do break down this series, a real quick correction on something our graphic had wrong. It was a 2-0 win for Stevenson, not Mount Aloysius in that matchup. So Stevenson does move on. They are at Collision on the Coast. And then other results while I'm at it, might as well. George Mason Academy 2-0'd NJIT. Unbelievable upset there at a GMU Academy as Jasnon and his boys strike again.
Okay. Well, you love to see some more exciting results come through here from all sides of the bracket, indeed. And I'm glad we got that correction there for Stevenson. That's been an exciting team to watch, and maybe we'll get more of them as they face off later against Dayton Red. All kind of matchups to keep up to date with. So glad we got the corrections through. But at this point in time, I think we're ready, or we're getting to the point of putting on a show for Not Delaware and Messiah University. I'm actually looking at the server. I think we're still waiting on a Scooter from Not Delaware. But correction, guys, for you as well, just if you're curious, this is the players from Delaware, not necessarily able to represent themselves at Delaware University. So that's why they're called Not Delaware. But despite all that, Mr. Bepic, I think this is a team that has showed off a lot of visual bug. All right, Scooter's in the chat saying, I'm here. What are you talking about? So very well, we will get on with the match. That is Not Delaware in blue. Let's get on.
All right, to look a bit deeper into this matchup, we saw glimpses of what Not Delaware can be during that James Madison series with their playmaking ability in the offensive zone. Great job at controlling the possession at that midfield line, and James Madison honestly just outdid them with straight skill. Like, you got a 2350 MMR player on your team, it's going to be tough to lose to even the best of defenses. So Delaware put up a really good performance there, just didn't grab the win. And so for Messiah, they've got to find a way to break through that midfield line, and already they're struggling. First 30 seconds, it's all Not Delaware. No goals to show for it just yet, but Messiah, it seems like we're going to have limited time spent in offense, so they will have to make the most of it. They will have to hit their shots.
And listen, we've seen teams take wins out of not even having field domination. They're just efficient on those counterattack looks. So there is certainly hope for Messiah University. And again, for a team which in their 2 matches that we broadcasted so far between days 1 and 2 on the main stage, they have won. So they may just have that buff when they're in the limelight, and Q-Fry nearly showcased that. And the follow-up, at least, will go through. Kinglius puts a close to it.
We had an initial stop by Scooter, first of all, but that play by Q-Fry plunged Not Delaware into chaos, and perhaps all that talk about having to execute in offense when you do get to play offense rarely here is well-founded. I mean, that's a beautiful counterattack out of Messiah, and they are on the board first despite spending the first really 75% of this game in defense.
So what we're talking about, make the most of your opportunities. And Q-Fry said, well, okay, sure. I've got a reset goal nearly to score then, so let's go ahead and move on with it. Scooter, though, says, I'm not only in the server, Pyro, I'm also ready to score some goals. Moves across that midfield line to try and set up success for Not Delaware. Odds on low boost, but no problem getting the tall clear. Scooter up on this, looking for the corner double, just couldn't find it. And so that's taken away there. Kinglius wants to try at the counter attack. That'll be a little lackluster as that pads its way to the corner as well.
Messiah are finding their own kind of rhythm at that midfield line, though Scooter bangs the ball over their head and Stellar follows up from defense. Q-Fry's been taken out, so now a short-staffed moment for Messiah. They didn't have all the tools to get the job done, but got creative enough to at least buy some time, find a clear to that midline, and now eventually bang the ball all the way downfield and give themselves some more opportunities to score as they wrangle at field domination number in. And at the half point of game 1, they've still got their lead.
Oh, and they almost extended it as well. Tough save to make there for Scooter after the demolition produced a smoke screen for the shot to go through, but a quick reaction means that this game is still just a 1-0 lead. That is for Messiah University. Now it is time for Scooter to finally get that corner double to go. It was with the assistance there of Messiah for a second, but nearly found the net. So some sharp bounces working out here. Oh, against Messiah University. Kinglius does come up for the save. Odds has a great flick shot towards the net. That's saved again. This one is a dagger that will have to find its way in.
Well, Scooter missed on that nearly spectacular corner read a second ago and then gets a second chance to show their stuff. That's a well-struck ball there between 2 defenders, between the woodwork, and it's simple from Not Delaware as they just wear down Messiah, develop an opportunity that they're confident they can hit that isn't a spectacular corner read that you really can't rely on, and that's how they find their first here in game 1. An answer to what Messiah put on the board several minutes ago now, and now that lead has been taken away. Kinglius looks to grab it back, but Odds finds the initial block, and Jayco tried to play it back center, though with 80 seconds left, it is more defense for Messiah.
Okay, tall ball for anyone to pick up here. Odds is going to send it high, and Scooter again, aerial towards the corner of the map. This time sets up the ground shot. Nice, powerful take, but it's taken care of all too well here by Messiah University. Had the chance to score as well, but Jayco finds himself just above the ball, and he actually can't reel himself back into the play either. No boost on the field. That midfield boost, as soon as it spawns, is taken up, and Scooter will take up every bit of this 50 for the second goal.
Didn't get that spectacular corner read about a minute ago now, but at the midfield line, got that 50-50 read on lock. Huge go-ahead goal from Not Delaware, as they've had to get creative and kind of weather this game one storms. Messiah have put up a great fight. They've made great stops, but Not Delaware do have a lead late. Fry will try and take it away, but Odds is there for another save, their third of the game.
Okay. Stellar and Odds both near the ball here. Stellar allows Odds to go with it first, and then Stellar follows up on that 50-50. Good team coordination just to establish some control near the center of the field. They don't want to give up anything, including a 50-50 that favors Jayco and company. They've got a chance still here to do it for Messiah University, but they've got to move quickly. Jayco near that half-court line. Flipped up by Kinglius. Q5 with the shot on target. It's in! Ricocheted off the defense. The goal confirms OT.
Not Delaware was set up for this. They were ready for this shot, but Stellar, he takes an inside angle on the ball, and I mean, odds might have had that save. There's no telling. It was too fast a shot as Q-Fry sets us up for overtime. What a performance from them. And let's keep on playing here. Game 1 has not seen enough of the main stage.
Oh boy, not Delaware. If you want this win, you are clearly gonna have to work for it. And both goals have kind of gone in off of a little bit of RNG as well. You know, we've seen a odd corner double. We've probably seen a favorable 50. Both certainly with coordinated efforts by not Delaware, but both also maybe some unexpected plays. So can they get a little more of that extra spice, or can they just do it in formidable fashion? Stellar takes directly to the center of the backboard. There is odds, leaves it up for Scooter on the 50, and that's just great attack there. Scooter, the hat trick to close game 1.
Well, I didn't get the point I was going to make in before not Delaware closed things out, but yes, that Scooter dunk was maybe a little bit of RNG, favorably putting a shot on target, but just like that. From the opposite corner to Scooter, who struck true. That's a hat trick for him in game 1. And not Delaware survived a bullet sent right at him, and they dodged it. Get into game 2 with a series advantage and match point, but Messiah have made a statement of their own. Their back line survived long enough to get their offense opportunities to score and score in spectacular fashion themselves. And with 7 shots on target, if they can keep up their defensive performance going into game 2, Messiah have a chance maybe to send us the distance.
Yeah, we talked about how Messiah have just been efficient on their attempts at the net. We saw an early one, and then I want to say around the 2-minute marker, 1:30, they had a solid possession that really started to even out that field domination that we've been keeping an eye on. But that OT winner, I mean, sometimes you just got to have the ice on land. I was really impressed by that performance. So some more chances for Messiah University. Icy plays, but we'll start here with 5 minutes on the clock for game 2.
Already a televised play coming out within 4 seconds of not Delaware. An aggressive cheat that is fed by odds, taking a light touch on that kickoff, I think intentionally losing it. Set up Stellar with pace there in the corner of Messiah, and just like that, not Delaware pick up right where they left off.
Yeah, a little bit of momentum off the game 1 win. I'm sure not Delaware feeling good about having a game win on the board and now a point on the scoreboard. All things looking well and true for them, but they'll have in the back of their mind the fight that always lasts for Messiah University till the dying seconds, till that clock sees triple zeros, and then maybe even an OT. We'll know that this game is still far from over, though odds sets up a beautiful play for themselves to take it in for the second.
Oh, that's so clean. Given space by Stellar right here, they pop, and then no, everyone's going to be trying to dive and stop that solo play, because that's kind of like in basketball where the guard, whoever's got the ball, just gets a burst of speed down the lane, beats that first defender, and then everyone's kind of late to help out. But hey, it doesn't matter. Q-Fry gets kickoff goal.
Someone's been watching some March Madness. I don't know what this is. Maybe just a pop shot from the 3-point line as the possession begins. But it's something that certainly Messiah University will be happy to take as kickoff goals. This tournament have been rare, but boy, are they useful.
I don't know what the equivalent of that would be in basketball, because everybody was like, everyone got a touch on the ball, and then Q-Fry just came barreling in. That's more like a bowling play. Straight through all the pins there at the midfield line, and strike down the middle will get Messiah 1 back, but they are still in a deficit.
Yeah, I got to work a little extra harder to, I guess, close out every frame. Any more to go. Just a minute down. Odds opts for the air dribble bump. Odds has been given a lot of space on the field with these solo plays, which really does look scary. And Jaco was looking at the face of death there. 0 boost with a lob towards the net. Fortunately for his sake, the ball was not on target. Q-Fry as well with no boost, but just coordinates that touch around, and you're starting to see a rhythm, a pattern here for the Messiah University. They don't have boost, but fortunately for them, not Delaware, haven't been able to strike and to punish on that lack of reserves.
And I mean, this is how Messiah kind of played game 1 as well. And it didn't seem to faze them. The fact they were doing a lot of defending, sometimes in awkward, low boost situations, and they still found a way to make it work and get us to overtime, albeit falling just short of taking that first game. Still, there's 3 minutes left here. Their defense is on point, and now we see if Messiah can take that next step offensively, get some more field domination to their name, because we're sitting at 80-20 right now. It's only 2 minutes of play, but 80% of it's been spent in this orange end. And Messiah, I know want to change that. No one wants to be stuck on their back line for an entire 5 minutes.
What do you mean? What do you mean? That's their strategy all along.
Apparently.
Create the false sense of security for not Delaware to get an infinite amount of shots. No, I don't think any team is comfortable with that, even if it is their strategy. Scooter knocked away by potential double tap. Stellar shot knocked away. Nice interception done by Q-Fry. Couldn't relinquish the shot from them, but they can save it. It's going to be hard to save with the bump there. Kingley is final defender standing. There seems to always just be one last layer of this Messiah defense.
I can't believe I, for a second, thought that was going to get past Kingleyist. Well, it didn't, but doesn't end up mattering all that much. Scooter picks this ball up, rolls right to him, and they roll right into the back of that orange net. They beat everybody, and Scooter is here to play today.
Is certainly. That is 4 of the 6 goals of the team so far. RNG or not, I still kind of want to fight you about the first goal, game number 1. There's a little pinball action to even get that read, but game 2 has been all about the physical play. A lot of bumps and demos leading to goals, and Messiah certainly taking every advantage off the kickoff here for the second goal for their team.
And that wasn't even chaos caused by kickoff that got them that goal. That was Q-Fry out 50ing the goal line defense of Not Delaware. That's really well done. Setting up their teammate for success, and now a miss is covered up by Odds, but Messiah have a chance again off kickoff to maybe find an equalizer here and really put Delaware in an awkward spot towards the end of this game. With 90 seconds left, any kind of equalizer will swing momentum their way.
It's a nice touch from Scooter, but it does roll out to Jaco, who sees Kingleyist on the cross off the backboard. Wow, that is just unlimited pressure now for Messiah University, and breaking from it is Not Delaware.
Q-Fry's on one at the moment, forcing that own goal, yes, but so fast to read that backboard play and stick the ball on target between 2 defenders. And now Messiah are back in this thing, and Q-Fry has 100% goal participation in addition to their 1 save on the back line too, getting it done on both ends of the field. And with 75 seconds left, let's see how far Messiah can push this.
I've been impressed by how far it's gone already, and in these crunch time scenarios, they've come out with those clutch goals. So you wonder, with 1 minute remaining, can Messiah University push to the game number 3? Backboard play is taken up well by Q-Fry. They'll beat 1. This is Kingley's past another. Odds. The final defender gets right under it, though. Cleared away. Jaco leaves that off the wall. Odds is going to push up for the bumping play. Odds has been a monster in the demolition department, and he might just be given the captain title of it as his teammate helps out with the demo, and who other than Scooter to send in the shot.
Well, Scooter's been a demon on the ball, striking with fervor this series, has been so accurate. And here, a big-time second goal on his 3rd shot with 40 seconds left. It's a late lead for Not Delaware, but we know it's not safe. We know what Messiah can do on 0 seconds, as they've got what I believe was the first official 0-second goal, not in garbage time, of this event to send us to OT in game 1. Now, they more than likely have to do it all over again as Jaco gives them just a little bit of extra life.
How do you deny Scooter's shots? It hasn't happened often, but it does happen there. Breathing a little extra life into Messiah University. They've got to save this shot. No, it's a bouncer above, but Odds brings the hammer down. That should be the dagger sending not Delaware forward.
It's only fitting that Delaware gets this win, keeps us at an exact 50% win rate for the teams coming down into the lower bracket, trying to advance after their upper bracket loss. Not Delaware suffered an L early on today, had some time to think about it, but boy, did they recover and stave off an extremely feisty Messiah. Great fight from them, just came up a step short.
Yeah, listen, in the end, if you're a step short of getting on that scooter, you'll fall right off. And like a Razor scooter does, ankles were broken in this matchup. A star striker on the big stage. So kudos to him and to the rest of the team, because really in that game, too, Odds actually leading the scoring there. 2 for 3. If not tied with Scooter in that scenario. But yeah, great work done. The efficiency was there. The field domination was there. This was though it was close throughout, it was a strong win there for the Not Delaware squad.
And in the lower bracket as well, Maryland was another lower bracket team that got a victory here. And I'll remind those that may have missed our recap at the start of this series. Wake Tech 2-0 New Haven, and George Mason Academy upset NJIT in sweeping fashion to move on to now play Not Delaware in the lower bracket. And then upper bracket, a result from game 1 of the James Madison Akron Gold Series as it went to overtime. But Akron did get the W there, and that one is shaping up to be a banger of a match. 2 of the top dogs at this event going head-to-head in winner's quarters.
Whew. Almost too much to keep up with here at the Collision of the Coast 2025, but that's what happens when you get 30 credible collegiate teams duking it out, both on the upper and the lower side. Appreciate the real-time results there, Mr. Beppe. You don't miss a beat here on the coast, do you?
Hey, shout out to the admins. They're the reasons I can give live results as that series is going on. Shout out to everybody involved with making Collision on the Coast work, from production to admins to volunteers to our sponsors, of course, Complete You, Kellum Mechanical, Lenovo, and Intel. The big names helping put on the Collision on the Coast show. Pyro and I are taking a little bit of a break. We will have a couple of stellar fill-ins in the booth for the next couple of matches, but we're going to a break for now. Stick around for more Collision on the Coast action. You do not want to miss what's next.
I feel your breath around me, no, I'm not discreet. I need you, I'm not afraid to turn up the heat. Swallow me up, breathe closer in the mirror. I'm seeing the sun, 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 seeing the sun. taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. You need it, you want it, but can you handle this? This lollipop is popping, you wanna give it a kiss.
I'm out here looking for a good time. Only got one thing on my mind. I wanna have the night of my life. 'Cause in my head this movie's so fine. I'm out here looking for a good time. Only got one thing on my mind. I wanna have the night of my life. 'Cause in my head this movie's so fine.
get ahead, it's like I go back. So for right now, I'm just gonna let this one ride.
Be proud of who you are.
To Collision on the Coast 2025. I am not a duck, tournament admin, joined again by Das on the mic.
Good to be back. Good to be back. It's been a great slate of games so far. I'm really looking forward to this next one. We've got upper bracket quarterfinal matchup between Daytona State and King playing for the prize of facing Akron in the upper bracket semifinals. They took down James Madison 2-0. Brandon, this game's going to be a really, really good one, I think.
Yeah, I think this one is probably going to go to the distance. I think we're going to see all three games. King, of course, made up of Turbo, K-Frost, and Wade. You might see some different names because I think the King guys love to meme a little bit when it comes to these sort of series. But they are going up against Lefty, Sullis, and I believe it should be Ian taking that final spot for Daytona State here. Both these rosters are currently in the quarterfinals. Both lives still available to them, and we're hoping that we can see a good series here, I think.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Daytona State back on the main stage. Our A-team, being Dayton Red, played them yesterday, and Daytona were just in control the entire series. It was quite fun seeing them set up their gameplay. So up against a team like King, who needs really no introduction to both Collision and the CRL scene in general, it should be good seeing both of these teams trade blows and seeing who can end up taking control, or if it's just going to be a back-and-forth affair ending in OTs.
I think we're going to see a back-and-forth affair. I would be hard-stressed to see either of these two teams take a large lead advantage over the other. I mean, Daytona State, we've seen throughout this tournament, they have Ian and Lefty firing right and left with Sullis supporting them. And K-Frost and Turbo, supported by none other than Big Wade himself, can also come in clutch with a ton of goals. So I think we're going to see a goal affair. But I don't think it will be too many, one-sided wins at the end of the day.
I think we have the players hopping in. I think we're about ready to go.
Are hopping in.
Question mark?
See, maybe? Nope, they're backing out. Joining now. I think we are ready to go. And we shall.
Yes, we are. All right. Game one of this best of three. Let's get it underway.
We have Jabron James, or Turbo, taking up the backboard. Can't find the goal yet, but as we stated, it was going to be a quick start here. As demos are flying out from Big Wade, we got Turbo picking up loose, getting demoed again by Sullis. I mean, we knew this is going to be a hard-hitting affair, and I think they're just showing what they're going to bring out.
Scrapyard already starting to fill up. We got potential 3 more games of this, guys. We need some space for all these car carcasses to go. Fun to see a little bit of possession now from Daytona State. Ian's going to get a flip. Can he use it? He does, but K-Frost with a big save. Turbo helps it out into the midfield with Sullis to pick it back up. Misses the flick. Free ball in the midfield. Who's going to pick it up? It's going to be Turbo. No boost. Gets it past one, but here's Ian. Touch the side ball. Taken away by Big Wade. Another demo on the Turbo, though, means that Daytona State should be able to push out. Sullis, one touch. Into the corner. Stopped out by Turbo. Back into the midfield. Just, game of ping pong at the moment. Neither team really planting their flag just yet.
Yeah, I mean, no one's been able to take a clear advantage here. It's kind of been flying back and forth down the field. As we say, that Lefty does take some time to control this ball off the side ball, taking a 50 there, leaving off for Sullis, who finds the backboard, but not close enough to net to really have any true threat there.
That's a good opportunity for Daytona State, just didn't end up going through. Now it's King's turn to move forward. Turbo looking for a flip reset, didn't get it, but K-Frost gets the ball underneath Sullis, who had pre-jumped that one. Touchback on target, down off the post. Oh, and that's an unfortunate touch coming in from Ian, not reading the crossbar down. And King gonna take the first goal of this series.
That is so unfortunate for Daytona State College there. That is not what they were looking for to start this game. An own goal is certain to destroy the mental of that team. Hopefully their coach Seb behind them is going to talk with them, make sure that they're feeling good into this series.
thankfully it's early enough that they have plenty of time to come back from this one, and players of this caliber know, hey, it happens, shake it off, get right back into it. It seems to be what they're doing here, but not able to push out of their own half just yet. Ian's going to take one touch. Wade keeps it in the blue half for now. K-Frost looking to combine with Wade. 1, 2, 3. Off the backboard, Solus finally there. A double commit coming out for Daytona State, and Turbo dunks them both. That's going to drop down in front of the net, and K-Frost reading the clear from the defender. Kings doubled their lead here.
Yes, an incredible pass by Turbo to dunk the Daytona State defender and just leave K-Frost that bottom left corner to sink it home for them. And now we have 3 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty of time for Daytona State to make something happen here. Honestly, it's their first main stage appearance of the day for both of these teams, actually, but I think maybe it'll take just a little bit more time for Daytona to get settled into the spotlight. We do have some TV cameras on set right now. We also have our crowd, of course, for Championship Sunday, but we'll see what they can do as we settle into the second half of game number 1.
Lefty, that's a great touch over 2. Is there a follow-up from Ian? Yes, there is, and just like we were saying, plenty of time for Daytona State to mount the comeback. Getting the first goal in the back of the net's going to be huge moving forward.
Yeah, there was just a ton of space left there from King. Ian, plenty of time to just literally tap that home. And we are now halfway through this game. Daytona State only down by 1.
Kickoff going to go into the midfield. Wade should be able to take control of this. 1 touch, 2 touch onto the backboard. Can get the double? No, taken away. Daytona State. Board defense coming up strong here, but that's a big clear from K-Frost. First touch, it's going to be Big Wade again. All over the place right now for King, causing havoc, creating opportunities. This is going to be a tough read off the backboard for Solus. K-Frost tosses back in the midfield. Turbo, a little slow to that one. Ian clears it out, but Big Wade once again into the midfield, finds K-Frost. Save comes in from Solus, but King responding very, very well to conceding for the first time. As I say that, lefty up high, taken away by Wade. Third clear coming in from K-Frost. No shot from Ian. Relatively harmless off the back wall. Lefty to take control, no boost. Gets it past 1, and the double fake. This should be 1 for Daytona State, and it is. The defense left wondering what happened.
Yeah, absolute collapse from Cake there. Big Wade double committing with K-Frost, leaving the net wide open with all 3 Daytona State players available to just poke that home. And I guess I don't even remember who poked it home, but one of them decided it's my turn to get a goal. As we come out here with another almost Daytona State goal. They are applying that pressure right now on King. King back against his backboard. Turbo takes control as he looks to bring this out. Lefty 50s with Turbo, with K-Frost showing an open net, but he can't put it on frame. And Solus will bring this out for safety, but not quite yet as Ian looks to bring this out. K-Frost gets the 50, up with Turbo and Solus. Big Wade alone in the midfield for a little bit here, gets the side boost. Lefty looking to get some save, but Ian is there to cover. K-Frost passing it up the field, and Solus clears, big clear. Turbo's picking it up, bringing it up the corner, looking for some way out for King. And he does get the pop, but Lefty makes the save again.
That was a big play from Turbo in the midfield. He's going to slip his set to absolute perfection, and then K-Frost is going to come in and finish off the opportunity for King. Up 2-0, conceding twice doesn't matter. King stays locked in, gets the 3rd goal of the match for the Tornadoes. 51 seconds left. They're in the driver's seat for this game 1.
We will be looking for Daytona State to make some sort of progress in their offensive half. Like you said, they did come back for being 2-0 down, so this 1-goal deficit may not be enough for King to call this game safe at this point.
Talking to the Daytona State guys a little bit before this match, they were feeling pretty confident in how they were playing. Solus off the backboard. That's a great save. Needed to read a redirect from King. K-Frost left it in midfield. Thought somebody was coming up. Follows up his own touch. A pinch is going to come in from Daytona State. Into the corner. Turbo with a full tank of boost. Able to clear it, but there's Ian to block it off. And finally, K-Frost is going to bang it down into the blue side of the field. One more opportunity potentially for Daytona State, but they're going to have to go the entire length of the field. Turbo gets it underneath 1 into the other corner. Last chance here is Ian, full tank of boost, pops it into the midfield. K-Frost off the ceiling. Turbo is there as well, I believe. Maybe that was Big Wade. In the end, doesn't matter. King gonna take this game 1. Again, responded very, very well to giving up 2 on the trot. Got the 3rd. And now they've got 2 chances to take this series.
Yeah, I mean, just as we were talking about before this series started, a close hitting affair. Only one goal separating these teams. I mean, this is kind of what you expect coming down to the quarterfinals. Top 8 teams, really very little in this. I mean, we're going to see this game probably go back and forth either way.
Yeah, at no point really did it seem like either team was super outclassing the other. Obviously, if you get 2 goals to start, then give up another 2, you can see the momentum swing really come into play. But, you know, King was able to right the ship, get the third, and, you know, they're going to be looking to keep that up as we go into this game, too.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at those stats right before we popped off there, K-Frost is the shooter for King right now. He had a hat trick in that game. He was finding every way to the net for them.
Yeah, Daytona State played well for the most part in that game 1. Going to be, can they shut down K-Frost? Big Wade also had a lot of really big challenges in the midfield. Just make things awkward for the Daytona State offense. If they can keep that going, then King's going to be sitting pretty on the back foot a little bit early on in this one. Stay strong for now, but that's a big miss in the sideball from K-Frost. Solus has an opportunity to move forward. 30 boost off the back ball is going to drop it down. Nobody in the midfield, though. Lefty had backed off, not expecting that ball to come through. But they're still hunting for that first goal. Ian, oh, he had the opportunity for a double tap, but bumped out. Oh, and there's a whifty, wide open net. Solus shot is weak. Wade does just enough to take it away from Ian, but they are still looking for this, but they get in each other's way. Solus can't put that shot on target. King desperately looking to get out, and they finally do through a clear from Turbo.
Yeah, that's just what they needed, but the pressure is back on as a high ball from Lefty is flown down the field. You see Solus looking to get a flick over him. He does complete it, but Wade demos him for his efforts. We have Lefty up, making the save. Ian there to cover for him. Both of them still challenging here in the corner, and Lefty doubles, or 50s both of the King players, as we now have Wade on control of the ball. He brings it up. Solus high, only has Turbo between him and the net. It does not come through as Turbo carries this up his sidewall. Looking, Lefty fakes Lefty, goes over Ian just about, with Wade there to get it completely over, and Ian there to take over. Is this a shot for Solus? Can he make it happen? He cannot, and Turbo is there to make the save.
Oh, you've got to put that on target if you're Daytona State. That was a free shot that you could put towards net. Doesn't go through, and now King on the counterattack. Good save out from Solus. But King definitely looking to see if they can put one through. Ian up high, gonna leave it for Lefty. Never mind, he's gonna take it himself. Air dribble stopped out by Turbo, gets one touch over Solus. Can't find the second one, but K-Frost is there to follow it up. Under 1 from Daytona State. Needs the last of his boost to try to find something in the midfield. Lefty had it read the whole way. Pinch back into the orange half, sends Turbo back to his own back wall. Touch looking to find K-Frost. Bang back into the blue half. Should be an easy touch for Solus. He's going to find Lefty on the sidewall. Not the touch he was looking for, though. Is there a follow-up for a teammate? No, the only one there is Big Wade. He's going to put it off the back wall. Needs to be a touch from Ian. We're smoke screen. Turbo's going to come through and find the corner. King still looks pretty comfortable in this one, it must be said, as Daytona has been on defense for a vast majority of this game.
Yeah, I mean, King's passing plays have been kind of the story of this match so far. While they haven't been able to find that final shot, I mean, just the chemistry between the 3 players on the field seems to be what has the edge over Daytona State right now.
Big miss from Daytona State. Ian cleans it up with an absolute boomer off the back wall, but King are right back into it. The shot's going to come through. Upper 90 to Bron James. Shooting like his IRL counterpart. King going to go up by 1.
We were taking a timeout real quick.
Seems like both teams are just going to go ahead. The tech issue, just going to play through it, it looks like. As we're going to have Solus coming in, stopped out by K-Frost. Daytona just needs to shake off whatever happened there. See if they can't bring the mental back for this game 2. Shot's going to come through. K-Frost just goes wide. Lefty 50'd out by Turbo. Into the corner. Turbo to find a teammate in the midfield. Never mind, he's going to take it on his own. Solus stops it out. Just under a minute left for Daytona to find the comeback, but they need to get some semblance of possession, as right now they're just still stuck back on defense. To the midfield, K-Frost takes it up high, full tank of boost. What can he do? Tries to take it past Solus, and he does, but Ian help out his teammate on the back line. Daytona State still just cannot get out of their own half. Drop down from Turbo, just a little bit behind Wade, but that's going to work out for King as they're just going to take it back, waste so much time. As the clock is becoming the main enemy for Daytona State right now. They've got to get something forward. That's a big win from Ian. Could be one here. Is that an open net? No, Turbo dives back, solid as ever for the King Tornadoes, and K-Frost going to move forward, fakes out one. Solus should be there to help out. No, what a fantastic little flick. K-Frost pops it through. 12 seconds left. That should be the dagger for King. Fantastic play from K-Frost. See how this one's going to play out. The kickoff's going to go through. Turbo up high. Touch from Ian. Looking for a pinch. Nothing doing there. Victory lap here for King. Can Wade get one for the road? Ian the challenge. Drops it down. King. A great showing from them. They're going to move on to face Akron in the next round. We'll be seeing Daytona State in the lower brackets. Hopefully they'll be able to pick it back up and keep moving through this tournament. We're going to take a little bit of a break here, but once we're back, I believe we're going to have my own Dayton Flyers against Stevenson, a rematch from yesterday. Don't go anywhere.
Drop this. Dom Gucci, trust me. We ain't good over here. Drop this. Dom Gucci, trust me. Drop this. Dom Gucci, trust me. We ain't good over here. Drop this. Dom Gucci, trust me. We ain't good over here. We ain't good, we ain't drop this. Dom Gucci, trust me. We ain't good over here. We ain't good, ain't good, ain't good, ain't good, ain't good. We ain't good over here. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. We ain't good over here. All you got to do is move. Drop this. Drop this. Drop this. Dom Gucci, trust me. We ain't good over here. Drop this. Dom Gucci, trust me. Drop this. Dom Gucci, trust me. We ain't good over here. Got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move.
You know that I don't want you. You know that I am better off alone. You know that I don't need you. So just let me be on my own tonight. You know that I don't want you. You know that I am better off alone. Love on me like fire, temperature rising, and I can't take it anymore.
Life goes on, just enjoy the moment. Take a Polaroid right now, might as well expose it. You came in the room, and everybody noticed. You always been a bombshell, you were so explosive.
Rock my hip, sugar, get that dip. Taste buds, make you trip. Savor every kiss. Lips, rock my hips, sugar, get that dip. Taste buds, make you trip. Savor every kiss. You know that I don't want you. You know that I am better off alone. You know that I don't need you. So just let me be on my own tonight.
no limpness. Straight, strong, firm, no limpness.
And it's back to the garage. left on the clock. What a play! Seconds left on the clock. And it's back to the garage.
to say goodbye. You must have known I wouldn't stay. While you were talking about our life, you killed the beauty of today. Forever and ever, life is now and never. Forever never comes around. Forever and ever, life is now and never. Forever's gonna slow you down. You'll never see me again. So now who's gonna cry for you? You'll never see me again. No matter what you do, you'll never see me again. So now who's gonna cry for you? You'll never see me again. No matter what you do, you'll never see me again. So now who's gonna cry for you? You'll never see me again. No matter what you do. Forever and ever, life is now and never. Forever never comes around. Forever and ever, life is now and never. Forever's gonna slow you down. You never heard me break your heart. You didn't wake up when we died. Since I was lonely from the start, I think the end is mine too. Forever and ever, life is now and never. Forever never comes around. Forever and ever, life is now and never. Forever's gonna slow you down. You'll never see me again. So now who's gonna cry for you? You'll never see me again. No matter what you do, you'll never see me again. So now who's gonna cry for you? You'll never see me again. No matter what you do, you'll never see me again. So now who's gonna cry for you? You'll never see me again. No matter what you do, you'll never see me again. So now who's gonna cry for you? You'll never see me again. No matter what you do. Forever and ever, life is now and never. Forever never comes around. Forever and ever, life is now and never. Forever's gonna slow you down.
We found love in a hopeless place. Yellow diamonds in the light. Now we're standing side by side as your shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come alive. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. 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 Shine a light through an open door. Love and life I will divide. Turn away 'cause I need you more. Feel the heartbeat in my mind. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. Yellow diamonds in the light. Now we're standing side by side as your shadow crosses mine. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love.
what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind.
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast, where there are just 12 teams left with a chance at a good chunk of the $3,500 prize pool on the line here. Thanks to the sponsors of the event, Complete You, Kella Mechanical, and Lenovo and Intel. Bepic and Pyra are back in the booth. And Pyra, we have seen some crazy stuff go down when we were on our lunch break.
Listen, it's the crazy meter knows no bounds, just like the skill ceiling in Rocket League. I'm ready for it to get even more wild. We have a lot of teams moving on, but interestingly, Dayton Red, that last team you were telling me earlier, Bepic, the last team that could make the full lower bracket run, the ultimate Cinderella story here on the Collision at the Coast 2025. Dayton Red, though, not playing on the main stage, because next up on the main stage is another lower bracket matchup of Daytona State and a team we've seen quite a bit of, UCF Passion.
And it's an intra-Florida rivalry here up at Virginia Beach. They traveled all this way just to continue to find in-state competition to try and eliminate each other. UCF Passion, we have seen a lot of. Went 0-2 in groups yesterday. Did also start in the lower bracket, similar to Maryland, but because of their top seeds, they got buys to that first round of play. So they've been fighting with just one life today. That hasn't deterred them. I mean, they went to game 3 against Old Dominion, which I don't think is a bad result at all, but UCF has looked pretty darn good today. Maybe not completely composed the full time. They have had awkward moments, and I think Daytona State could be a team to punish that. But if UCF Passion's locked in, they can pull this upset off.
Absolutely. They've titled themselves basically the Titan Slayers, as the only teams that come down from the upper bracket. So Daytona State, have you fallen into the pit where the jaws will take you away from this collegiate tournament? Or is it time to put an end to the Titan slaying? We've got Daytona State in blue. We've got UCF Passion in orange. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it and watch Surreal miss an open net, and Sullis won't allow any kind of rebound opportunity. That last series of UCF Passions that we watched on stream, it was Surreal stepping up and taking the reins of their victory earlier on against Shenandoah. And here at Daytona State, everyone will be needed, because Daytona State we've seen once, I believe, on the main stage, and this team knows how to control a field.
Oh, no doubt about it. Especially the field near the ceiling. These players are definitely aerially, mechanically inclined. Ian showing off just about how much so with this bar down shot that got a little bit of help from UCF.
Just beat Nano Poison and then just forced it in off of Laser and the crossbar as well. 60 seconds in, Daytona State already have their first, but it hasn't come without a little bit of strife on their goal line. They've had to work for their opportunities so far, and well, UCF Passion already down. This underdog story in a tad bit of jeopardy.
Ooh, nice bar down save there for Surreal. That's the spot on the goal line you want to be on when the shot goes bar down behind the goal line. A good block there. That's all about what the Passion are for, are those goal line saves. Expect more of those. Being forced to do the same though. Surreal takes high there from the backboard with the miss from lefty. Nano given an opportunity to almost get the reset double situation. Just not given enough time to let it develop, and realistically, that is what the Passion have to be worried about. Daytona State, they're a quick, high-flying team. You want that solo play in the air, you're going to have to work for it.
A couple of misses there, though. It's not easy defense for Daytona State. They put themselves in some weird spots that have not been punished quite yet, but UCF Passion will start to expect that if it continues. We'll see if DSC can compose themselves, though. Not a ton of boost to work with now. Sullis, though, pick up 100 in the corner, though, can't get back to the ball. So Ian, back to the play. Has to half flip into a save, but no clear. And Daytona State are being pushed back. Surreal can double this or leave it for Nano Poison, who just straight up biffed that shot.
I mean, yeah, that's a goal right there. Absolutely. Nano gets a lob towards the net, but if it's a strike, they're not expecting it. They were watching Surreal on the double tap instead, and it would have been a great fake coordinated play, but instead, Passion have another coordinated effort to make to get that first goal on the board. Maybe it's just Nano on the solo play from the ceiling, has a flip here, but brings it down to a teammate. It's immediately cleared and passed to between Lefty and Solus.
That backboard, Nano Poison will stop that attempt on the UCF Passion net, but Daytona State aren't done with the possession just yet. Solus leaves that ball, and the teammate there, it's a good play. I'm not sure what the call was, though, if that was just a whiff or it was a left ball for a teammate. Either way, they salvage possession. With about 100 seconds left to go here in game one, still hold an advantageous spot that could have just doubled if he doesn't shoot right at Nano Poison.
That's right. Almost there. Ian gonna convert a chance here all the way from the corner. Finds a way to get this across the half-court line. Dive bombs on the ball as well. They're doing everything they can, even if it's going from ceiling to ground in half a second. To get every advantage on the ball, Lefty turns it right on the defender to take it directly to the back of the net.
Great read on two players, relatively low on boost. Surreal's got to cover that entire net with that tiny little Fennec, and this has certainly been a game to forget for Nano Poison. Another giveaway right there on the goal line, forced by no boost, but still not one you want to be donating to Daytona State, though. Laser upfield clears a path for Surreal, trying to keep that path clear. Surreal dove forward, but Ian defensively comes up big 2 times consecutively, and now Solus maybe kill some of this game away. Ian on target, Solus in the face of Surreal, won't bother Surreal too much. It's a block and a clear, but no open backboard until now. Nano Poison's got his flip to work with, sends the shot too high, and nothing is falling for him at the moment.
I mean, another chance there, especially with Daytona State out of boost. All three defensively. Keep that ball high. You might as well find a point on the board. But in fairness, that double reset is nothing easy. So they're trying to coordinate some simpler tries on the net. Daytona State just not allowing it. Good aerial block there. Solus out of boost, but not out of potential. Gets the light clear. Surreal moving around it, but Ian reads it the whole way through. This might have just been the clear to be the dagger against UCF Passion. Any chances on the shot? Another attempt quelled. And Daytona State have done the job of keeping UCF Passion out of the net.
Even with 8 shots from UCF, 6 saves, only 2 of those being missed and registering. And well, I said it was a bad game for Nano Poison. Laser had 72 points there as well. He was involved in transitions downfield, just not in any way that exactly registered with the score on the board. Either way, a non-factor forced by Daytona State and their solid defense all the way through that game. And that's how they like to play. It's composed from DSC. And there were, again, awkward moments on their back line, but they still controlled the pace. And for UCF Passion, it felt like they had to pop off to score goals there.
It really did. And in the moments where realistically they did pop off, they were met by a Daytona State that was very composed. There was like a aura check on the goal line where Ian just needed to dodge a demo and he barely moved, stayed stoic past a lunging demo homing missile and then saved the ball. So I think you're right to say that State, as we get to game number 2, that's definitely going to help in this land setting where your land livelihood is on the line. One more win for Daytona State and UCF Passion are out.
We can't forget about the nearly 90% chances for UCF Passion, where more than likely 9 times out of 10, they hit the shot that they missed in that game. And I think back to that Nano Poison shot right out in front that he kind of flubbed, and that's a goal that could have changed the complexion of game 1 greatly. So a regain needed for Nano Poison. I'm not worried about him, but Daytona State with a game in hand, I'm sure will want to press this advantage, though they're still just playing the way that they enjoy playing, it seems. Sitting back, playing some solid defense, waiting until they've got resources to move forward, and then striking swiftly. But so far, it's all UCF Passion in that blue end, but no goals to show for it.
Yeah, they're hoping to get that striking prowess moving. I mean, it's one of those games that you transition into just telling your teammates, hey, lock in. These are fixable mistakes for us, so let's do it now that we still have the chance to turn it around. That is a wonderful turnaround for Ian, though, on the flip reset to lefty.
Look at that pivot right there. Had everybody on UCF Passion's back line guessing, and then they challenge him. 1, 2, 3. Get up in Ian's face. Stop this solo play, and none of them could. Nice shot by lefty as well at the end of the play. And that's the benefit of playing with a player like Ian, is you can just position yourself well, know where your teammate is going more than likely with the ball, and hit your shots.
That's right. It's like golden retriever right under the kitchen counter saying, there's some breadcrumbs I'd really, really like if they fall down here. And Ian's the chef in the kitchen, letting it all loose for their teammates to pick up. Lefty can do more, though, than pick up the 50 from Ian. That's a demolition on one. Surreal rips the shot, and it's Ian to take to the half-court line. Now a great pitching shot at a laser, and yeah, that's exactly what that goal was.
I called him a bit of a non-factor in game one, and 2 minutes into the second, he has become an X-factor. 1-1, that's an impressive shot. I mean, I don't know exactly how many frames you have to like touch that ball perfectly, but Laser nailed the side wall. Kind of pinch shots, and 1-1 we go.
Yeah, they say you want to shoot as quickly as that ball leaves the ground or the sidewall as you can. How about the exact moment that it does? You're going to get extra power, and you're going to get a little extra confidence from it too, because now Laser's feeling it.
Right out in front, this is a serve up for Laser. He hits his shot as Daytona State's kind of have a bit of a defensive meltdown forced by UCF Passion pressure. And with this lead in hand, UCF Passion have really pronounced themselves upon this series.
I mean, this is exactly the attitude we expected out of this team. When their back's against the wall, how hard will they push back? And we've seen nothing but great resilience out of this team. See if it continues on for at least securing a game number 3. Still feels like we're a long way around from that, because the aerial abilities out of this Daytona State squad have been nothing short of excellent. That one constitutes a shot that Surreal has to save and now take about from their own backboard. Pass over to Laser. That's sent near the net. Lefty makes the save, but is bumped away. Nano Poison wants to corral this ball towards the net once again, but Ian is thinking twice about that. Clear out to the midfield line. Lefty, maybe a double. That's cut away by Surreal. Nano, the drop down in the net. You wanted shot accuracy from him. There it is.
And look at Sullis clearing a lane for that ball. Or Surreal bumping Sullis out of the way right there, rather. And UCF Passion put together a great play, giving Daytona State a taste of their own medicine, because that entire sequence, Daytona State were playing aggressive defense. The player upfield hunting demos, trying to bump the second and third men of the UCF Passion front lines. And a couple of them just missed or were dodged by UCF Passion. And then at the end of the play, they find a bump that sets up the third, and not too shortly thereafter, they find themselves a fourth.
One big thing changed between games 1 and game 2, and that was the UCF Passion shot accuracy. Many chances fell by the wayside in game number 1, but this time they're taking advantage of every moment. 4-1 now for Daytona State, and they just can't get past this laser-focused squad, as it is Laser to pick up the give and go. And finish the play. Surreal flip reset towards the net. That requires 2 of the defense from Daytona State to block. It seems like Daytona State would love to be on attack right now, but is still dealing with the passion.
This is such a different game from how we started the series. UCF Passion seemed to have upgraded themselves within this series. I mean, 4-1 says a lot on the scoreboard, but look at field domination. It was Daytona State with a good bulk of pressure in the last game, and here 55-45 in favor of UCF Passion. Finally, Daytona State have a chance to lower the UCF Passion numbers, but even that is well defended. And now Sullis out to the side as lefty waiting for a potential shot opportunity, but that pass went too far out in front, so it's up to Ian to maybe carve a way back into this game. Otherwise, we're going to game 3.
It was a smart challenge out of Nano. Basically saw that Ian was immediately looking for the air dribble bump there to clear the first defender, but Nano was like, no. I'm going to get to the ball immediately before that physical play becomes a factor. And cutting away at Ian's prowess has been the name of the game ever since he scored that electric first goal for game number 2. And it has been absent because of that proactivity from the Passion defense and, of course, the precision out of their offense. 4-1, your likely final score here for Game 2 to bring this elimination match of Collision at the Coast to Game 3.
It's a real good stopped one last time here at Daytona State. Still showing their ability on the goal line and emphasizing that, I'm sure, goal performance out of UCF Passion unless they really pop off. And for Daytona State's sake, I mean, their tournament lives are done for if they allow another 12-shot and 4-goal performance from UCF Passion. For a team that plays defense typically so well, Pyro, Daytona State was really struggling there.
And listen, that's going to be the case when the Passion are doing what they do best, which is create all that pressure. I mean, we've seen 2 different versions of the Passion. Earlier in the tournament, it was all defense, stellar goal line saves.
Last defender on the goal line, and then tag Nano Poison upon the re-entrance back to the UCF goal. And that's what sets up that opening goal. And then there was a bump as well in that Daytona State's half there a second ago, and it prevented UCF Passion from, again, establishing pressure on that blue side. Already better from DSC if they decide to keep up that very physical style of Rocket League.
Oh, sometimes you don't need physicality, though. You just need that infield pass and that shot to hit without a intercepting defender. But fortunately for them, that just was not the case. There was the defense of that opposition of the Passion just coming right through. And so now it's up to Ian of Daytona State to take this back down to the ground. Okay, handles that nicely around the corner, but runs out of boost. Solis kind of leaves this ball, and that's going to be Laser to dip it off as a pass and search for the bump. However, it was a little less easy to find than he hoped for. Surreal shot denied there by Ian. Chance to bring this back towards the net. Tries to flip into it as many times as possible, but even with Ian on low boost, he's able to make the touch out and the eventual save.
And both teams are playing physically on their opponent's goal line. It's fun to watch. There's Nano Poison blowing Lefty up, some revenge for earlier when that first goal fell in. And with how both sides are playing at the moment, it feels wrong to send one of them home after a loss in just one single game of Rocket League. But I couldn't cut it in the upper bracket. And that is the price you pay down in lowers. 1-0 DSC now with 3 minutes left. There's no telling what's going to happen now as both sides have extremely dynamic offenses. And right there, Daytona State flexes that fact. A musty setup from Lefty is finished by Ian.
These two, when they work together, something different. They force the awkward save out of the Passion. And getting right on top of it was Ian. Saw the vulnerable moment, decided to pounce, and was rewarded for it.
Ooh, Laser fakes out Lefty, though, and has Nano Poison in the corner with plenty of boost. Let's see what Nano Poison does with this. He drops it center and might have had a shot right there. I couldn't tell either way. Surreal moved in to score and was denied by the crossbar. So Ian breaks away, misses a double tap himself, and this game really has broken wide open. UCF Passion have opportunities, but no boost at the moment, as Surreal's the only player, I think, with a full boost tank, and he was behind enemy lines, trying to bump Ian from behind and stop that counter that has now flipped the field and forced UCF Passion to play a bit of defense before breaking out once again.
They do break out, and they're hoping that this halfway mark that they just crossed here in game number 3 is flipping the tempo of this series. Of course, again, there's tournament lives on the line here, and it feels like this next minute, if that first goal doesn't go in, it will be the end. Nano, oh, he was positioned to cherry pick, but the boost reserves are on the side. Oh, of their opposition. Passion still make the save, and now it's Solace to take the shot. Daytona State fire away, but holding the line is UCF.
And if UCF Passion somehow come back in the final 100 seconds and, even tie us up, I think that save right there by Nano Poison is the pivot point in this game, as that would have been huge for Daytona State to have a third goal after this large run of chaos on the field. They come out on top and put themselves in a great spot to close things out, but UCF Passion hang around. The Nano Poison seems to have forgotten that game 1 performance, as he should. It's what good players do. They forget about their shortcomings and go next, which Nano Poison has, though UCF Passion still need to, otherwise next still comes up short.
Yeah, you've got a pass go to get to next, and to do that, you need plays like Surreal for the air dribble downfield. There's the touch out back to Surreal. He tries to cut off the clear, but just comes short. That's going to be Nano to pick up the boost, and now have the ball cross to the other side of the field that Laser's focused on, but unfortunately can only get a touch out to Nano. It's actually pretty good infield passing. I'll correct myself for a moment, but they're just moving it more east to west and north and south right now. They've got to get this ball netward.
I thought that bump was about to connect, but Ian just dodged it, though UCF Passion keep the opportunities flowing. One has got to flow into the back of that blue net ASAP, though. 25 seconds left for Daytona State to close this thing out. That's a great shot on target. We'll waste more of this clock, but DSC have been defending like their lives depend on it, and Solace reaps the rewards. Double tap to close things out for Daytona State.
As if the musty pass from Lefty wasn't enough, it's Solace to not even touch the ground on the double tap. Saying, look, Mom, no hands, no ground, no problem. 3-0 lead for Daytona State.
One last gasp here, and Nano Poison comes up short on the shot. Ian blocks it, and DSC will move on after a test from UCF Passion. It was a great run from UCF Passion, but coming in third in their group stage was just the end of the line for them, the start of the fall. And while they looked good in lowers, they surmount, and James Madison ended up 2-0ing Dayton Red, so that will be Daytona State's next opponent.
What a lower bracket we are putting together right now. That's not the only exclamatory realizations that I will see in a lower bracket, as Kennesaw and Fisher Pescados are your next teams to be eliminated at the collision on the coast.
Wow.
Delaware getting that win over Fisher Pescados, and Maryland the win over Kennesaw. So I don't care if we got the same amount of submissions in March Madness as we did for predictions in this tournament. Pepik, I don't know if anyone has a perfect bracket.
No, I don't think anybody would have expected Fisher to go out 9th through 12th here. That is a fall from grace, losing 4 consecutive games to George Mason and not Delaware. Unbelievable. And now that sets up a Maryland and not Delaware matchup in the lower bracket, and a Maryland team that also struggled in the group stage. They have kind of seen a rise back into grace, and I mean, they have set us up for chaos now at Collision on the Coast. How about that for some madness?
Yeah, just a second ago we were saying, oh yeah, there's 12 teams left. You know, we're still telling the story that could formulated to a lot of different areas. And now I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it 8 now, Pepe?
Yep. It's 18
already. The top 8 decided here for the Collision on the Coast 2025. What a series of matches we are witnessing here today. And you know what, Pepe? We've seen a lot of lower bracket matches today. I wonder if it's worth our time to scan over to the upper side. Maybe a little George Mason in Florida is on deck.
Well, let's see if we should be. He's taking a short break now as the Gators and the Patriots do get set up for their next series on the main stage. Had to wait a bit, but the wait will be worth it. Let's see who joins Akron Gold in the winners finals after this short break.
Let's go back to the days of the boom boom pap. With a snap back and a back full of raps. Back in the day when we used to bake cash in the stash in the back of the one room flat. Back in the day when I was a buck skill. Nowadays man's trying to do it for a bill. I ain't trying to keep my weapons concealed. Keeping it real, I'm out there for the kill. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. That which I believe that I'm bringing it. Let's go back. That which I believe that I'm bringing it back.
Mistakes in life, the thing to do is learn from the striping of goodness on up to the light. Don't worry, be happy, everything will be alright. Every man knows you can't take it with you, so the riches of us are no possessions and issues. Rich in our lives, not in our pockets, cause love and respect and more prices and rockets. Everlasting energy excites everyone. Everything ever lives happily, son, so deal with your issues until they are done. Open up your heart until life becomes fun. Every man has foes, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. man tries and every man dies. Carpe diem every day, keep your eyes on the prize. Even hurdles arise, it may come as a surprise, but with every obstacle we keep on growing more wise. Every man tries and every man dies. Carpe diem every day, keep your eyes on the prize. Even hurdles arise, it may come as a surprise, but with every obstacle we keep on growing more wise. Man makes mistakes in life. The thing to do is learn from the striping of goodness. On up to the light. Don't worry, be happy. Everything will be alright. Every man has foes, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man. That's how it goes. Every man be one man. That's how it goes. Every man be one man. That's how it goes. Every man has foes, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man has foes, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man has foes, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man has foes, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes.
You're listening to the sounds of Max Owasso. Best workout music.
I wish I started right. You gave me the best. I swear I'll do the same. Run for my legs. I wish I started right. You gave me the best. I swear I'll do the same.
It's like frost to die. Close your mouth if you are freaking fried. Sick is flow, so let me someone in the hype. In the hybrid, it's like wrist type. Lost the mind, it's like frost to die. Close your mouth if you are freaking fried. Sick is flow, so let me someone in the hype. In the hybrid, it's like wrist type. Wrist type, wrist type. Close your mouth if you are freaking fried. Wrist type, wrist type. Hybrid, it's like wrist type. Wrist type, wrist type. Close your mouth if you are freaking fried. Wrist, 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 wrist.
So we should start the rain. You gave me the best. I swear I'll do the same. Life on my neck. So we should start the rain. You gave me the best. I swear I'll do the same.
Yellow diamonds in the light. Now we're standing side by side as your shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come alive. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. Love and life I will divide. Turn away 'cause I need
need you more. Feel the heartbeat in my mind. It's the way I'm feeling, I just can't deny. But I gotta let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. 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 Yellow diamonds in the light. I was standing side by side as your shadow crosses mine. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place.
Best workout music.
Step to your girl while watching her If you took time, stop playing with your jaw. She might be fine with a mediocre guy. She's alright like I ain't got time for another dime. Gotta wind it down like a sugar daddy. It's not my fault, I don't start in the caddy. She says she saw sparks when I roll up to your addy. Dealing with lanes is not in my culture. Got your bad vibes and I'm blacked out Rover. Dealing with lanes is not in my culture. Got your bad vibes and I'm blacked out Rover. So many snakes messing with a vulture. Got your bad vibes and I'm blacked out Rover.
Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My worry outruns your honesty. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the lip on a trip academy. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mansions. Yeah, it's like that, she got good dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension. Slow down now, don't hurt yourself with this musical nature and nurture. They best is, I'm future. Killing this, stealing this, getting your looser. Slow down now, don't hurt yourself with this musical nature and nurture. They best is, I'm future. Killing this, stealing this, getting your looser. Ain't nothing in this world that's stopping me. My worry outruns your honesty. I broke it off cause I'm not settling. I gotta get for the lip on a trip academy. Yeah, it's like that, I'm in the girls' mansions. Yeah, it's like that, she got good dimensions. I'm balling, they pay me attention. Going up, hydraulic suspension.
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast, where we're jumping back up to the upper bracket. It's been a minute since we visited the top side of the bracket, Pyro, and we've got a heater coming up between George Mason and Florida. But let's recap what's happened so far today.
Look here, we'll get to the upper bracket in just a second. Let's see what's been going down in lowers, because there's a few things to mention. Gosh, we watched back when Not Delaware, if you look to the bottom of this bracket, get their win over Messiah. But most recently, they've taken the wins over GMU Academy and then Fisher Pescado. So odds Stellar Scooter. Keep an eye on that trio as they'll have to face Maryland after Maryland's win over Kennesaw. So early exits from teams, maybe a little bit unexpected, but and JMU and Daytona State, Bepic, on the other side of our lowers.
Yep, that's going to be a fun one. JMU and Daytona State is such a clash of play styles. I can't wait to see that one. It feels wrong to be an elimination match, but such is the bracket. And can we pull up the upper bracket as well to show all the chaos that unfolded up here as well, with George Mason being here because they upset Fisher in the first place. They did it before it was cool in the lower bracket to beat Fisher. And they'll join a Florida team here who handled business against a fellow SEL foe in Kennesaw State.
Yeah, that's definitely some incredible results that we've been able to witness today. I mean, I'm just excited for how far these teams will go. I mean, you've got Akron Gold up there taking down King. Akron Gold kind of looking like that team that someone's got to take down. I mean, 2-0 over JMU, 2 over King, which is like some really serious results out of Akron Gold. So expectedly so, but that is one Titan that still needs to fall. But yes, we need to figure out who our top two in the upper bracket are going to be, and we'll figure that out after this GMU Florida series, Bepic.
And this one is going to be great. And before we talk about exactly George Mason and Florida, I have to mention, I hate to, bring up BBB rival land this weekend, but Akron over there in Lexington right now is sitting in the grand finals after running through the upper bracket. And I mean, looking at our upper bracket, Akron Gold is a really good chance to do the same exact thing. So there is a real world where we see Akron take home titles at both of the major lands happening this weekend. I don't know if any of the NA players still in the RLCS major are from Akron, but that seems to be the golden city this weekend.
Oh, well, I guess we have to move on with our bracket to find out, huh? We've got Florida and George Mason teed up to get their best of three underway. Still best of threes, believe it or not, in this grueling format where you don't get a chance to get your wheels set, shall we say. You've got to get right off the bat and get into it. So George Mason University, after their win against Fisher, Florida, after their win against Kennesaw, can they do it to face Akron Gold in the next stage of our upper brackets? Can even Bepic Florida continue to make the great Florida runs after we saw some friendly fire in our previous match?
We'll see if they can. I mean, a win here both gets you into a guaranteed money spot. So you are guaranteed at least third, at least $525. And the loser of this series has to play the winner of Daytona State versus James Madison. No one wants to play the winner of that series with their lives on the line. Dodges them. And who joins Akron Gold in the upper bracket finals here as George Mason and Florida are set to do battle?
And we'll get the overlays all fixed up. That is George Mason instead on the blue side. And the team that just scored an orange is Florida off of Hammy Cracker shot.
What a setup, though. It's True Raid that officially got the assist here. And his demo also opened up the net. So definitely credited. Larry was just kind of there for moral support on both the assist and the shot. But 1-0 great start for Florida here. And if you can get Hammy Crackers activated early, Florida's going to be in a phenomenal spot. Of course, it's being a best of 3. The earlier, the better. But it can't just be Hammy Crackers at this point. I think up until around maybe this point in the bracket, maybe last series as well against Kennesaw State, you probably could just rely on one of Hammy or Larry really coming alive and dominating a series. But here it has to be both. And Dev will answer back quickly for George Mason as the longtime starter gets his Patriots on the board.
Man, nobody on George Mason hit that ball except for Dev at the very end. So 2 very calculated fakes to get that first one through, equalized quite early. Dev almost stacks on another from our kickoff, but very different methods of goal scoring that we see here in the first minute.
1-1. And that's a good sign. The fact that we're going back and forth between these two early on into game 1 as pertinent results already as we stall for a moment. Daytona State and JMU are going to game 5. Daytona State won game 1 in overtime, and JMU answered back with a 2-0 shutout of DSC. So we will anxiously await the results there in game 3, as that is a shot off the post. I think that was Larry that played that off the post. So close for Florida. Now Larry's side flipped, awkward at the moment for the Gators.
Yeah, it was Larry to pick up the shot from Hammy's flip reset play. So you mentioned they both needed to get activated right there. They just about did. Dev's been that striker, though, for GMU and nearly finds the net with that take. So I guess it'll take the rest of the team to do so. Titanium for the goal.
And now everyone's gotten involved in the scoring for George Mason as Jay slams that off the backboard and Titanium reads it perfectly. That's really good coordination. And I love to see Titanium involved at this high level. I don't think there were any real doubts about his ability to step back down from the coaching role after, I guess he stepped back up from the coaching role after stepping down into it after starting on this team for a while and then kind of soft retiring this spring and then coming back when the team needed him. So Titanium, a great read right there to put GMU up front, and Florida will play from behind for the first time this series.
See how they do that. Hammy over to Larry. Just about the goal, but quite the stop from Titanium. I like to think of the old Pittsburgh steel curtain for a hardy defense, but Titanium is certainly gonna do the job as well. It's gonna be Hammy Crackers, though, up for the solo play. Can't quite get the dunk. Instead, it's a drop down to Jay, who's now following this from the side. Shots there. Comes off the backboard for Titanium, but Dev decides, no, I'd rather not lunge on this on 0 boost. I'll make the stop instead.
Bailed out a little bit by Larry and Hammy, not quite deciding who wanted to take that ball, the lower boosted Larry or the further away Hammy. Either way, they figure it out, get some possession, but can't stop hitting the woodwork. Another opportunity falls by the wayside as Florida slam into the post once more, and George Mason, they're dodging bullets here defensively, but they do hold on to their 1-goal lead.
Maybe UF looking to put a petition in to see if that blue net is regulation size. Shouldn't it be a little bit taller? They'll think after hitting the crossbar a couple times. That's all right. Try to get calibrated on the shooting efforts. Hammy actually going to be above 1, setting up that double tap. Beautiful pass down to Raid, and that's all it'll take.
And he avoids the crossbar area altogether with this. Thanks to Hammy playing that low and beating 2 defenders there. Shure can just softly tap that in far, far away from the crossbar and posts, and we are tied up with 90 seconds to go in game 1 between these two. Still that best of 3 where game 1 matters so much, and Florida stormed back by way of a Hammy Crackers setup. See what George Mason do to try and stifle this Gator run.
And I don't know about you, but it feels like the players are on the edge of their seats just a little more than even elimination matches. Because, yeah, land livelihood is important. It's everything. But so is getting top 3. that means you're so much in the money, and you've earned just that rightful spot in a competition network of crazy good teams. So I mean, winning this game one, getting the right tone set for the series is so vital. Both teams actually getting great chances as this previous 30 seconds have passed. But maybe some even better ones as Larry comes down off the ceiling, nearly flipping in for the shot.
He tried it, but Titanium had the read again. Yeah, coach knows where the ball is going, and now Jay trying to get through Larry and guarantee George Mason some possession in the final 30 seconds, but instead, Florida will keep on rolling in offense and nearly find a way through. Hammy Crackers, though, just sits back, lets the ball come to him, and commands his team to set things up as True Raid gets the assist and the bump.
I'll see you in the next solar system, Jay. Sent into orbit on that bump. Nobody home. Or with near a gravitational pull to drag that ball away. But off the kickoff, we're coming back through like a meteor strike back to planet Earth.
Everyone got beat, and Hammy Crackers have started moving towards the boost out to the side, going far post, hoping for a little bit of extra time to defend right there. But George Mason have an immediate answer to that Florida lead, although we're not done with regulation just yet, not by a long shot. 10 seconds left, that net's open. Can Jay put the ball on target? Not quite, but Titanium's there! A hat trick for the former coach, and George Mason jumping the lead.
The player to call out on the kickoff and on the follow-up goal, the clutch master, Titanium, for the go-ahead. And now it's about holding true. Kickoff favors the team once again, as they've been the rightful players when the 3-2-1 goes down and that final countdown finished for game one.
Who let Titanium switch from starting to coaching? Because this guy's obviously still got it. This George Mason team was struggling at the start of the spring, making a roster change, bringing in a Dat from the academy team, bringing in Jasnon from the academy team, trying to find a roster that worked. And Titanium decided, okay, I'll stop coaching for now and join the starting lineup again. And since then, in the SCL, they've made a run from maybe top 25 to top 12 guaranteed in the postseason. They beat James Madison on LAN a couple of weeks ago. And here, obviously putting up a great fight in the upper bracket of Collision on the coast. And they shot 4 for 6 that game too, Pyro.
It's really incredible. Yeah, the team is 4 for 6 on that last matchup. Almost every single goal assisted as well. You had Jay with the playmaker title on 3 assists, making sure each of those shots had the right guiding path to the final striker. So going up right now for GMU. Let's see how they do in game 2.
Need to keep it rolling because that Florida offense was setting up avalanches of shots on that blue net. They ended with 12 total that last game, and shooting 3 for 12 isn't too bad, especially considering the possession numbers that they had. Typically, that'll get you a game win, but George Mason had the ice on the main stage, and so they take match point first. Looking for first blood now. Open backboard for Jay on an easy angle to put that shot on target with, but still a decent start for George Mason.
Decent indeed. I mean, they're taking more of an aggressive approach. I like the bump attempts here. Straight out the gate, get aggressive, and Larry finding a bit too many touches on the ball there. Ended up denying his own teammates' efforts for the shot. Sometimes you carve the path a little too clearly towards the net and end up getting in the way of it. But I'm sure that won't be the last opportunity for Florida to score.
Off the sidewall, George Mason will get their next chance to maybe score as Titanium steps up and pops that ball very high. Hammy was ready for it and takes Dev out of the way of his midfield posture, though. Larry had to follow up well, and he did at that midfield line. George Mason will not let Florida establish themselves in offense here in the first 90 seconds. 70% field domination for the Patriots. And there have been chances for Florida. They've got one shot on target and sometimes spent in offense, but this is suffocating from a George Mason team that is feeling hot after that game 1 win, I'm sure.
Yeah, Florida needs some kind of reprieve here. This might be it. Hammy slams it after the goalie gets bullied.
I love the strategy in this series for Florida. It's just raid, go hunt. And this time he connects with Titanium. I think on 3 of the 4 Florida goals this series, it's been set up by a raid bump or demo on the George Mason goal line. That's the strategy here for true raid. I always wonder what his role is going to be in certain series. Ooh. Sometimes he's needed a lot in defense, and sometimes he can afford to play aggressively like this, and it's caught George Mason off and set up a kickoff goal to follow.
At a certain point, we need to install some lockers in Champions Field because that's exactly where George Mason players are being stuffed into this matchup, bullied from every angle. But how can they find the combination, the code to get out? I think the code is as simple as one word: Titanium.
The coach has the code. This is just simple striking. He delays the shot a half second to bait the defender out of position and then lobs it over the head of the last man back for Florida. 2-1. George Mason finally get their first goal after a really solid start possessionally in the first 2 minutes. So it took them a little while, but they got that first and now are searching for a second. A Titanium on the ball could deliver, if not for true raid there. Getting up to crossbar level to make that save.
Wave dash left a little more to be desired, but Dev still picks up the boost, so it's good for a boost steal to keep the possession game alive for George Mason. Long clear is met by Dev on the goal line. Earns another touch with the flip, and crashing under this ball are 3 players. 2 from George Mason. They're spread a little bit thin in terms of who plays where on the ball. Titanium goes for the bump and forces the touch out to Jay as the lane was clear.
I love the perspective that we got on that initial viewing of the goal, as we were, I think, watching True Raid's perspective as Jay just gets the ball sent right at him. It's another great setup by Titanium up front, but Jay's striking has been on point this series. That's a big one there, and it gets us tied up after Florida jumped out to that quick 2-0 lead.
That was like being sent to the batting cage, a fastball right to the tip of your car, and Jay was ready to hit it for the home run. But feels like it's only inning number 5, 6. There's still more at-bats to be had, especially with the game tied here. Larry setting up something here for their teammate, pushing forward. No one at net, but without any boost. They struggle to score. Needed a little help from Hammy, but got the job done.
The closest player to the ball when it went off the backboard was at the midfield circle. That's how deep George Mason was in Florida territory, and that's why Larry, with no boost, unable to catch up to the ball immediately, was able to wait what felt like a decade before finding Hammy crackers across the box for the third, and another go-ahead goal for the Gators. That was kind of unbelievable. That's the most out of position I've seen George Mason in this series so far. But 90 seconds left. We all remember what happened at the end of game 1. This is by no means over.
The Gators looking to jump, earn game number 3. Just about have it here as they lurk in the swamps and strike once again. Those teeth are piercing.
Is the tough read. Titanium's got no boost, and I think he expected that ball to go up a little bit higher than it did. Otherwise, he could have made a dive for it, but tough position to be in with Florida bearing down on you like that, just breathing down your neck, waiting for that one little mistake for them to jump on, and they did. 4-2, just like that. Another 2-goal advantage for the Gators.
Probably enough time to hold it, but at this point, for the close games we've seen and for the clutch factor that we just witnessed out of George Mason in game 1, you can't be too sure. Dev's going to search for Jay on the midfield. That's going to be a miss. Titanium trying to fill in, unable to steal boost or get the ball. So that plan needs to be wiped off the whiteboard and drawn again. Titanium off the corner this time. Hammy to meet. That's struck with some power that forces Titanium to make the play again. Nice link to Jay. I mean, they're carving out the passing lanes. This is good, but the steps in the sequence after that just haven't linked up quite right. Dev shot on low boost, just not enough, and Florida looks like they found maybe their last exit they needed.
10 seconds left. I'm holding my breath because this could be a goal, actually. Larry's the last man back, and Jay will make contact. The ball wasn't in a scoreable position, and George Mason needed that shot to go in right then and there from Dev, but it doesn't. So we're going to game 3. What a monstrous performance from both. Larry notched 3 saves alongside his 2 goals and came up massive for Florida.
And then instead of George Mason coming together and performing so clutch at the end of the game, it kind of looked like in the second half they fell apart a little bit. That was exemplified by the play where no one was in the defensive half as the ball was just tapped into the net. George Mason needed to be careful about not giving such easy tries. A team that has the players to punish you, Hammy and Larry with that striking, and Raid, well, Raid's pretty good at the demos. That's exactly how we'll start off game 3.
I mean, if George Mason's cars were the ball, we'd be commending Raid's ability to strike as well, as he has been nailing his mark on those bump plays. So it doesn't show up in the stat sheet, unfortunately. One day Rocket League will update, and Rocket League 2 will have that. But he has been instrumental in Florida's performance so far, as they've put up 7 goals in 2 games, but George Mason's been good in offense as well. 6 for them across those 2 games. So it's fitting that this comes down to game 3, and an update as we get into this thing as Raid tries to score the first. James Madison ended up coming out on top in game 3 over Daytona State. It took 2 minutes of overtime in a scoreless 0-0 game 3. The Dukes to come out on top. So you can't say they don't have ice.
That's the scariest way to win, Mr. Pepic, when you haven't been given a break except for the OT. And, well, we're a minute into this game looking similar, but with the way it's gone, expect a goal to happen before we get to that point. Wow. And some explosions, some bumps happening on the other side of the field. Things looking worse for wear for Florida, but Ray does get the save. And now Hammy moving quickly, got the full boost, needs to get the pass. Larry's there for the shot, but Jay takes away.
Now it's a 2-man rush moving forward. Titanium just takes it himself, though. Didn't utilize Jay until that ball went into the corner. George Mason working in tandem, everybody stepping up to get themselves some looks in offense, but Dev sends that one wide, had a defender to contend with, and now Titanium actually forgoes that 100 boost in the corner, looking for some on-car pressure there, trying to take out Ray. I don't know if that was the wisest decision long-term, and it didn't pan out either. He didn't make contact with True Raid there, so we'll stay 0-0 as both sides have their fair share of opportunities that just don't quite pan out.
Whoa, Raid getting swarmed by the entire George Mason team there, and it's allowed Hammy and Larry to kind of take their time on their approach as well. Larry's the one with boost this time around after Hammy got to the ball, so now they're going to crash the boards, but made unable to do so. The demoer becomes the demoee, as only 2 remain there, and Larry just denied on the goal line for that shot, as those 2 strikers were unable to get the first goal underway, but this still looking a bit treacherous now for George Mason. Dev trying to take to safer territory.
Florida has an extended possession now, but we don't know how close we came to an open net goal for George Mason, as there was a moment where they were hunting demos, Dev especially, and just missed taking out the 3rd man of Florida. That's the difference between a lead for GMU and now playing a ton of defense, albeit very successful defense. We're still tied 0-0. 2 minutes left to play. Titanium with a skim tried to change that, but that was a stacked goal line for Florida, and now a frantic one for George Mason that has Dev scrambling back to make a block. A double commit between Dev and Titanium, and now a little bit of awkwardness that will be settled down as we can lock in for the final 100 seconds.
Chance at the top 3. At the very least in this tournament, the reward of playing Akron Gold, if that's what you want to call it, in the upper bracket finals. It's all on the line here with game number 3 and 90 seconds remaining. Titanium's up for this shot. Hammy Cracker saw it the whole way through, said, I'm not allowing that to happen. I'm not getting clipped on in that fashion. That doesn't mean it's the end of the ball game. I'm so happy to be proven wrong here, because I said there's no way we get to OT without a score, and look where we are, Bepic. A minute left and nothing on the board.
Now downfield, Dev and Jay are playing confusingly. No boost between the two of them, but they almost scored and now going the other way. True Raid tried to bump Jay, forced a double commit, and Larry takes out one of the last two men, but the other one got the save off the post. Now scrambling back, that net is exposed, but Hammy Crackers can't make the save. He misses on it, and Titanium scores a big one.
Where did Jay come from? I mean, he had no boost on the other side of the field, made an unbelievable save, and then there he is to help close the play and refuse the save from Hammy Crackers. There it is, George Mason with a lead.
Let's see what happens now, what Florida does to try and get just one goal back. Maybe send us to a big-time Game 3 OT. Hammy Crackers being on the ball is a pretty darn good start, but Dev comes from the ceiling to stop Hammy. Now, Jay is forced to play that ball up, but Titanium plays along with him. Still, it's not completely settled in for George Mason on their goal line. A lot of low boost situations, a lot of double commits, but they are surviving thus far. Titanium plays that off of Larry. That actually works out for George Mason. Falls to Jay, who was upfield getting aggressive, and now Florida have just 10 seconds to score an equalizer. Off the sidewall, that ball will fall mid for True Raid, and he sends a shot on target, but Jay was just waiting for that. Now it has to be on 000s for Florida, and they will keep the ball alive. Center it to Larry. What can he do here? Off the ceiling, Larry plays off the backboard, but Jay again is the hero defensively for George Mason, though this game, this series, will not die. Out to the side, True Raid is searching for Larry, and he slams it off the backboard, but this is not a scoreable spot for Florida. And that's it. George Mason advanced to the winners finals off the back.
Ultra containment from George Mason in the final minute to hold their lead after the insane saves that were made, especially by Jay in particular. But what a hold from this team. I was concerned on your behalf, Bepic. That team of Florida would not die. They would not give you a breath at the end of that game, but I'm glad that you survived that. Florida fighting to the bitter end. A team to watch out for as they're now put down to the lower bracket. And George Mason University, congratulations. After surviving through that intense series, you are officially, at the very least, top 3 for our Collision on the Coast 2025.
A previous champion of this event. It's only fitting that George Mason is back and hitting hard here in Virginia Beach. Congrats to him. That was a scrappy series for them. A best of 3 that went the distance, and an even 7 goals apiece at the end of that set. Tells you just how close it was. But Florida drops down to play James Madison in the lower bracket. What would that be? Quarterfinals, I suppose. And that is going to be a match for the ages, Pyro.
I can't wait to get to it. Yeah, every match at this point, I think, in the bracket becomes one of those crazy matches that we just have to tune into. And, well, that's where my head's kind of at here, Mr. Bet, because I don't know. I'm still trying to breathe and take in that result from George Mason. Getting that win. I thought Florida was taking it to Game 3 OT, but that's just not the case. Instead, we're trailing on back down to that lower bracket, I believe, with Maryland and not Delaware.
And let's get that set up. We'll talk more about the lower brackets now, as that will be where we watch for a good chunk of time here coming up. Short break for a Collision on the Coast. We get the main stage set up. One last thank you, though, to Complete You, Kellum Mechanical, and Lenovo and Intel, big-time sponsors of a Collision on the Coast. Thank you so much for helping us enjoy all of the action that COTC has to offer so far, and we still have a lot of Rocket League left to play. We'll see you in a bit.
Come to trust me, we ain't good over here. Drop this. Come to trust me. Drop this. Come to trust me, we ain't good over here. Got to do this move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do is move. Dance with the groove. All you got to do
the heat, swallow me up, breathe closer in the meat. I'm seeing the sun, 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 I'm seeing the sun.
Best workout music.
no time. I ain't gonna waste no time. I ain't gonna make you stay. You don't wanna be with me. I ain't gonna waste no time. I ain't gonna waste no time. I ain't gonna make you stay. You don't wanna be with me. I ain't gonna waste no time. I ain't gonna waste no time. I ain't gonna make you stay. You don't wanna be with me. I ain't gonna waste no time. I ain't gonna waste no time. I ain't gonna make you stay. You don't wanna be with me. I ain't gonna waste no time. I ain't gonna.
Then I leave.
When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. You've been waiting for me. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, you've been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la.
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast, where we have narrowed down our field to technically 7 teams, as we will be sending one of the two we're about to watch out in 7th or 8th place. And we're watching not Delaware and Maryland take each other on, Pyro. A bit of Northeastern magic on the pitch.
Northeastern Magic on the pitch. Me from Pittsburgh. I like to think I'm a little Northeast. Others think I'm Midwest, but whatever. I'm happy to see these two squads on the field. Taking on two different stories, really. Maryland, not the day one they really wanted, right? Came out as the 3 seed in a stacked group. Ever since then, looking pretty dang good. Lower bracket bloodbath in terms of their path to this stage, but maybe not Delaware, even greater Titan Slayers as they just took care of Fisher. So two teams looking pretty hot at this point, Bepic, but one has to fall.
And both these teams started their lower bracket run in the same spot, that being round 2. Maryland was forced to start there as a result of their lackluster group performance yesterday, but not Delaware. Started off their day with a loss and have not looked back since, after they got 2-0 swept by James Madison, who is also still alive in the top 8 at the moment. So a pretty quality loss there for not Delaware, and the winner has King awaiting them in the next round of the lower bracket. So it's not easy whatsoever any longer, if it ever was, in the lower bracket.
It's really not. But this is what we expected for the Collision on Coast 2025 when we saw everyone that was coming, which was that when we got to this stage, it was going to get ugly. But ugly in the best way. Ugly in the way of the kind of Rocket League you want to watch. So as we gear up for this best of 3, I don't know who. I feel like there's definitely some Maryland players that really call out, but I can't help but call out Scooter again for not Delaware, the primary striker, the sharpshooter. When we last saw this team, does he have that same prowess coming into this match?
Well, they will need to step up to play Maryland, even just beat Fisher Pescado, so maybe they've already stepped up. We just haven't seen it on the main stage in a little while. But on the Maryland end, I mean, Hexy is the guy to watch. And this is their first time on the main stage this weekend, so we haven't gotten a chance to talk about how this Maryland team likes to play. And I mean, Hexy is their main space creator, but Waiters and Turtle supply such a level of dynamicism offensively that I love watching Maryland play Rocket League in offense especially, and their backline's pretty solid as well, but not the most consistent, obviously, with their bad day 1, and then they're right back to it in day 2 when it all matters most. So 0-0 for now. Let's see who does take first blood in one of our final best of 3s of this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, as we get started, Maryland's starting to cook up some of that attack. Got to be reminded that they did take the big stage once. We were in the casting booth for it, but that was a kind of unforgettable match against George Mason where maybe they didn't have the best day 1, but we definitely saw what this team was made of, and they're looking to come out with the W this time now on that main stage. I'd say for the sake of possession, for the sake of chances they've gotten on the net, it looks promising, but opportunities on the counter like that look a little shaky.
Not Delaware haven't quite hit as hard as we know they can just yet, but Maryland, same deal. This is a very even back and forth without either side really getting good chances to score at the moment, as both sides are playing solid defense. But there, Turtle doubles a ball that I think Waiters might have been able to score had Turtle not gone for the double tap low on boost. But either way, it is a close chance for Maryland, one of the best of the game.
Absolutely. Scooter zeroed out in the tank. Waiters beats him to the attempt, and a lot of midfield dives happening here with no boost in the tank. That reminds you about how important that battle is, where you can pick up those boost reserves, and what teams are fighting for just in the name of possession. Right now it's all about the boomer ball. Scooter trying to guard their side of the field with a high-flying aerial that gets its way over to Hexy. Waiters next up to the plate. That's a dangerous clear straight into the center of their side of the field. Turtle gets around 1 with that sharp cut, but finding it away is not Delaware. Got to be a little bit careful, though, with the clears from the corner about putting that center stage.
But no, miss from odds takes Stellar out of position as well, so Scooter had to be solid there on the near side for not Delaware, but was absolutely solid there defensively. So not Delaware's playing a ton of defense, though they get a real chance to strike from the midfield line, and it's Scooter applying pressure there from defense. So that one doesn't find any purchase either. Still just 2 shots for Not Delaware in this game, and no goals to show for that pair of opportunities. Though maybe now they can start to build something that they've broken out of defense and fake turtle into almost giving the ball away, but it does not pan out. Maryland keeps playing on the front foot.
And Turtle's been doing a great job on the little things, and so one part of the little things is hitting the ball on target. That was a great chance for Waiters. Another opportunity as this ball steers its way top corner. Stellar ensures the save. Hexy dropped down to Waiters, and another chance is left to the wayside. Instead, Maryland have had plenty of opportunities, but this one will be the closer. It had to go in eventually, right?
That one was almost impossible to miss for Waiters here. He high pointed it as soon as it was readily scoreable. He was able to stuff it in, though. His actual mid-range shooting hasn't been on point so far, which is surprising. At least in this game, he hasn't been on point. I forget the George Mason's here, so I was keeping track of Waiters' exact shooting accuracy in that one when we've got 5-minute overtimes going back and forth to keep track of. But when I watched him on Boost on the Beach, which was his land debut about 3 weeks ago now, as he was a freshman for Maryland, he couldn't miss, it felt like. Was one of the top scorers all weekend long, and he seemed like a land boy, a guy that steps up when he is put in person against his opponents. But so far, some inaccuracies, though he still does have the lone goal of game 1.
Does indeed, and that could be the solo point on the scoreboard that we see as game 1 is concluded. Still getting used to the fact that this is one of our last best of 3s that we will see. I mean, gotta keep in mind that this game 1 is ever important, and wow, just an unexpected free look at the net for Stellar.
Turtle just gave that away. It's a bad pass trying to get it to Hexy, and Waiters has no boost. He can't recover in time. Everything went wrong for Maryland, and Stellar says, thank you very much. I'll put that ball on target. 40 seconds to go, and Not Delaware have their first. Just like that, we've reset.
I've always imagined what Rocket League would be like with free kicks and that sort of thing, and I feel like that's the closest I'll ever get to it. This game far from being free from either team, though. It's now tied up with 30 seconds remaining. Turtle working the back line. Can't quite get a bump on anybody. Not Delaware, their vision on the field from evading demos and seeing where those demoers are coming from seems to be pristine. And midfield guard there by Scooter looks solid. Stellar might follow this up with a ground pinch. Denying that, though, is Maryland. They want to see the other side of regulation into OT. They might just get it if they can find the ground. Odds keeps this ball alive, and Stellar says, give us extra time.
Let's see how long it takes to separate these two. Maryland, we just referenced it, has played their fair share of long OTs this weekend, but Delaware's looking to make quick work of this one, though. Hexy makes quick work of Scooter. He's down for the count, and that opens up a gap on that Not Delaware back line that Waiters will try and shoot through. Everyone is dead except for Odds, and that's enough to stop Maryland for now.
OT progresses. Stellar. Long ball, but fully boosted are 2 of the 3 here for Maryland, ready to clear out. Waiters a high touch, and Odds out to Stellar. Odds can turn in on this and take to the backboard. Waiters force high on the save. That's now Stellar. Eats the 50 from Waiters. Scooter pushes forward. Has more left in the tank to get a couple extra tries as Turtle progresses the corner ball out. 50 sends it sky high, and Turtle follows up with a bump, clearing the lane now for Waiters. All that boost utilized, but no touch granted as Stellar rips it away. We are glued to this left side of the pitch. If you're looking at it from the blue end, finally crossing the court and coming right on back, we are with Scooter's touch.
Can't double that. And now Scooter's giving Maryland a taste of their own medicine, with Waiters being taken out of the midfield line. So Not Delaware finds a breakaway, but upon respawn, Waiters will stop and locate Hexy across the pitch. Hexy's the guy you want on the ball for Maryland. He is lethal when he's really getting going with his solo plays. And this has been about team play for Maryland. All the coordinated bump and demo attacks that still haven't broken through Not Delaware, who again are looking to get physical on the Maryland goal line, but Scooters awkwardly missed that ball. So all that good progress Not Delaware just did is undone.
Ooh, and it might just be done for overtime. The shot from Hexy denied by odds. Not Delaware says, never tell me the odds of saving a shot like that, because it's over and done with and they can move on. Hexy, though, still bloodthirsty on the aerial from their own back end. Long corner, odds gets a redirect to keep that ball high. Flying Scooter beaten out on the aerial chance by their opposition. Now it's Hexy. Solo play looks dangerous. They take to the skies once again. Double tap of the crossbar. Nearly there. Turtle, a light touch in the corner. May just kill the effort. But Waiters has other ideas in mind. Drops it to Hexy for a second try. That's all he needed.
Look at this finish right here. Waiter sets it up perfectly, breaks through everybody, but Hexy doesn't even think twice about going up for that. Despite being the third man, Maryland had pushed so far up into not Delaware territory that Hexy's able to get up for that player on the goal line there for not Delaware, who played a great defensive game. Despite over half of that game being spent in their half, they made wonderful stops. And actually, I'm surprised to only see one save out of not Delaware there on 7 Maryland shots, as it felt like there was a lot coming at their goal line that they had to shy away.
It also felt like there was a lot of time spent glued to the sidewall, as I mentioned previously. But yeah, with an overtime, over 5 minutes of gameplay, and only one save, that is something else for Delaware. Happy to see maybe not every shot hit, but at the end of the day, do concede on that loss. I will double up on what you're saying, though. That defense out of not Delaware, especially that one save from odds, was near. It's more efforts like that to hold the goal line and try to take the lead that's required for not Delaware to stay alive in game 2.
Well, their offense will definitely have to step up even further, as their defense could keep them in that game only so long. And here, already a critical mistake. Hexy, off this simple clear towards the backboard of not Delaware, is able to clean up easily as odds to make contact.
This is why when you watch Boomer Ball in the middle of the game and you're questioning whether this track can actually work, you realize, okay, well, yeah, sometimes you send the transition defense in a tizzy, you catch the third man out, and the clear downfield is a bit harder, faster, and longer than they expected. And so forcing that mistake is Maryland, and capitalizing quickly as they lead now in game 2.
Return. Nondeller wasn't ready for this, and so Stellar's missed again. Hexy can just act like he's in a shooting pack right now, with his ball bouncing out towards him, and it's not exactly a grand champ shooting pack either. He's just hitting the ball hard on target as the defense keeps missing.
There was one tough component to that, and that was the near ghost touch from his teammate as the ball kind of jittered back and forth. Not sure if that was on the replay or also real time during the moment, but Hexy is activated. There's no doubt about it. We saw the solo plays percolating in overtime. We saw that OT clutch icy goal out of Hexy, and now we've seen 2 goals in the first minute of game 2. Talked about it earlier. Pepik, you mentioned it. Delaware, or not Delaware, have to make sure that this player doesn't get activated, and I don't think you can get more activated than this.
No kidding, and it's not even fancy activation either, where he has to beat 3 members of a defense to really make his presence known. There, it's Turtle, in fact, beating the majority of the defense as Hexy clears out the last man, and that is easy pickings for Maryland. They are well on their way to advancing.
Maybe Maryland are content kings after all, when they went a 3rd place out of the 4 teams they had in the group stage, and now haven't lost a single match yet today. They're well on their way to doing the same. We still have plenty of this game still to go, but you've got to keep in mind this fact, Pepik. The one and only goal we've seen from not Delaware was that odd mistake on the defensive line where Stellar just had a free kick. Other than that, they've kept a pretty clean score sheet.
Yeah, that's teams swimming with just their arms. The legs need to kick in a little bit. The offense needs to help the defense out just a touch. And it's tough to get back into a game when it's your offense that needs to get going here. Because defense, you can just kind of lock in, make sure you're communicating, and go through your motions. But offensively, you got to get a little bit creative, which, okay, I guess it's as easy as that. Never mind, I'll scratch everything.
What we forgot is that the Scooter Mobile engine is still getting primed. We saw Scooter pop off their first win in the last match, featured a hat trick, and then was scoring at least a goal per game after that. That goal per game coming through finally. But if everyone's scoring for Not Delaware, everyone needs to have at least a goal per game, as there's still more of that deficit to push through.
Clear from Scooter's Fennec will find odds downfield, but Maryland is ready for this. Two players ready to actually extend that initial clear found by Turtle, and now Scooter has to bicycle hit that ball just to find it clear. Maybe a little bit panicky or just wanted to play it towards the ceiling, and it works out either way. So Not Delaware can build off of this, and there is time for a comeback. Maryland scored their 3 within about the first 90 seconds, I think. And with that, Not Delaware, they've got time. Just need to settle in, make sure they're defending well, and kickstart their offense a bit more.
Oh, and Waiters up for this one. Wanted to challenge. Scooter gets a nice save, and needing to make the stop once again is Not Delaware. Stellar on no boost. Where do you even take this ball? You run into your teammate. That's not the best option. Odds, though, as he sees the collision course of his teammates, bends through for the save.
Another bump from Hexy right there. He doesn't have nearly as many as the entirety of Not. No, actually, he has the most in the lobby. He's got 19 bumps this game. So Hexy's getting physical on the field. It's not by a wide margin, as Not Delaware have had their fair share of physical plays on the pitch, but they need to start doing it in the offensive end and not defensively. Having to make so many saves, dodge so many demos. Though this is a full boost counterattack that Odds and Scooter both commit for, though. It pans out. Not Delaware find a little bit of space in offense.
Ooh, okay. Hexy left that for his teammate, we'll say. It feels like Maryland are in that awkward scenario where, well, they don't need to score, but in the first 90 seconds, they were doing a lot of it. On the last possession, Hexy had a chance to dive in for the shot, but kind of peeled away, saying, I think I'd rather just play defense here. The problem there is you leave yourself to make mistakes and allow Not Delaware to close that gap. Maybe Maryland are better off just furthering the gap. Waiters could do that on a shot like this, coupled with the bump, but the shot's not on target.
Hexy again just ignored the play and went straight for a player on the goal line. But Not Delaware is starting to get privy to that style of play from Maryland, and so they're dodging it well and solidifying. Maryland hasn't scored in a while. Terrapins are in a bit of a drought, but they don't really need any water. They're not thirsty. They've got a lead and could still find a fourth, but Not Delaware. I found a lot of stops. Now they need some scoring. That's the next box to check on their list, and if they don't get it checked in the next 20 seconds, they're done. Their run at Collision on the Coast is over. It's a good setup, but it's stopped by Hexy, putting his life on the line to help Maryland advance.
Turtle may just walk the red carpet here. Stellar and Scooter meet for that ball, but this one's sent wayward, and it might as well be. The completion of the series is known. Maryland move on in the Collision of the Coast 2020. Eliminating Not Delaware. You mentioned earlier that some of the players there for Maryland were sacrificing themselves with the demo. It feels like Not Delaware are those sacrificial lambs of the tournament, as after removing Fisher Piscados, they are eliminated from the tournament.
Such is competitive Rocket League right there. One moment you are on top of the world on cloud 9, and the next you're driving home. Unfortunate for Not Delaware. It was a great run, though. I think top 8 is a really good result for this team, and I know that they think they could have pushed even further. I definitely think they had it in them as well, but Maryland keeps their run going. They are the only team to finish third in their group that is still left alive in this tournament. So what a run from them, and they get King next, Pyro.
Oh, yeah. Listen, as we said earlier, it does not get easier. King have been waiting for a bit after getting knocked down from the upper bracket, so I'm sure they're excited to get that match underway. But I know for us, our next match is just as exciting, one that I think a lot of people are anxious to witness. What do you think, Betbic? Florida versus James Madison.
I'm excited about this one. This is two top Southeastern Esports League teams going at it in an elimination match here on the main stage. So we are in for a treat with Florida and JMU coming up in a bit. And we'll break it down more in depth here in a little bit, as I think it's time for a break so we can get settled in, make sure we are well prepared for the barn burner upcoming. So stick with us just a little bit longer for more Virginia Wesleyan's Collision on the Coastline.
I'm just feeling
love because you got not the love in my head down on the water cause up and it's so lonely you'll leave me sinking lower so I keep on open but I've been undercover because you got not the love in my head down on the water cause up and it's so lonely you'll leave me sinking lower so I keep on open but 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 I've been undercover cause you got not the love in my head down on the water cause not the love in my head down on the water cause
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast. $3,500 on the line here, and we have narrowed our field of 30 down to 1/5 of that. Just 6 teams remain, Pyro. And I know I'm very excited about this upcoming match. A best of 3 between James Madison and the Florida Gators, an SCL rivalry that would have played last week. The Florida double booked themselves and had to forfeit. So this is the first time we get to see these two teams play.
They can't avoid them forever, can they? Listen, this is one of those matches where it's like, no way it's just a best of 3, right? But it's a long day. So a lot of people are saying, you're dang right, it's a best of 3. We got to keep it moving. So that's, but yeah, so much to look forward to in this matchup. Will Florida continue to be that Hammy Larry combo with, is it Ray just demoing everybody, just annihilating the whole team? Or is it the JMU success factor that we've seen so much of? This one, to me, is a coin flip.
I think it is for me as well. And in a best of 3, I really don't know what to predict between these two, because I could see James Madison with that high-powered attack led by Pigeon dismantling the defense of Florida, and then vice versa. I could see Florida's Hammy and Larry combo really taking apart the JMU back line. So I think it comes down to defenses here, who was able to get a better read on their opponents. And a reminder that King and Maryland are playing on the other side of the lower bracket right now. Again, it hurts to say that we're sending one of those two teams home with just a best of 3. But that's what happens when you enter the lower bracket. You're down to just one life and have so many best of 3s to play just to get back to where you were before.
That's right. That's right. It's the lower bracket gauntlet. That's just how it goes. So maybe this bracket wasn't how everybody drew it up to be down there on the lower side, but that is how it's gone. So folks, let's get to it. Let's get started. JMU Florida, we gotta see if they move on to the Final Four of our tournament here for the Collision at the Coast 2025. It's game on.
All right. Just sit back and enjoy. I need a popcorn bucket next to me instead of my notebook and pen, but this will do for now. Let's see what happens between these two, because they can both, I think, take over this lobby. I think all outcomes here, whether it's 2-0 JMU or Florida or 2-1 JMU or Florida, are equally as likely. But it's about who's comfortable on the main stage and who can perform with the crowd watching them intently. Away we go.
Oh my, Pigeon. Wow. It just intent on cherry picking to spark this offense alive. That is about as aggressive of an opening strategy that you could find. But Pigeon's kind of that player that you want to be doing something like that. And maybe the best 3v3 game sense on the pitch right now. The peak MMR to show for it, certainly. And they were very quick to nearly rummage about their way to the first goal.
I mean, this is a great display of two of the best players individually at this event in Hammy Crackers and Pigeon. Individuals that have made deep runs in RLCS qualifiers and can do it at the collegiate scene as well. They are can play around a diverse array of teammates and still find success. But here, Pigeon has come up empty, and now it's Hammy's turn. Has a player upfield trying to pressure ability, as it was Larry on the ball, but he swoops back around after failing to tag up anyone on the JMU end, and Hammy Crackers actually finds an exit demo before rotating out and being required to keep possession going for Florida.
It's been a little quiet for the Demolitions, but I don't think that's for a lack of trying. I think players are just a little bit better at evading them, and that's one strategy that we don't talk about enough. It's one of those unseen characteristics of teams that if you don't see it, they're happier for it. Pigeon, you can't miss this shot. That's the opener for James Madison.
Huge starts, and Pigeon will claim that first big opportunity for one of the stars in this lobby. And it's a good start for James Madison, but a lot more will be necessary if they want to find themselves advancing in the playoff bracket. But 3 minutes left in game one, we can still stay settled in.
Gators want to respond quick, so they've got Larry positioned on the far side. This one, though, from Gad could strike in. It will, taking Florida right off guard.
Florida, I mean, they had an opportunity here to set up their own offense, but it's just a quick 50 that Gad was ready for. I don't know how he reads that Pigeon is going to put that ball perfectly in the middle of the field for him and nail the shot as well. But that's a great start for James Madison. Again, I don't think it'll be enough, but so far so good.
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself, right? That's the idea here at this stage of the competition. In no way have you earned your rights to the top 4. Not quite yet, but boy, oh boy, are they starting to fly down the runway. That said, this is exactly the type of pressure that Florida were trying to put James Madison under earlier. This right had the ball on the wall and was stripped of it. All right, now it's Larry to boom the clear right back. Pigeon misfiring, actually, leaving Gad an ability to play the ball safely to the corner. It's not as safe as they'd like, though. Raid strikes the crossbar on the Larry follow.
And that's why I didn't think it'd be safe, this 2-goal lead to JMU, because Florida is too crafty. They're off the bar. They make Pigeon hesitate. And that's a win, if you can make Pigeon hesitate like that. So Florida, they find one to strike back, but will need to keep it going as James Madison, I'm sure, will keep eyeing more as they've got a high level of playmaking on their end of the pitch, but ability right there defensively finds a big stop and helps get the Dukes to that center third.
Wasn't sure about Hammy's approach there. I actually kind of liked it. He got the reset and then tried to dash over to the side, but I think there was just too much clustering of the defense there. Hold on, Pigeon just beat 2 to the other end. He's just a little too snappy with it.
This is crazy. So quick to get back up to the ball. Best Tammy, and that light little touch is enough to beat Larry too. And Pigeon has taken over in game 1. A couple of big goals and an assist.
Nicely done, no doubt. Pigeon was hesitating for a moment, but it feels like they got up back to a sprint in no time. That's really nicely handled by Hammy. By the way, on his backboard to catch it on the backboard and then send forward. Looks like he's got Raid in his wing to take up field, and Larry actually diving on this ball. I think Florida understand the time crunch situation here, that if there's any time to dive, it's appearing to be now. Nice ceiling pinch out of Hammy, and that almost reaches the net. If not for Gad's stop, Raid puts down, and double effort, make it triple for James Madison to see the other side.
Now Pigeon against Hammy. He's been bumped out of the way, and Hammy gives Larry a chance to finish that play off, but ability on the back line once again defensively for James Madison has come up big, and this is a great kind of mirror matchup, I think, of true Raid and ability battling typically as the guys on the goal line that are the effective third men of the rotation of their team, and then Gad and Pigeon, Hammy and Larry, but it's Larry and True Raid scoring for Florida here, as defensively it's Gad and ability both up for that ball, Pigeon awkward, and Larry shooting through traffic.
Yeah, through traffic. I mean, talk about threading the needle. That's like a motorcycle swerving between lanes. I can't believe he was able to split the defense there. They did double commit, but they landed and had just almost the amount of time to flip into that ball. Well done to give Florida a chance in this game, but still half a minute to close the gap fully. It is going to be a quick counter here. Larry sees Hammy already. Hammy wants to read the dunk against Pigeon, but won't find it.
Pigeon's got one flip reset, a musty that will go wide, but it did look nice. Still clear found by Florida quickly, though they've got 10 seconds left to tie this up. And Hammy Crackers has doubled out of the corner to tie us. 8 seconds left, and he will want game 1 to keep on playing.
And that's what he'll get. Unreal angle. Forget about the protractor, the compass. That's just a Rocket League beauty. And now it comes down to regulation. Will all the work of Florida be for naught? Can they stop this ball on the favored kickoff for James Madison? Gad has it up himself, reset almost down to a teammate, but no, they will earn that extra time.
Unbelievable scenes already in this series. 3-3 with spectacular step-up plays from the stars on either side, and Pigeon has just won it in overtime. It takes just 10 seconds for him to cap off a spectacular game 1 in favor of JMU.
It wasn't even a mistake of giving him space. They closed down on him right away, but still, Pigeon carves a lane. You've got to striker with force, or else they'll find a way. Hat trick from Pigeon to get the first win for James Madison University. And what an effort to do it. To bounce back after that comeback led by Hammy is something else.
Like I said, popcorn was all we needed for this one. Just sit back and let the players do the talking. And I am astounded that JMU was able to withstand all of that Florida pressure, as we saw 65% field domination out of the Gators that game. But JMU got themselves 7 big saves on, well, half of the 14 Florida shots, and Pigeon with a hat trick did the rest. Gad got involved that one midfield play, but man, what a big game from Pigeon.
A big game indeed. I'm just scoffing at the 14 shots in that game. That is, to survive that and move on for James Madison is some type of resiliency that I'll never know as myself as a Rocket League player. But I get to witness. Get to game number 2. It's JMU with the series lead.
And already, Hammy had some space, but Gad does make sure that that opportunity is short-lived and puts it center for both Pigeon and Ability. We're moving in for that ball, though. The double commit isn't going to do JMU any favors. It didn't cost them possession, as they've still got Boost to work with, and Gad sweeping the line of Florida. And he doesn't come up with anyone, I think, though Florida was a bit scattered there on their outside their box. But they passed their defensive test and find a way out.
Well, I like that from Raid. Slow played it for enough time for the bump to happen, and even when it didn't, on 0 boost, coordinated that 50 to the corner. That's just smart Rocket League there to earn the touches that march down the path for your team. But this might just be smarter Rocket League. The give and go transcends to a backboard pass for Ability to strike. Have the lead, but we know something about leads in this competition. They have been fickle, and part of the reason is due to Hammy. Okay, Larry didn't have the read off the post, but it looks like Raid did. Holy touchdown field there. Ability is going to get in front of it, but that's off a jostled combination of flips, and this thing's just looking a little bit awkward here on the blue side of the field for the defense of JMU. They've got to get in front of these balls, and they've got to make some smart saves and clears, because otherwise these are exactly the kind of plays that Florida are going to be all over. They do manage to get to the other side of the field, but it is Raid with boost. Larry and Hammy fully kitted out on the resources, but needing to take each other off the play as they did double commit. Hammy has a read to make on their own ceiling. They managed to do so. Team bump, and that miscoordination opens up a lane for the shot. Raid just there to save. Hammy will steer this out. Okay, 2-minute mark. It's getting down to crunch time here for our side of Florida. Can they manage to take the lead? Keep their tournament lives intact. Raid, this is a good setup. Goes for the goalie bump, but just didn't have a striker. Barely took up that corner boost. That's an important steal, but without the momentum, it's not going to matter much. Larry has to make a 0 boost save and just gets there now. Pigeon. Oh, this is the big threat that Larry's able to defuse for a moment. The bomb deactivated, but when will the fuse start up again? Hammy crackers to the ceiling, and they'll get the touch out ability to follow. Pigeon's taken away. Raid, an awkward jump off the sidewall. Otherwise, the solo play was ready. He's going to try again. This one off the ceiling gets away from him. The dunk's there, but the clear is followed by Pigeon.
I don't know where the next goal is coming from right now. Both sides are trying to out-creative the other team's defense, and now Larry, with just brute force, will break apart Gad's car, but Pigeon actually is bested there by True Raid, though Gad, upon his respawn, advances and breaks the Dukes out for the moment. just the midfield line, though, as Florida worked to reestablish possession that they controlled so well in game one. And now field domination has flipped in favor of JMU, though we are still tied 1 apiece.
Oh boy, Larry opening, steals the ball and scores the pick six all the way downfield.
Everyone was right there for JMU. And Pigeon, I mean, he's at the midfield line as well. Just has to watch as he's not going to be able to get back in time for that. James Madison cheats up, and they will be promptly punished. Florida looks dead set on getting us to a game 3, and they don't need Hammy Crackers to go bananas in the corner this time around to grab a lead. It's just a simple punish. But 15 seconds left. James Madison will be given an opportunity, I'm sure, to do something similar late in regulation if they can make contact.
Added. At 0 seconds, this ball still somehow stays alive. Larry will clear it out and try to get this game over and done with, but ability refuses to stop. Pigeon has full boost and remains right underneath this ball, along with Gad. Redirect from the corner. Hammy Cracker says, when will you quit? It will be now. Game over. Florida win game 2.
Well, a third all-deciding game upon us between these two. I mean, we knew it would be a long series here, Pyro, and both teams had to pull out all the stops, both defensively and offensively, to get the job done. And in all honesty, it feels like this is going to come down to who makes the last big play, because both sides have shown an ability to step up in the waning moments in crunch time for whatever game and deliver huge hits, especially late in regulation. Game 1 for Hammy Crackers there. JMU tried to do the same thing, but they found a big time punish. Florida did there at the end of that game. Though we are experiencing technical difficulties here at the moment, if you haven't noticed listening on stream, I believe we're going to take a short break to make sure everything's good to go for this final game. This series deserves everything to be properly online, so give us just 1 second to sort everything out.
Everybody put your body on me so everybody can see. Put your body on me. I like your body, but it's better on me. I like your body, so put your body on me. I love your body, put your body on me so everybody can see. Put your body on me. I like your body, but it's better on me. I like your body, so put your body on me. I love your body, put your body on me so everybody can see. Put your body on me, body on me, body on me, body on me.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully everything's sorted out. Shout out to the players for waiting on us, and thank you all for bearing with the technical difficulties. But Pyro, I think we're ready for a spectacular Game 3 ahead of us.
I know the players are, and I'm glad that we are too. This post-it may think otherwise, though. That one thought would be in from Florida.
The post was not ready for Game 3 just yet, but Larry soon solves that issue. From the heavens above, Florida will strike first.
Larry says, I don't care if the post is ready. I don't care if you guys are ready. I'm putting a mean one down. Exceptional from Larry.
All right, if we're getting that just 25 seconds into the bare minimum 5-minute period of Rocket League we get right here, then we're in store again for a spectacular third game. Let's see who can keep their nerve, though, because this is where it does start to get sketchy, especially if you're the team playing from behind. So for James Madison, this is a fairly young team. I mean, especially Pigeon. These guys have seen a wide variety of experiences at varying levels of competitive Rocket League, but still, this is a nervy spot. Money on the line here, and James Madison are down in a massive Game 3 where they have to win or go home.
Yeah, winning that Game 1, as we all know, does not confirm your best of 3 series. This match can be willy-nilly, can flip-flop like crazy. See how it goes here in this situation. I mean, Raid is here, present as ever on the ball, trying to deny the likes of Pigeon, someone who has taken over at certain points in this series. But this time, it is ability. Great save on the JMU line, and then he's following up with a pass out to Pigeon. That one gets away from him, but he's able to convert it into a touch across the field into the corner. Now Larry, the one to strike early in Game 3, cannot make it happen that time around.
And even though that play didn't work out for Larry, Raid was still in the midfield trying to bump JMU players. They have to dodge so much to find stops against this Florida attack, but now the Dukes get an opportunity of their own. It's just Pigeon up ahead, creating a little bit of space for ability now to work with. Flip reset, perhaps gained. He goes low with it either way. And True Raid finds a good clear out to the side, bumps Gad up the sidewall as well, and that sums up how Florida likes to play right now. Give your stars opportunities to score, and True Raid does the dirty work behind him.
Ooh, Larry almost did him dirty right there. That was a near dunk into the net. And now Raid is causing controversy, stealing, boosting, keeping everybody on James Madison at 0. Now's the time to strike if you're Florida. Hammy Crackers flick towards the net. Raid so close for the dunk once again. James Madison University forced to make quick saves and deliver it away from their net in swift fashion. Managed to do so just in the nick of time. But now it's Hammy Crackers across the end. They may have to do it again. Pigeon in search of Gad.
Now Pigeon in search of the back of the net. He's got a little bit of momentum, but had to build it up slowly and develop a shot, but it's the rebound opportunities that will be dangerous here, and Florida does only give one of those such opportunities up. Less than 2 minutes left. JMU still are scoreless in Game 3, and these have all been one-goal games thus far in this set. And with 100 seconds left, JMU needs to find anything offensively with True Raid bumping everybody, every attempt he gets to be a bulldozer.
Oh yeah, clear the lane, but it has been difficult because everyone on this field knows how to get away from the bumps, but what about the ball? Seems to be the biggest issue now on the JMU goal line. Hammy and Raid combine for the second.
Another big play, and True Raid, I don't know how he is balanced in this series, going for bumps off the ball, but still being in position for a lot of these tap-ins. He's just so aware at the moment, and he has a lot of experience on this team, but he just gets an assist right here as off the kickoff. He sets Larry up for a brilliant finish.
That's just nasty. I mean, Larry, the friendly roll on both post hits. It may just be a bookended performance here for Florida in the name of Larry to bring them to the top 4, but they've got to work just another minute 20 to close the deal.
James Madison now are staring down a gauntlet in front of them. Their mechanics haven't been able to get them out of rough situations since Game 1 when their offense put up 4 goals, and now straight breaking through Florida's back line isn't working either. 60 seconds left. We are going to need to see some brilliance out of this James Madison team. All the experiences they've accrued, all the mechanical ability they can muster. It's all necessary now.
It may be started here by stopping Hammy Crackers, who flings the ball downfield. Raid puts that right in front of the net, and now Hammy was so ready for that clear. Jumps up for one touch, gets there for the second. Now Pigeon has the whole court to cross. Flip reset, gets a ton of power. He gets a dunk as well, but it goes wayward. That may have been the ultimate air dribble flip reset to score, to give JMU a chance. Otherwise, now for Florida, well, the celebrations may begin. Raid finds Hammy Crackers across the field, and they know what to do now. It's just play, keep away, kill the ball, and get rid of the chances for JMU, because it's the Florida Gators in the best of 3 reverse sweep to advance.
Spectacular series that comes up just short for the Dukes of James. Home, a top 6 performance, but I know they wanted more, but Florida would not give it to them. It's top 4 for the Gators. And you know who they're going to play, Pyro?
Who's that?
Maryland upsets King 2-0. It was a sweep for the Terrapins, and they keep on rolling through that lower bracket.
Cloud9 who? The ultimate lower bracket run is right here at the Collision on the Coast 2025 for Maryland. Just incredible from this team. Almost as incredible as our sponsors for this event who made all this work from the beginning. Big shout out to Complete You, Kellum Mechanical, and Lenovo and Intel for making all of this happen. Don't forget our sponsors in order to bring all this amazing action in front of us. Mr. Bepic, boy, do we have quite the Final Four on our hands.
And we'll get to see the 2 teams left unscathed at the top of their top of the bracket as Akron Gold and George Mason are next up on the main stage. So come on down, gents. It's time to show your stuff. We're going to take a short break before we do start with our first best of 5 of the day. Don't go too far. More Collision on the Coast is coming your way.
straight, strong, firm, no limpness. Straight, strong, firm, no limpness. Straight, strong, firm, no limpness. Straight, strong, firm.
learn from the striping of goodness. On up to the light, don't worry, be happy, everything will be alright. Every man knows you can't take it with you, so the riches of us are no possessions and issues. Rich and
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast, where we are really narrowing our field down rapidly, Pyro, as 30 teams entered, and we are down to a measly 4 squads. But these two are about to show up on the broadcast, have yet to lose on day 2.
Before, but certainly not the squads. I'd use the word mighty to describe them. What a run to get to this point in time. Obviously, you can see the bracket. This is where we're focused right now. The upper bracket where Akron Gold and GMU, well, they have yet to lose. Only one team can go undefeated through the upper bracket, and that's what we're locked in to find out. Granted, both these teams have earned that top 3 spot. And I don't know, Bepic, I haven't seen Akron Gold, at least on the main stage yet. Me personally, I'm excited to see a squad that I've seen over and over and over again, but here on the Collision on the Coast main stage.
Absolutely. I mean, Akron is an exciting team to watch. They are the number 1 seed coming into Collision on the Coast, and they have acted as such. They've only dropped 1 single game this entire event. It was to NJIT. Of all the teams that they've played, I think that's the funniest team to drop a game too. But they're here in the winners finals, and George Mason, I think they put up a good fight, but are definitely battling uphill against this Akron Gold team. Though George Mason in current form, they could pull off an upset. This is a best of 5 now.
Well, for those that may have joined recently and just saw Florida's game, imagine a team that can best the Florida Gators. That's GMU. That's the team that earned their spot, namely a player like Titanium, who we've talked about their coaching background. And, well, you need any more evidence that game sense matters in tough matchups like this. Look no further to that player there. But I think it's time to get to our first best competition. This is Akron Gold and George Mason in the winners finals.
Best of 5. Let's see if these guys remember how to play that long of a series and not own goal. That is a bad way to start this for George Mason. Emilio has an easy, nice leisurely walk, and Jay kind of nudges him along as well. Though Dev he has to dodge that attempted bump that Emilio transitioned into. Still not great.
The best part is it was not a self-attempted bump. He got bumped into bumping. Dev had no reason to expect a bump to have to evade and a shot to save. And that's a deadly combo, especially when it's activated by your teammates. So brush that off and get up for George Mason.
Into the corner, George Mason still stuck on defense. And now I'm wondering how that opening goal concession will affect them here. Probably not extremely, but they have gotten right back to playing offense, and I have a fast answer. Though that is a ding off the post as George Mason come up short with their first attempt on that Akron net, and Emilio sends them packing.
Whoa, backflip central on the goal line. We've all been there. If you play Rocket League, you understand. But Emilio taking advantage of the moment, striking from distance.
That's another one that Emilio just kind of gets thrust into. He beats 2 players defensively, going through the defensive protocols, and is just kind of given a second goal. Some early charity work out of George Mason, and Emilio is the main benefactor, but 60 seconds in, that is only a small portion of this series shaved off the clock, and George Mason can recover themselves.
I think what's most interesting about Akron Gold is you might think at face value, well, now how has this team done so well if they're just getting goals off of silly mistakes? Well, the fun fact is they're almost forced errors. The speediness done by Akron Gold to get certain bumps on the field or just outpace the ever-living heck out of your team's attack and bomb the ball downfield. It's taking George Mason off guard, and they're recalibrating to this tempo.
I'll have to recalibrate fast. Def and Titanium won't be able to. They have to watch as Jay will rotate around and try and stop Emilio, who plays that ball mid, but Dev makes a good read upon his respawn. Jonathan next up in rotation for Akron Gold. He'll ground pinch a shot on target and set up a rebound for Emilio that goes off 2 pieces of the woodwork before remaining out.
Well, you knew Emilio knew exactly where to strike. That was away from the defense, but it was also away from the net. Too much woodwork action happening there, and so Emilio will try to take advantage of this moment instead. Speedy as ever. Self-pass off the sidewall sets up Jonathan on the turnaround, but he'll strike the backboard for George Mason to turn around.
That's a nice dunk. Titanium puts the ball center. George Mason haven't had a limited offense, despite playing a lot on their back foot. GMU have had a couple of decent looks at that Akron net, but most of them have been turned aside, that time by good defense. And now Emilio can break out as he takes the ball down the pitch, following a demo at that midfield line. George Mason are being blown up left and right so far. Oxy's got 4 demos in just the first 3 minutes of game 1 here.
Yeah, something else here, coming in with the heavy hammer and reminding them of their presence, but in a physical way, certainly. It's being handed back to them, and as well as the shots from Titanium, looking for a redemption effort here on offense. Jonathan, no boost, pass out to Emilio. Here's the quick counter, and exactly who, if you're George Mason, you don't want to have the ball high flying to your net. Emilio, who's been popping off so far this game. And, of course, credited with the 2 goals so far, and is now credited with one of the 2 saves for the team. A nice ascent to that one, as maybe a few more saves just need to be made for that first Akron win. Going to be tough off the demo, but handing it right back is Emilio.
Oh, that's awesome. A little bit of revenge for his teammate, Emilio. Countering an explosion with another explosion. And Oxy has an Exterminator medal already in game 1, racking up the demos here. And it's hard to play, against Akron in general, but for George Mason, when they're being taken out left and right, that's 6 demos total for Akron Gold. It's even tougher to manage boost, manage your positions, and it's an extra wrinkle that you have to track now, playing already a great team.
Having to have eyes in the back of your head, aka swiveling that camera as you're progressing around the field, is nothing easy when you're also, trying to beat Akron. It's a double whammy that no one wants to face, but George Mason, buck up, because you've got no other choice. This is 30 seconds now for 2 goals of George Mason. That shot looks good from Dev, but it's handled well by Emilio.
Jay follows it up with a midline read. Got the ball mid for Titanium, but 15 seconds left. You can't be missing shots like that. Titanium sent the ball off target, and Akron Gold get out. Maybe could have found a third, but Emilio plays the time-wasting role instead, and that won't come back to bite Akron as they stick themselves in offense and stay there for a good chunk of game 1, capping off a decent start to this best of 5.
Oxy not only with the demos, but the carry out as well. A couple extra ball touches. All of the stats here are being padded by Akron for the end of this one. I sort of wonder if Oxy is inspired by the Duelist, the popular Valorant pro, who just demolishes everybody on the field, because the amount of demos he had in this game, it reminds me of that off the ball pressure that Oxy had. Certainly was a big factor, but not the only one for that win. Emilio is the MVP, 700 plus points.
I mean, if Oxy got points for demos, I think he would have eclipsed Emilio there. But those 2 opening goals for Emilio really set the tone. I mean, it established very early on that Akron Gold are the favorites here. Now, George Mason have to fight from behind. I mean, both in score in game 1, but just in general, when it comes to pace, when it comes to dodging demos, this is going to be a tough series for George Mason. And they had a couple of chances, a couple of high quality looks there in the first game, but they missed on too many. And shut out in place, made good saves. So going forward, George Mason have to take that next evolution here going into game 2 of this set.
Let's see, at least an Ivysaur instead of the Bulbasaur. Uh-oh. All right, someone used sleep powder, I think, on the defense of George Mason again, because while they're high-flying, jumping, flip-flopping, they just can't get in front of that shot lane.
Akron continued to control things here. That's 3 unanswered to open up this set, and it's early on in these games too. That's demoralizing, and I don't care how mentally strong you are, it's got to be at least a little frustrating to be giving up goals like this early on into these games. So Akron with a good start here, we'll look to add. Emilio on the ball going up the side wall is a terrifying presence, though. Jay gets the initial read. Jonathan and Oxy are always looming, and Jonathan was sweeping the goal line. Maybe it's his turn to go fetch demos in game 2.
Could very well be. For now, it's gathering saves for their team, much needed, as Dev is the next one up to the plate. Shot put wide, but Emilio still handles well. This is Jade now with a strike, a ripper towards the net. That's handled well once again by the defense of Akron. It's proving that a little bit of creativity or a little extra power is what's necessary to jostle this Akron defense. Otherwise, they remain a formidable foe. Jonathan, pass over to Emilio. That redirect not quite there. Titanium leaves it up for Deb, who still has boost for the air dribble. Gets a pass 1, but Emilio again the savior.
And these plan A options aren't working against Akron Gold. George Mason are getting quick hits. It's just kind of a simple option. Solo play right at net. Play for a rebound that never comes. Or maybe a passing play that gets chunked out by Akron. George Mason have to be thinking ahead, doing things to throw Akron off. Kind of like that. Titanium upfield looking for bumps, but he also plays the ball straight up, and that could have turned into a secondary opportunity, though George Mason are pushed back promptly.
It's Titanium has this one. Double demo, you've got a 2v2. Jay decides to actually peel off the play. They don't want to be worried about the counter attack, but you got to be worried anyway. Jonathan got past 1 and nearly had the hook shot for the second goal. Oxy has a teammate to pass to, but he goes for the reset off the backboard. Emilio shot off the post. The turnaround is good. George Mason breakthrough.
What a massive save there from Virginia Wesleyan. Virginia Wesleyan. That's the stream we're on, but from George Mason on their goal line, put up an incredible stop, and that could have been very easily the second goal for Akron Gold, as that's the most mechanical we've seen them thus far in this series. But here we go into the final couple minutes of game 2, and George Mason could use a run.
I can't help but to think, but that mechanical play was from Oxy, and it didn't go in, and they got scored on. So Oxy's just like, okay, yeah, no, I was right to not even try to score the ball. I am just gonna demo. As he finds himself with 0 boost after that ball touch, so it needs to find demo fuel elsewhere on the field. At this point, Dev puts the ball down into the corner. Jonathan, wow, that is 4 players there. Here in attendance for the party, down in the corner of the field. Everyone jostling for that chance to have control of this ball. Dev gets a nice dunk, though, on the touch from Jonathan, pushing Akron back farther. This is a slow play in the air from Oxy. Musty Flick doesn't find the power, but it does find the drop down to Emilio. Double tap is nearly there. Oxy the follow, runs out of boost, hits it high, and Dev takes care.
No big clear, though, but if George Mason keep defending like this, they're going to find themselves in a better position to close out game 2. But Akron Gold always feel like they're looming, and now Oxy again will get mecking, and this time around he isn't stopped. That flick is too powerful for GMU to handle.
All right. Who let him shoot? Come on now. That's great work and showcasing the many ways in which Oxy plays this game so well. Love that delayed flick. That turnaround and pop was something I could watch back a few more times over, but enough of that. More of George Mason working to get this ball game tied again. Sending some good shots out. And wow, Jay has a lot of space here. Might as well take it high. It gets past 1. Oxy no boost. Does get the save away. Dev properly positioned to ensue this possession. Oxy drops it down to Emilio, though, to extinguish it.
Jay off the ceiling can't get through Oxy, so George Mason are backed up again, though I never completely pushed back. And with that demo up ahead, Dev has an open net to shoot on. That's the best execution I think George Mason has had on any play so far offensively.
It was really, really well done. I mean, you have Dev, who at first started out putting that ball away from a high-flying Jonathan. That's where it begins for me. Oh, does it end there? On the kickoff goal?
Well, George Mason's got time, but that one is painful to give up. I mean, you just got back into this game. You defended so long just to put yourself in a manageable spot here in the final 90 seconds, and then you tie things up just to give it up off the kickoff. But George Mason, they've got resilience. Just can they break through Akron Gold's defense a third time? I think that's the bigger question.
Feels like it's going to need to happen. In the reverse sweep, it is a best of 5. It is a shorter series. It is certainly possible, but this is momentum stacking in favor of Akron with each goal, with each win, even if it's a kickoff. They have held this lead well, and they only have 30 seconds still just to do it. Dev's got to find a way to rip this ball the other side. He clears it across to Titanium. Musty flick to follow. Extra power, but Jay's just left to chase this ball. Hands it off the ceiling. There's still a dunk on the ball, but Emilio gets the last touch. They're next to having the last laugh in game number 2, but Titanium gets a great beat. All at 50 strong off the corner from the backboard. Someone's got to take this shot. It's the miss and then the wayward touch off target. Dev, final opportunity to Jay and Titanium, but they've just got no more fuel. It's cleared away, and Jay will have one last effort on the other side. He steals boost from his teammate. Dev called to the floor, but he's hit the ball away. Jay needs a half flip to the other side. It's just too much to ask for this George Mason team as Jay now got off the field from a demo.
So close for George Mason there, but it doesn't go their way. Jay didn't make contact. Titanium didn't make contact on that late shot, and that's what ends up costing them. They did get one last opportunity to score a third time on Akron Gold's defense. Just couldn't step up to the moment. And Akron Gold, they did their work all throughout that game. Oxy really came online with his several mechanical efforts to set up goals, I think just for himself mainly, but Jonathan had an assist in there as well. That was a complete game from Akron Gold. They look so solid and defensively almost impenetrable.
I really wonder what happens in the last seconds of that game if we don't see an overtime goal. I mean, that's just so rare, but at the same time, you do need to have all your ducks in a row in a moment like that. That is the second game in a row where we've seen a concession on the kickoff side. So George Mason to make sure is tightly done as they get into game 3, because now it is triple match point for Akron.
I think the key, at least early on here for George Mason, is to not concede within the first 30 seconds. That's obvious analysis, but it really has forced them to play from behind this entire game, stretching for goals to get back and equalize with Akron Gold, who they know they have to keep pace with to get out of this series alive. And the reverse sweep, you have to play close to perfect Rocket League right here, and it starts with early beginnings, because the more you let Akron build up offense on you, the harder and harder it becomes to stop them.
Ain't that a fact? Momentum's a deadly thing. It's fickle in Rocket League, but we've all seen it happen as well. Akron Gold, they've dropped a single game on their road here to match point in the winners finals. They don't look keen to dropping a single other one, as they are willing to expend all their resources on a ball like that. Would have been the time to strike for George Mason had they had the positioning. This is Dev to take straight to his teammate. Now has an opportunity for a shot. Gets her right over Emilio for the goal.
All right, if George Mason didn't score at the end of a sequence where Akron Gold is triple committing on their goal line, then they were definitely lost in this series. But Dev set up nicely by Jay right there, and Akron never really recovered from that triple on their goal line. So George Mason, a good start here, about a minute into game 3, and there is life left in the Patriots camp.
There is right now. They'll enjoy a lead, and now we get to watch an Akron Gold play from behind. Wonder if this offense gets activated and takes risks early on. They've certainly got a shot to go, and a little risk-taking needed as Jonathan gets the angle.
This is an absurd setup by Emilio, and shot as well by Jonathan. 2 defenders in his face, and he angles his car and shoots with the side of his Fennec instead of the front or the back or the top or whatever else. And he delays it enough to beat the GMU defenders. Now off kickoff, this could be another one. Emilio on the ball is stopped by Dev. Really good read there.
Solid read indeed, and it's produced another Oxy demolition. Jonathan to steer that ball in the smoke screen path. Oxy denies that clear. Emilio just needs a redirect on target, just missing it though. To the benefit of George Mason, they're very happy to see that one off.
I really thought that was going to be the go-ahead goal for Akron, as George Mason barely had anything to stop that attempt on net, and Akron Gold's capable of hitting open nets, even if they do have to be redirects from the corner, though. Missed right there. So 2 minutes in, just the 2 goals thus far. And Akron is flipping the possession game, though George Mason were showing signs of finding a way out of defense. That is another sign, but on the worrying side.
Okay. Dev's here to quell the worries, all right?
Okay.
Nice touch there to the corner. Yeah, Titanium follows it up, and, well, Dev just missed that midfield boost, so that's not going to help with the nerves, but there's one at least for Jay, who succumbs to that play. He finds himself right under it. Jonathan, touch to the wrong side. Emilio and Dev still with time, and Emilio actually going to play that forward despite the inopportune positioning there. The midfield was clustered with George Mason players ready to play it to the other side. That's exactly what Dev's thinking here on the touch out. That's Titanium now off the backboard. Oxy clears out, and in chase of it is Jonathan, having to move to the left side all the way across the half-court line, finds himself in the path of the demolition, and Titanium does not allow Akron to take advantage.
George Mason took just a little bit too long to set that ball up, and had an idea going. A little bit of an aggressive position upfield to try and get a pass center, but the first man never even gets control. Akron are stifling GMU at the moment. 90 seconds left, and field domination is slipping away from George Mason. It's like Titanium is being bullied out of the box. Akron so dominant on this orange end of the field, but Dev finds a big stop, and Jay can clear this. Not a ton of boost to get power, and Oxy's there to close down regardless.
I mean, Oxy pre-jumped that from like a mile away. You've got to recognize that and try to work your way around it. That's just building confidence in the wrong player. If you're George Mason, you do not want to see Oxy activated on or off the ball. That's probably the biggest lesson that this team has learned throughout. Emilio, though, wants to enable the team to close this game with one more goal. It could be that golden chance for Akron Gold to get to the finals.
There's one beat. Emilio leaves Jay on an island for GMU. Centers the ball as well out of the corner, but Devin Titanium heard the SOS and came to Jay's aid. 30 seconds to go now. Akron still in a pretty decent position when it comes to opportunities and possession of the ball, but George Mason can steal this game away with one opportune 50-50. That was nearly it. Titanium, though, shot is stopped by Jonathan. And now with 10 seconds left, the Zips press forward, see what they can get late, though George Mason aren't offering up much. Dev needs to make this read. He does, as consistent as ever. Dev stops that lead opportunity, and it's looking like overtime is quite likely in Game 3.
I'll tell you what, Akron Gold had only dropped one game to get here, but they have come very close to dropping a game to George Mason. Overtime is about as close as it can get. We'll see how these teams act here and behave when it really does come down to those icy scenarios. Emilio, maybe even Oxy, the players to watch here from Akron, though it is Emilio up towards the sky, Oxy to the crossbar, but Jay, the in and out save.
There's still no boost on the George Mason side. They're going to need to fuel up quickly, and it seems that Dev has in his defensive corner, and Jay upfield as well. Did get enough boost to maybe start this counterattack or get beat over the top by Emilio. Neither one will happen. What a reaction out of Jay. I thought for sure that was in.
So close, yet so far for Akron as they find themselves now on the other side of the field. Jonathan taken out of the ball game there by the demolition of Jay, but Oxy gets a better end of that ball. Solid 50-50 from him. Dev denies the aerial pursuit of Jonathan by landing on the ball. Jay does the same by skying up to it as well. These quick challenges from George Mason really stifling the attack of Akron. Something where they feel like they can't even get the fuse lit on these attacks, and it's extinguished once again. Dev denying Emilio the Gamer of any playtime.
He says, what passing option, Akron? They are pushed back now. George Mason are making good reads. I love their unafraidness to cut rotation and make plays on the ball, as whether they're underneath, whether they should be rotating back post. George Mason are trying to get the guy closest to the ball right in the middle of the play to throw Akron off and we catch up to their speed a little bit. I think it's worked for the most part. It's a good strategy, but they've been taken out and it's tough to defend with just one man left stagnant on the goal line. Akron were tested in the winners finals, but they still advanced to grands.
The ugly head of the demo game raises its face once again. That is how we see on nearly 10 demos in game number 1, and then Oxy, coupled with his partner Jonathan, demo the lane to finish the job. That is Akron Gold now to the grand finals of the Collision of the Coast 2025. They have brought down a team that knows darn well what the finals look like, Mr. Bepic, but now they'll have to do it from the other side of the bracket.
And before we break down the lower bracket, I have to bring up the average number of demos Oxy got per game there, 4.67. That's a grand total of 14 demos across 3 games. He almost averaged an Exterminator medal, which is astounding. And the fact that George Mason were able to adapt and counter that towards the end of that series is really impressive, shows their skill, shows how good they have looked throughout today, and they've certainly earned their spot in the lower bracket finals. I know they would rather be in grands right now, but whoever they do end up playing in those lower finals is going to have a really tough time escaping to the grands.
Well, whoever they play is going to be either Florida or Maryland, and we have to find out who that'll be by sending it to that match. So lucky for you guys, we get a special duo casting that match. That is, of course, Duck and Daz, the University of Dayton coach. So enjoy that, folks, as Bepic and I take a break, and stick around for more of our Collision on the Coast 2025.
love when I drop on the beat. Taking down my hair, got your eyes on me. You need it, you want it, but can you handle this? This lollipop is popping, you wanna give it a kiss.
I'm out here looking for a good time. Only got one thing on my mind. I wanna have the night of my life. 'Cause in my head this movie's so fine. I'm out here looking for a good time. Only got one thing on my mind. I wanna have the night of my life. 'Cause in my head this movie's so fine.
begin or even really what to do. Because no matter what I do, every time I get ahead, it's like I go back. So for right now, I'm just gonna let this one ride.
Be proud of who you are.
Coast 2025. I am Not a Duck, joined again by co-special host Das of Out of Dayton for us, and tonight or not even tonight, this afternoon, we have quite the match for you all in our loser semifinal. We've got the University of Florida taking on the University of Maryland. And this is where we get into the money matches. This is going to determine who finishes 4th and takes away our lowest prize, and who has the chance to progress to even 2nd or 1st place in the losers final, where they will meet GMU.
Yeah, we just watched Akron make quick work of GMU, a 3-0 sweep, and Akron didn't really look all that uncomfortable throughout the entirety of it. So GMU is going to be anxiously waiting the victor of this match between Florida and Maryland, and this should be a good one. I know Florida's definitely hoping that they can get another crack at GMU after going down to the lower brackets from the winners semis, but Maryland is standing in their way, hoping that they can make the run to 3rd and beyond.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a very interesting series. I mean, Maryland has not lost a single game in a series today. They have all had 2-0 sweeps throughout their entire lower bracket run. They did not start with an extra life. Remember, they were one of our best top 3, or our number 3 seeded teams coming into day 2. So literally just making that lower bracket run. I mean, if we look at some of the early results here that they've had, I mean, they had the bye because of their best place, 3rd place finish. They then 2-0 William & Mary, 2-0 Wake Tech, 2-0 Kennesaw, 2-0 Not Delaware, 2-0 King on their way to where we are now. Will the sweeps continue?
I don't think so. I think the sweeps are going to stop here. Florida just seems like too strong of a team to be sweeping in their current form. But once again, Maryland just making their run from 0 to hero right now. It's going to be a good matchup. I really do think, just with the momentum that they have, I think Maryland's going to take it, but Florida's definitely going to give them a game.
Yeah, and I think we are just getting some things set here right before we get into game 1. We are in best of 5 action up until our grand finals at this point, so we are guaranteed 3 games here.
Best of 5, I think, will make a big difference. I know, at least for the majority of the teams in the lower bracket, best of 3 can be a little tough. It's hard to get into your groove. You know, if you lose the first game, you have to immediately get right back into it because there's no other life. You're basically done if you can't figure it out. So the best of 5 should help both of these teams to be able to keep their gameplay going. You know, Florida should be able to at least stem some of the bleeding that Maryland can cause. But we'll be able to see which team moves forward. Again, still waiting to see if the lobby is going to get going or not. Still trying to figure out what's going on in the lobby. Once we figure out what the players need or want, then we'll be able to get going. What's been the best part for you so far, Brandon?
Honestly, best part of Collision has just been the caliber of competition we've seen throughout the day. I mean, there's been action everywhere, not just on our mainstream, but across campus here at Virginia Wesleyan. We've seen a ton of teams upsetted, like Fisher, for once, getting upset in the upper bracket, you could say, by George Mason. But George Mason, honestly, probably a favorite at this point to make it to the grand final again against Akron. But then Fisher losing 2-0 to Delaware. I mean, I did not expect that at all. So seeing that here, I mean, I think it's just been fun, honestly. Just seeing all the teams come up here, being in person, seeing a face, putting a face to a name. It's been a lot of fun. How about yourself?
I mean, it's been our 3rd year back here. We've had a ton of fun each time. We made our own little lower bracket run earlier today, so shout out to the boys from UD. For me, I'm really looking to see if George Mason can make it back to grand finals. The first ever Collision on the coast was taken by this George Mason squad. So if they can pull off another win, the only 2-time Collision on the coast winners, that'd be a really, really cool storyline to see play out.
Yeah, and as we finish that, we are now ready for our first match of the series, Florida kicking off against Maryland.
The name of the game is going to be starting off on the right foot. Florida in the blue half forward right now. See, Raid, no boost, just has to go off for a little bit, try to draw in a defender. Here's gets the 50. Looking set over 1. A demo onto the side of Florida. For now, looked like Maryland was going to be able to move forward. They do. Jimmy Cracker's going to take to the skies. Bumped out by Hexy, I believe, and Turtle to take control. B1, he's going to fake one out underneath. Gets saved by Larry. Last-ditch effort going off the post.
Yeah, and as we look here, Maryland is going to continue, Florida, sorry, is going to continue the push with Larry getting a 50 in the corner. Jumping out here, Hexy gets a 50 off of Hammy. Then we see, was that Raid picking up the ball in the midfield, Larry following up behind. Now this ball is staying in this Florida half, Maryland applying a lot of pressure on the Florida at the current moment.
High into the midfield, Waiters drop it down. Not about leaving it for Hexy, but takes the corner boost and is trying to move forward. High into the midfield, Wifty. The orange corner, Waiters, one touch, just doing whatever he can to try to get it forward. Hammy Crackers flips it out to the midfield, but Turtle's there to meet it. Neither team really planting their flag just yet. Larry might have an opportunity here. He's looking for the flip reset, was taken away by Waiters. It backs off. Hammy's going to take a shot, stopped out by Waiters. Larry up high. Wayward touch. Turtle takes it to the sidewall, but Larry followed through. Florida, a little bit of an offensive opportunity. Maryland gets the clear. Hammy Crackers is looking to move forward. Takes it slow. Brings it down. Hexy challenging the sidewall. One touch, two touch, over one. Look for the ground pitch. Hammy there, had it read the whole way. Again, either team with a real clear-cut opportunity. It's been pretty easy Rocket League so far.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a 50-50 game. It's been a game of inches, really. I mean, we've seen it progress into the Maryland half, going back to the Florida half. I mean, just back and forth, honestly, from both teams, as we see here. Larry up high, looking to take a 50 on the defense. Can't get it done. Hexy looking to rotate back in, but Waiters is there to pick it up and take another 50 into the Florida quarter. Hexy up high, looking for a pass middle for Turtle. Can't get it as it's cut out by the Florida defense. We see Waiters here looking to get a touch back, trying to continue this pressure that Maryland has continued to build up here as we cross over the halfway point of this match.
Field Hammy's up early. That's a double commit from Turtle, and Hexy gives Raid an opportunity to move forward. 50 comes through. Ball's just staying in the corner for now. Turtle tries to pop it out. That's Hexy. Downfield, stopped out by Hammy Crackers, though. Hammy is always the one player that everyone's going to talk about when it comes to this Florida side. Maryland can keep him under control. It should be relatively smooth sailing. Obviously, you can't count out any of the rest of the Florida players, but Hammy Crackers going to set something up now. Waiters is going to take that one away from the midfield. Raid. One touch into the corner, popped out by Turtle. Hammy Crackers. Big 50. That's a good boost grab from Waiters. It's demoed for its troubles, though. Should stop out the Maryland attack for now. Never mind. Into the midfield, Hexy drops down for Turtle. Taken away once again by Hammy Crackers. We keep saying the man's name all over the place right now for Florida.
Yeah, I mean, Florida's defense has kind of been ruling this game. I mean, Maryland's offense is doing enough to keep their defensive half in check, but we say that now. Larry's over all three, and that's an open net! Florida are up 1-0 with a minute left on the clock.
The Maryland defense just gone. Larry carries over 1, 2, and 3. Nobody able to get back in time. Fantastic carry from Larry. We have a 1-0 game with 1:09 left to play.
Yeah, this is very interesting. It almost seemed like as soon as I talk about Maryland's offense, keeping up with them, maybe this got caught out a little bit too quickly there, with Larry being able to take advantage of their fast rotations.
Little time for this Maryland side to come back, but Hammy having the full boost off the ceiling, has a flip, got a second one. Can he put it through? No. Good save from Hexy. Right up next, tight angle shot off one post, off two, and a great save by Waiters. Ditch effort to keep it out. Maryland surviving by the skin of their teeth, but Florida well and truly in the driver's seat right now.
Yes, Maryland are looking to get one last chance, something to give from this Florida defense. As we see Hexy tracking back, Florida pushing this defensive line further back into their half. We see here, Turtle looking mid to Hexy. Hexy fires one, but Hammy Crackers is there to make the save, and we now still have Maryland pressure with 15 seconds left. Can they get something to give here? Waiters crossing mid, can't get the connection he wants. No Maryland players are there, but will it pop it? It does not. It does not. It stays out as it flies to the Florida corner, and Raid will just see this to the floor or not as Turtle pops it up, and Raid brings it to safety for Florida.
An incredible opportunity at the end there for Maryland. Somehow that ball stayed out of the back of the net. Florida's going to take that game 1. There's a lot of positives to take at the end there for Maryland. Very easily could have tied that up. Didn't go their way. You have to feel that there's a little bit of momentum going back towards the Maryland side. It's right there in front of them. Be looking to capitalize now in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, even though they didn't score in that game, the end of the game looked very well for Maryland to take off in this game number 2.
Boost in his own corner, just has to let it go. That was Maryland, yeah, that was getting in their own way a little bit. Turtle, that's a big challenge. The shot's going to come through, saved out by Hammy Crackers. Opportunity still here for Maryland. Larry, no boost, has to try to get this out of his own corner. Raid's going to move in, takes it past 1. Follow it up, no, taken away once again by Waiters. Here's Hexy. 1 into the corner. Can he follow up his own touch? No, it's taken away by Larry. Waiters not a ton, just has to get 1. There's a disconnect. I'm assuming we're going to get a restart here unless it just joins right back. Nope, looks like everyone's leaving.
Yeah, cancel.
So it looks like we're going to redo the lobby here. We'll see if that has really any impact. At least neither team had that much control of the game right off the bat. Server restart probably won't have too much of an effect, but at least gives the teams a little bit more time to think about their game plan moving into this game too.
Everything that.
Go ahead and get the lobby restarted. Hop right back into this game too. It was a really close game in the first go. Is big seeing Hammy Crackers just kind of take over on the Florida side. Again, a lot of midfield presence from the one on the Gators side. Looks like Maryland, they had their opportunities. Again, keep saying it, that final 10 or 15 seconds, it was there for the taking, just couldn't put it through. As we move into this game too, they're going to hope to be able to be a bit more clinical with their opportunities. Just get 1 through the back of the net. That can be huge for the momentum. Just, seeing something go through for your offense. Remind yourselves, yes, we can score. We can put 1 past what has been a very, very strong team thus far. Just trying to keep the momentum rolling from their lower bracket run. I think we are back in and ready to go. A little bit of a false start for that game too. We're right back into it. There's a big demo right off of kickoff. Actually looking to take some kind of control. Larry 50s him out and immediately into the midfield. Shot's going to come through. Big save off the post from Waiters. Hammy Crackers into the 50 against Waiters. Going to be able to follow this up. Touch is going to go across the backboard. It's on the side of Maryland though, and Larry is going to put 1 back into the mixer. Taken away by Turtle. Now they can move forward. Bounces the pass 1. Hammy Crackers is there. 50 by Waiters. It's going to go into the blue half though. As Hexy, no boost, just tried to pop it high. Another 1 back in for Wade. A little bit of ping pong action right now. Wade to the backboard. Taken away by Waiters. Just has to flip into it. Hope a teammate's there. The only person there, Hammy Crackers. Touch up high. Should be taken by Turtle, who beats out Larry. Is there on the back wall. Takes a pass 1. 1v1v Hexy beats him out. Waiters is there though. First minute's gonna come and go. No goals passed. Some fleeting opportunities for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we currently see, this is going to be a game of inches, like I said in the first game. We've seen it go both ways down the field, and game 1 was decided by just that 1 goal. as we see Florida continues to push pressure into the Maryland half here. Hexy is up, slowing down this game as he goes to catch it off the wall. Raid falls down to 50. We see Turtle getting possession up his sidewall, takes a 50 into the Florida corner, and Hexy is there to 50. Oh, that could have almost flown in there and would have been quite the opening to this game. 3:30 on the clock, and Waiters is here, taking a 50. Turtle also takes a 50. We're looking, and now we get a fast break from Florida here because they capitalize with the man advantage. In that flipping mid, looking for a pass. It just seems like those passing plays from these two teams, their second man is kind of hesitant to connect right now, which isn't surprising because they are in the loser's bracket, so they might be thinking any little mistake they make could cost them set games in the series.
We're definitely at the point in this tournament where the results are going to come down to either individual flashes of brilliance or individual gaffes. And for the most part, we haven't seen really any of those so far in this matchup. Both teams playing clean, if not safe, Rocket League. I'd like to see somebody try to just take the reins of this match, pull out some highlight reel plays. Passing plays, like I said, haven't really been there. Teams have been trying to find each other. Nothing really coming through. There's been a lot of midfield possession, just probing, seeing if something's going to break. He might have an opportunity here off the back wall, taken away by Hammy Crackers. Turtle, one touch to the corner, going to find Waiters. He gets the ball midfield. No, it just takes a slow raid. Trying to get the clear. Got demoed in the process. Hammy Crackers to take control off the back wall. Mr. Muskie at pass one. Hexy is there. Is there a follow-up? No, Maryland, again, just unwilling to push. Second man forward. It's a free ball for just a second. But just as quickly it's taken away. They're trying to move back into the orange half. Larry takes possession, grabs the midfield boost. Moves it past one. Can he catch back up to his own touch? He can't. Waiters is there. But Ray is going to throw one towards net, and that's in. Florida's going to take the lead off of a rather innocuous play.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, Raid is also the one who got the one goal from last game too. But it's another one of those plays where it just floats above the Maryland defense and he's able to tap it home.
You can see what Maryland were trying to do, just getting the ball away from their net. Unfortunately, the touch was just a little too easily read by Raid. Now Maryland has to play from behind once again. Waiters puts it into the midfield. Hammy Crackers is there. Hexy to keep pushing. One touch over. Is there a follow-up? No. Larry is there, and now Ray can move forward. Never mind. Turtle takes it away. Hammy just keeps saying the name. He keeps being there for Florida, and that one's just going to go in. The defense for Maryland, nowhere to be found.
Again, just those high floating balls from Florida paying off as all the Maryland defense is on the ground and not up in the air trying to challenge any of the Florida assault right now.
To be short up relatively quickly, unless you want to try it reverse sweeping this Florida side. Hexy, this could be a start here. The carry through, saved out by Hammy Crackers. Sent two forwards, now they need to rush back. Raid is looking for a touch. Relatively easy save from Turtle. Should be able to take this one down. Hammy Crackers came off the ceiling, didn't matter. Larry was waiting for it. 15 out, it's gonna go into the blue corner. Waiters with no boost, just needs one touch, fakes it out. Hexy pushing it into the orange half. Hammy once again is there. Here's Waiters, shot on target. Raid ready for it, had to dive. But Turtle, that's a great 50. Maryland trying to keep up this little bit of offensive pressure. That's a big 50 that's going to go back into their own end. Larry's going to beat him to the boost as well. Could be an opportunity for Florida to add a third. Raid shot down off the post. Cleared out by Waiters. Maryland clinging to this lifeline, but with 30 seconds left, they have to get something on the board, and they have to do it fast.
Yeah, I mean, you've said if Maryland need to get moving, and they need to get moving quick. It's not a good sign, 2 games into this, not having a single goal. I mean, Maryland's in a position they haven't been in all this bracket play today. They haven't been down a single game in the series at all. They haven't dropped a game. So this is just new territory for them in general. But as this time will wind down, this will surely be a Florida win. And Maryland will get one back at the 0 seconds, courtesy of Waiters, as Florida attempted just to drop the ball and kind of end game 2 here.
Again, they do bleed. May have come too little too late, but Maryland have found the back of the net. Might be just a little bit of a momentum shift, but it might be what they need. Just get the ball rolling on the offensive side. Came off of what was a little bit of an ego challenge. Maybe that's what they need to do. Just throw a little bit more caution to the wind, try to force Florida off the ball, because there's been a lot of time, especially for Raid and Hammy Crackers, to just try to make things happen for this Florida side.
Yeah, and we will get started here with game number 3. Florida on match point, just needing to win one more of 3 in order to take the series.
Field Hexy going to try to find Waiters in the midfield. And Waiters ended up leaving it. Turtle came through. Orange half Raid, one touch. Leave it for Hammy Crackers. Actually end up getting in each other's way. Communication letting it down for Florida a little bit. Now Waiters has an opportunity to move forward. Bumps out Larry. Gives Turtle the opportunity, takes it to the skies. Raid's going to back off, loop for Hammy Crackers. Larry combined as well to get that clear, but no boost. He has to get a touch. Does so well. Raid pre-flipped into the corner. Cleared out by Larry. That was a fantastic play on defense from Florida. Very little boost for the two involved in the play, and they're able to combine to keep it away for now. But as I say, the Hexy's moving forward. Larry once again makes the save. This Gator defense just cannot be stopped right now.
I mean, Florida is putting up a brick wall. I mean, they leaked the one goal at the end, but honestly, they were just trying to control that game. As we see here, I mean, they're just first up. I mean, not even first up. They don't even have to be first up. They're just putting in good 50s in the air and blocking any Maryland shots. As we see there, one of the best Maryland chances we've seen. They just can't slot it. We have Larry looking up the field, trying to bring it here ahead. Will they give Florida another lead here as we look at the 3:30 mark of this game?
It's going to be hearing that crossbar sound in their dreams tonight. Just can't seem to buy an opportunity when they need it. 50 comes up high. Raid looking to drop it down to a teammate. Hexy. Clear it into the midfield. Turtle got a demo on the Hammy Crackers, which you would think would have stopped out the offensive opportunity for Florida, but we still see the ball in the orange half. Waiters finally getting it clear. Hammy takes one controlling touch, going to beat out Turtle on the sidewall. Larry to take over. Flips back into it. Now in the corner, Hexy has to backflip to get the touch. He's able to stop it out. He's holding his ground for now. Gets the pop past one, but stopped out by Larry again. He's going to take a shot. That's going to go through Maryland. No answers right now for this Gator side.
I mean, we see it again. Florida just continuing to... The reality of this match is sink it in for Maryland really quickly. They need to get something going. They need the reverse sweep against Florida here to keep their tournament life alive.
53, still plenty of time left to go in this matchup. But from what we've seen on the side of Florida, Maryland going to have to come up with the game of their lives. Could be a one here. The Hammy dives back to get in front of it, and they're going to try to move forward. It's a great stop by Hexy to cut out that infield pass. Hammy's going to pop it up high. No teammate to follow. He's going to have to do it himself. Might have a double here. Hexy coming up big. Past minute or so on the defensive side. Got the touch away from Hammy's, but he's later to try to drop it down into the midfield. Hammy ready for it. Can he get the skin off the sidewall? I think he did, but Turtle was ready for it and clears it out. But Larry, just again, they are peppering this Maryland backline right now, but that's a big challenge from Waiters. It's just going wide. I believe Ray needs to get the touch. It does so, but Waiters gets a big boost grab, and now Maryland has an opportunity to get something going. Get the morale back up. Waiters touch taken away by Larry. Turtle to move back in again. Larry off the back wall finds Hammy. That's a great touch from him. Forces Maryland almost all the way back, and another dunk from Larry. Hexy's going to have to start moving forward again.
Yeah, we see Florida continuing this pressure. I mean, all they got to do now is just control the game to the end. Very similar to what they did in Game 2. Except this time, with just the 1-goal lead, they can't give up that 1 goal they did at the 0-second mark, but it's kind of hard to see them giving up a goal at this point, with the one in Game 2 being the one that they leak.
Larry had an opportunity there, but just flipped past it. You have to think if Florida goes up by 2 at this point, it's done and dusted. Maryland, for the time being, still holding on. Still have time to put one through. But based on how the first 2 games of the series has gone, it really does need to be sooner rather than later for Maryland, because every tick of the clock is a small win for Florida. Turtle off the back wall, going to drop it down, taken away by Raid. Hexy, one in the back, and that one's going to go through. Larry doubles up the lead. It's been 5 wins in a row for Maryland, but this might just be the end of the road for the Terps.
Yeah, They will need to get something here off this kickoff if they want to have any chance of bringing this game back. Florida up 2-0. We saw what they did last time, a very similar scoreline at a very similar time. Led to them winning that game too comfortably, in my opinion. What do you think? Do you think they have an answer?
I mean, you never want to count out a team when there's still time, but we just do see one goal out of that entire series. I think it's been, they need to get 2 to even push this into overtime, let alone starting the reverse sweep. Again, 25 seconds left. You just have to throw everything at the orange net at this point. Really no point in defending. Just see what'll stick. Right now, what's been sticking is the Florida game plan. They have executed their game to a T. 10 seconds left. It's looking like Florida are going to be cruising on in this bracket. They have their rematch against GMU.
Yeah, 1 second left on the clock. The game is done. We will see Florida in the losers final against George Mason here, coming up next on the stream.
Take nothing away from that Maryland side. The run that they had through the lower bracket was absolutely insane. They can definitely leave with heads up high. Well, hopefully they'll be back for next year. Like you said, Florida moving to the lower bracket final. George Mason, your work's cut out for you.
Yes, as we get set for that, we will take a quick break, and Bepic and Pyro will be back to finish out Collision on the Coast 2025.
Strong, firm, no limpness, straight, strong, firm, straight, strong, firm, no limpness, straight, strong, firm, no limpness, straight.
I wish you started right. You gave me the best, I swear I'll do the same. Wrong for my legs, I wish you started right. You gave me the best, I swear I'll do the same.
So let me someone did it hide in the hybrid. It's like best type. Lost the mind, it's like fast to die. Close your mouth if you are fucking fried. Sick is close, so let me someone did it hide in the hybrid. It's like best type, best type, best type. Close your mouth if you are thinking fine. Waste time, waste time. Hype waste is like waste time, waste time, waste time. Close your mouth if you are thinking fine. Waste, 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 waste.
So we should start the way. Give me the best, I swear to say. Life on my mind. So we should start the way. Give me the best, I swear to say.
Every man makes mistakes in life. The thing to do is learn from the striping of goodness. On up to the light. Don't worry, be happy. Everything will be alright. Every man knows you can't take it with you. So the riches of us are no possessions and issues. Rich in our lives, not in our pockets. Cause love and respect and more prices and rockets. Everlasting energy excites everyone. Everything ever after lives happily, son. So deal with your issues until they are done. Open up your heart until life becomes fun. Every man has faults, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. And every man dies, carpe diem every day. Keep your eyes on the prize, certain hurdles arise. It may come as a surprise, but with every obstacle we keep on growing more wise. Every man tries and every man dies, carpe diem every day. Keep your eyes on the prize, certain hurdles arise. It may come as a surprise, but with every obstacle we keep on growing more wise. Man makes mistakes in life. The thing to do is learn from the striping of goodness. On up to the light. Don't worry, be happy. Everything will be alright. Every man has faults, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man has faults, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man has faults, friends and foes. Every man has heads, fingers and toes. Every man has arms, legs and nose. Every man be one man, that's how it goes. Every man has faults, friends and foes.
a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. I'm a maniac. Now everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. Everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. Everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. Everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. Everybody scream where the ladies at when a bass drop. Now, bass drop. Now, bass drop. Now, bass drop. Now, bass drop. Now.
Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah.
Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah. Tell me what you're thinking, I can change your mind, yeah.
I can change your mind, yeah. I can change your mind, yeah. shine. What is love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. I don't know, what can I do? What else can I say? Start to you. You know we are one, just me and you. I can go on. What is love? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
Maybe you love somebody and you're afraid they're going to hurt themselves.
Or maybe you don't think you fit in anywhere and you feel like you just can't keep it together.
Or maybe it's just
And it's like bust, the blunt is the lean, yeah, I know like it clean. If it's broken, gasoline, that shit is a routine. Looking fresh, you looking mean, so I'm sliding between her legs inside the jeans. I smash it, then I leave. If the blunt is the lean, yeah, I know like it clean. If it's broken, gasoline, that shit is a routine. Looking fresh, you looking mean, so I'm sliding between her legs inside the jeans. I smash it, then I leave. It's like Cosmo.
Welcome back to Collision on the Coast as we have our official podium, but we don't know the order of the teams that will be taking the podium this weekend, Pyro. I cannot believe we have gone down from 30 teams to just 3 left afloat. We did bid adieu to Maryland, taking home $350 in 4th place, but now we're talking real money.
I think they'll be happy to be in the money in the first place. But yeah, a couple of sweeps. We saw that from Akron Gold up over in the upper bracket. But what you're looking at now is that lower bracket. Florida getting that 3-0 over Maryland brings them to George Mason University for that lower final.
We get the rematch of another George Mason upset and a run full of them. I mean, 2-0ing Fisher is already a wonderful result for the Patriots. And then they beat their SEL rivals 2-1. Then they look decent against Akron Gold. But I think this George Mason Florida rematch is the perfect one to see who gets a date with Akron there in Grands.
No doubt about it. You know, is it going to be that Hammy Larry duo accompanied with the raid turning everyone into shadows, or will Titanium lead the charge here otherwise? I just want to get into the action. That's how excited I am. I see the players joining. I think we're getting there. It is the top 3 of the Collision at the Coast 2025, and we have to decide what order that podium sits at. Let's get into game 1.
Let's see. Florida is obviously going to be a little bit warmer, considering that they just came off the back of a 3-0 sweep of a tough Maryland team to beat. I mean, Maryland won, again, I have to count it, it's so many wins, 5 straight series in best-of-3 formats to get to that series. And there you go. It's True Raid in Florida, striking first about 13 seconds into game 1.
Yeah, we'll get that updated there. It is Florida on the blue side and George Mason on the orange. And they're coming in a little heavy-handed, I'm not going to lie. It's nothing surprising to see the bumps come through, of course, for Florida, but I didn't think they'd have an appetite to chomp this early.
Always hungry. They gobbled up some Terrapins while you and I were on our break, keeping an eye on that one, and then they've come back. Now they're hungry for Patriots, and 30 seconds in, already eating good, but they will need more, as this is the best of 5 now. This would go 3. The last time we saw these two teams take each other on, with George Mason winning a couple of nail-biters. Both of their game wins that series were 1-goal affairs. Florida's was a 2-goal win for them. So every goal matters here for both sides, and I want to see how George Mason respond here.
Well, nevertheless, I'll expect them to keep it close. That's what I'm hearing. Close games mean intense matches, and that means for every possession George Mason enter in on, Florida have to make sure they've got all their ducks in a row. So far, they've got a shot in progress, and that is now 2 goals in a row.
They're playing so speedily right now. I mean, Raid transitions from bumping on that GMU goal line to immediately setting Larry up for a small pocket of space on the near side. And I mean, George Mason had 2 defenders in the area, but they couldn't do anything about that because the ball was set up so perfectly for Larry, and he put a perfect shot in between them. So GMU getting punched in the mouth early on in this lower bracket finals. And I know for all the good work they did today, they don't see themselves falling short of Grands. That is the goal, as they've got a bracket reset of Akron, I'm sure, on their minds, but they've got to get through a pesky Florida side first.
In order to reach that goal, they've got to get a goal, and that's exactly what Jay was gunning for. Fortunately, that air dribble left more to be desired. It was swiftly handled by Florida. Now Hammy Crackers in search of the net. He'll get another shot. Larry on the back pass, but that's saved by Jay. Taken away by Dev. And, they had full boost and a solo play if that had not been ripped to shreds.
Oh, good dunk. Larry will take that ball away from George Mason, and they're trying to find some kind of established rhythm in offense, but Florida are making that so difficult. That bump will help, and the ball ricocheted off of Raid's car and went to the opposite corner, though brushing that blue net just a little bit. Scare me for a moment. George Mason will take anything at this point because they're down by 3.
3 in a row. It is Raid this time around. Stayed in the zone, cut in sharply, and as you mentioned earlier, it is swift momentum for Florida.
we'll see if they can keep this rolling, because we did not see any kind of blowout in this matchup between these two earlier on. So Florida's in uncharted territory, at least when it comes to this matchup. And I did check as well to see if these two had ever met in SCL history, and they had back in the fall semester. Same iteration of these lineups, just several months prior, and George Mason got the better of Florida then, too. So 2-0 in recent history is George Mason over the Gators, but seems like Florida is pretty set on changing that here.
I like this out of Titanium. Picked up the clear to move things across, and at a certain point they just need this ball on the blue end to spend some time there, really tease out the offense that just hasn't really gotten its opportunity to shine yet. It's because these quick challenges are meeting them so swiftly, and they don't really get the opportunity to get space and set apart the Florida defense. Quick challenges have been the ultimate monster to get past, as Florida have amped up the pace in this game, and it hasn't taken anything away from their accuracy.
Titanium and Dev were quite quick to jump up to that ball. At double commit, though, kills any progress that speed at the midfield line would have gotten them. And in fact, they're forcing Dev to own goal. He at least gets the save points for his trouble, so he can stat pad a little bit. But seeing that fourth one go in is rough.
Yeah, it's difficult to contend against this high-flying prowess of Hammy Crackers, who has been dominating in that regard for all day, it feels like. And it's seeing no end here. Coming off the sweep against Maryland, Florida are bringing the same gung-ho energy into this best of 5.
Dev off the ceiling. We'll locate Titanium. No shot will develop, but this is better from George Mason, as they've been losing that midfield battle, and I suppose we'll continue to lose it, unfortunately, as Florida claims possession back. And you can really tell that George Mason had to wait a little bit to get this series underway. And I mean, I hope they look better in game 2, because this has been tough. Field domination is 50-50, but George Mason, with their time spent in offense, have only found 1 shot on target, and obviously no goals.
That's a lonely shot.
Yep.
That was a very lonely shot right there in 4.5 minutes. Maybe Jay can double it up. Slow air dribble knocked away by Larry Hammy, waiting patiently on the backboard. The ball never comes, so he'll dive in for the demolition instead. Maneuvering upfield, picking up pennies, and that's more than what's worth the amount on the scoreboard today for George Mason in game number 1. That ball put down Titanium. All he can do is flip without any boost. Larry, a final effort to the net. That's defended well by Jay. Redemption on the goal line, but more was needed for George Mason in the Florida Game 1 win.
I really thought George Mason would keep up their form here, but a really rough one. Double commits. They just seemed a step behind Florida that entire game, where UF would get the ball with space so much more often than George Mason would to start counterattacks into the Florida end. And so you can see it with the shot totals, 9-2 in favor of Florida. They scored just about half their opportunities, and I think all of us are looking to game 2 to really see this series start.
I want to see if Florida's precision continues. I mean, I'll be honest about George Mason. They didn't really leave the largest gaps, but Florida were really breaking those shots through the seams. I was impressed by their accuracy in that game. There was between a defender and the narrow post. They forced an own goal that otherwise would have been a save if it weren't just high enough to reach that net. The shot taking was impressive out of Florida. And even if George Mason come up bigger on defense, it's still going to be difficult to stop this Gators team.
They can keep that up, though, and that is the scary part about this Florida roster. Why, they have been in the colleague top 48 for pretty much this entire spring, and I'll see if they will keep it up against George Mason, or if the possession numbers improve for the Patriots. That's an open-ish look. Demi is back to save it. The rebound is denied by True Ray. Would have been saved by Larry as well as they stack the net. Still, George Mason are trying different things, but still too far back, giving UF space to work with. And Larry might have conceded that ball a little bit early. I don't think he knew just how much room he had to work with, and that's a problem for George Mason.
Yeah, I think Larry, for knocking that ball away on the Florida side, needs to contain it a bit more just for their own sake. I think it helps George Mason in this case, and on their possession, they'll be able to continue it now, as they have for almost the first minute. And possession doesn't win points, if that's anything we've learned today, as Hammy Crackers delivers it across.
And right, again, Titanium was in the area, not challenging. And that's what I meant, was that was a problem for George Mason, because every Florida player, it seems like, has space to hit the ball where they want to. And even though Larry did give it up in that possession, George Mason will get burned if Florida becomes privy to those sorts of situations. So, dunk there will set George Mason up with a little bit more, but Hammy slams that long and forces a miss out of Jay. Nice follow-up is denied by Dev, and on that back line, GMU find a way out, and to the top left corner, George Mason hit hard in counterattack mode.
Now that's top 3 of the Collision at the Coast 2025 gameplay out of George Mason. Devs makes an insane read on the goal line to make that save, and then a top corner slot from range out of Titanium. George Mason are on the board, and they've come to play.
Denying Larry any kind of space. That's an open net. Larry was last man there. And George Mason are stepping up in the midfield. Look at this read from Titanium.
The Gators sink a bit down further in their swamp and recollect themselves as they'll emerge later on. Maybe, but getting dunked on those 50-50s is not the kind of low play you want to show off for. Instead, they've got to rise up to the challenge. That's what Hammy will do on that aerial. Larry right back to him, but a bit far. Otherwise would have been a solid give and go tic-tac-toe play between the Florida duo. Instead, it is going to be Larry in waiting on the other side. Knocks away the aerial effort. Now to George Mason. And Hammy Cracker smart to keep this ball close by. Oh, gets the dunk as well. Forces Jay's read on the backboard. Wait, he's put it right in front of his net again. The demolition from Hammy Crackers is not enough to clear path or give time to his team to score.
Nice scoop by Jay, but it's out 50'd on the near side. Still, George Mason, 55% field domination and a lot of good looks. They are well improved here in game 2, and that's what I was hoping for. Game 1 was just a warm-up game. Score really doesn't matter. You drop it either way, whether it's a 1-goal affair or a 4-goal affair. And George Mason are back to their usual selves, it seems, here, as Florida only have 3 shots on target this game, and that will be the 4th. That's just a straight whiff by GMU. I think he ran out of boost.
It's really hard to even hit this ball, though, because Larry's doing a great job staying in front of it. He was this imposing threat that could have just dunked it in the net regardless. Caught in a shaky situation. There was George Mason as Florida score.
That was Jay running out of boost at one of the most inopportune moments right there, as a big line of defense against Florida. Titanium jumping from the midfield line. He's here to be talking about Florida getting too much space, and he cuts that down quickly as he's rotating back, not just as the first man challenger, the George Mason defense, and from that, the Patriots build offense.
Gonna have to contend against Larry, though. He'll be credited with the save. And now it's Hammy to find Larry. That's a decent stop out of Jay, and of course, they just want to pick this off to the side wall, but it's not going to be that easy. Hammy's always targeting the infield, drawing into defenders, trying to split the defense out of George Mason, but a long ball the other way could be open. Dev fails to strike on target, maybe not realizing it would have been open, and now with the ball lofted in front of the net, no one's there to deliver the finish from George Mason.
Titanium is in the area, low on boost, but he pops that ball high, so he's forcing Florida to use resources and take time to field this. Meanwhile, Dev, kind of the B-plot to this, gets a big demo on the Florida goal line that could have been brought full circle had we seen an immediate shot there, but Florida do recover, find a clear of their own, and a 3rd goal. Larry's going to take the lead for UF off the back of kind of a simple setup out of Hammy.
Well, I think this is a dizzying approach out of Hammy. He gets the reset, and no one knows when he's going to activate it. Holding it to the ground for the wave dash, that just allows Larry for the easy finish.
Yep, it looked simple upon first glance, but upon review, Hammy did so much right there. I don't know how you read that if you are a George Mason defender. So they are down 1 now and need to clutch up, and I think they could reverse sweep. I think it's in George Mason's wheelhouse to find 3 straight against this Florida team, but you want to avoid that pretty much at all costs. And 30 seconds left. That comes with finding an equalizer late.
There's a good touch there from Hammy. Larry, though, has to play defense here, and it's the most important part to play defense. You can give your guys a match point with a win right here. Raid fails to get the best 50-50, but it does allow Hammy to burn more time off the clock. Handling it to the infield. Jay strikes on the ball. That's off the backboard. Chance here for George Mason if they can find somebody under the ball, but it will reach the ground. The Gators snap it.
Sweep is what is required now of George Mason to keep their run at Collision on the Coast going. And that was a much better game, too. They looked fantastic, just got outplayed, I think, a couple of times by Hammy Crackers, especially on that go-ahead goal. And that's tough to stomach a little bit, just to get straight outplayed one too many times in a game, and that's the reason you lose. But if they can still manage their resources well, manage possession well, like they did that game, then it's in their wheelhouse to rattle off 3 straight against Florida. But now it becomes very, very difficult to win this series.
It's an uphill climb, no doubt about it. But game by game, you take it play by play. That is where it starts. They've still got a chance here at Collision at the Coast. 27 other teams that competed in this event cannot say the same. They get to take the main stage at least one more time. George Mason, I am reminded by plays in game number 2 where Titanium just had this perfect downtown shot to the top corner. We've seen the potential both in the striking and from Dev, the saving department. It's all got to come together here in game 3.
Oh, True Ray, that's a big opportunity, and he makes the most of it. Brought in as third man this play after Hammy Crackers pre-jumped a Larry off the sidewall, and that forced a bad touch out of Titanium, giving True Raid open access to shoot.
It's that imposing threat that the Gators are that create controversy on the back line for George Mason. They've struggled to survive in these uncomfortable situations that they're forced into. Given that, it will be the lead erased quickly by George Mason on the equalizer.
Oh, that's a nice pass. Look at Titanium. He's not trying to shoot that, not trying to take the one-timer or anything fancy. He just knows where his teammate is and trusts in Jay to put that shot in. And game 1 was a rough one for Jay, but he, along with the rest of the George Mason team, have really collected themselves so nicely. It's obvious there is a lot of experience on this Patriots team, and they have used it to get themselves back in this set.
They certainly have, and whoa. Larry puts it down for Hammy. Nearly the connection that delivers them a second goal. Now Hammy Crackers full boost takes high, and is there a challenger in the way? Yes, it's Jay from the back, able to take that ball away. Of course, he puts it netward, but for the right reason. Get the ball out of Hammy's hands.
That's been the strategy for George Mason. It was even in the best of 3 that these two played earlier. They're cutting down the solo play experts with the players rotating back, as well as first man challenger in rotation. And that sort of covers 2 angles. It covers the front, covers the back, and you're trusting yourself to make good reads, as Hammy does right there. And with that, George Mason have slowed the attack of Hammy Crackers and Larry. But still, we're tied up 1 apiece. George Mason need to get their offense to force a concession of another goal, and that bump nearly does it, but Larry evades.
And Hammy nearly follows, but that miss from him forces the miss from Titanium as well. George Mason done well to keep up with this team and force some great saves out of Hammy Crackers as well. What can they do to really take the lead and start to establish control in this game? Bumps aren't going to make that any easier. Ooh, Titanium fakes the inside touch and actually puts it outside from one of their opponents there on the Florida end. But Raid has to get 4 wheels on the sidewall. That makes his approach a little slower. He still gets the touch towards the net. Titanium on 0, and same with Jay, but they managed to find a route away. Steel boost going for the bump. They landed. That forces all of Florida together, but I guess the numbers advantage helps them get away.
It does. Slow on boost. They use their strength in numbers to make that stop, and Florida will keep us level now, but George Mason seemed to be within striking distance, though that's a giveaway of the ball from Titanium. It allows a clear from Hammy Crackers, though Larry is forced into a similar position where he has to hit the ball hard and doesn't have the boost really to follow it up, but somehow beats the oncoming George Mason player and locates Hammy Crackers downfield, so Florida break out of a suboptimal spot.
And they'll break through here with a massive clear out of Dev. Hammy Crackers saw Dev kind of run out of boost there. Put it around him. The extra touch. Jay at the real read near the half court. And Dev is just going to escape this ball to try and shadow defend, but he's got 2 to deal with, and that's too much.
He's caught. Dev right here at the midfield line gets caught between awkwardly flipping into that ball as third man or turning around and tracking it back. And I don't know if he knew just how close to the play Hammy and Larry both were, because Hammy couldn't have scored that on his own. He was low on boost and Dev had him beat, but Larry is the player that secures that, despite it being set up by Hammy as well. And I mean, that's a really weird moment where Florida had 2 players on the GMU half. GMU had 2 on the Florida half, and Florida come out the better.
Did indeed. Sometimes you risk it for the biscuit and you end up eating good. But the result's still yet to be seen. Seeing what George Mason can do to get this ball game tied again, and they'll make their best efforts to do that, especially with a strong redirect out of Jay. Larry not able to get to the ceiling, maybe for an extra flick, but able to get past the defender, make it 2. Hammy's down, but the 2 left of Florida able to score.
Wow, I didn't know we were playing with ghost cars here. Titanium and Dev both kind of become apparitions as they tried to stop Larry, who I'm sure was just as surprised as I was to see him with so much room given thanks to a couple of misreads and misflips. George Mason come apart at the worst possible moment as Florida, with 40 seconds left, have a 2-goal lead, and George Mason, I mean, they had to reverse sweep, and now they've got to kind of do something similar, score 3 straight goals.
Oh boy, here we go. 30 seconds. What do you got left here, George Mason? Can you find the resources to bring this ball around? It's got to be a last-ditch effort. It's got to be right here and right now. But Raid with the flip reset is burning time. Dev is the boost, but gets the ball loose from him. It's the follow-up from Larry that nearly secures the game. Titanium with the savior medal just to give Jay a chance down the other side through the corner. The shot is there. The opportunity is there for Titanium. He's able to bring it around. The hook shot keeps him alive.
Not dead yet. George Mason have 2 seconds plus any extra time on 0 seconds to get themselves an equalizer, but they have to score here. Otherwise, their tournament lives are done. And that ball does stay up, but Titanium's got no boost. Larry's got access to the ball, and it was nearly 1 more for Florida, but they didn't need it. They 3-0 beat them earlier today. A sweet revenge found for a spot in the grand finals.
Convincing revenge. Florida Gators, they're chomping their way to the grand finals in exceptional fashion. Akron, go watching this or thinking, okay, I could do with a little less momentum, because that's now a sweep against Maryland and a sweep against George Mason, bringing the Florida Gators to the finals of our Collision at the Coast 2025. What an effort from that. What a strong one, even against a George Mason that, yeah, we can agree game 1 maybe was a shadow of themselves, but games 2 and 3 were neck and neck, and they still pushed forward. That's $525 though, confirmed for the George Mason University team as they solidify their spot at 3rd.
Pretty good chunk of change for a George Mason team that has made deep runs at collisions on the coasts of years past. So congrats to GMU. They had a phenomenal run, and they have plenty more left to play in various leagues this season. So it's not the last that we've seen of George Mason, but Florida moves on, and you said it, 6 straight wins 3 against Maryland, 3 against George Mason, and they roll into the grand finals looking quite good. And Akron better be, maybe a little bit nervous, just a healthy amount of cautiousness.
Healthy amount of cautious energy isn't a bad thing. I just don't let it be hesitancy in our grand finals, because you should leave nothing behind at that final big stage. We're so close to getting there, folks. But before we take to break, I do want to call out our sponsors for this event for helping make all of this happen. You've been watching the great action, and we got to thank the folks that helped us get there. Don't forget about Complete You, Kellum Mechanical, and Lenovo and Intel for offering those systems again for these event here. So big shout out to the sponsors for making this event so great. And Bepic, I'm so excited to get to this next stage.
I am too. And correction, it's 8 straight for Florida going into the grand finals. They won 2 in a row against James Madison to close that series out. But that and more coming up as we get set for the grand finals. The epic conclusion of Collision on the Coast 2025. Pyro J and myself will see you there.
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college-level courses help thousands of people just like you complete their degree.
Breaking free, no limits here. Synchronize our hearts tonight. United, feel the love.
cause you got nothing love in my head down on the water cause up and it's all over, you'll leave me sinking lower, so I keep on over, but I've been undercover cause you got nothing love in my head down on the water cause up and it's all over, you'll leave me sinking lower, so I keep on over, but 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 undercover cause you got nothing love in my head down on the water cause nothing love in my head down on the water cause
We have whittled down a field of 30 to just 2 remaining squads at Collision on the Coast. There is a lot of money and pride and stature on the line as the Florida Gators take on the Akron Gold Zips in the grand finals of Collision on the Coast. Pyro, we have been working all weekend through a lot of best of 3s, then best of 5s, and now a best of 7 to determine a winner. And it comes down to these
with the resolve of these teams. It's been a long 2 days between the group stage and now this double elimination format. Akron Gold have made the upper bracket job look pretty easy, I gotta say. You see the 2-0 there against JMU, then King, the sweep against GMU. And again, their only game loss comes from way earlier against NJIT. But Florida had a brief stint in the lower bracket. Well, you know, brief compared to a lot of lower bracket teams. But Bepic, they had to get through quite a few teams still.
And good teams as well, dropping only one game themselves in the lower bracket. And that was the first game they played, a warm-up game against James Madison. And then after that, it has been 8 straight game wins for Florida, which if they want to take this in pretty convincing fashion, 8 in a row more is kind of what they need. And I asked facetiously, do we get the full 14 games here, guys? And Hammy Crackers said a resounding no, that it will be over in 8. We'll see if he holds true to his word, because already Florida are down.
It's gonna be maybe a long 8 games if that's the case, but it's going to be fueled up and full of explosions, because after a demo or two, we got our first goal from Akron, where Akron Gold are your orange team, folks, in Florida in blue.
And for the record, Jonathan did say we're going the full 14 games. So we'll see
go.
who is to be believed here. But both teams in good spirits coming into a big-time grand finals that Akron are not starting slowly in whatsoever. 2 goals in the first 23 seconds, and this hot Florida streak might be crumbling before our eyes.
It was 3 matches Florida took care of swiftly in the lower bracket, but will it all come to a stop as Akron Gold come through with 2 straight goals? But hold on, Larry presses pause on the action, slow plays it towards the net. Big hit there from Hammy Crackers as he's got to rotate back to defense, and this one's scary off the crossbar. It looks like Florida get away with a close one.
The gong of failure ringing in the first minute for Akron, but only in that sequence. They're feeling pretty good already. Demo upfield could clear some space for True Rate if he beats Melio, but that is not happening. Great challenge, and the follow-up one from Jonathan, too, was perfect, though. Hammy was upfield, and Oxy, as the third man for Akron, had moved up a little aggressively. The ball got poked over his head, but it was in no position for Florida to turn in any kind of open net, so we will stay at a 2-0 advantage for Akron Gold at the moment.
Really fancy double tap there off the ceiling nearly from Oxy after his flashy musty flick. So one player certainly feeling confident in this server early on, wants to show off a little bit on their way towards the net, but the only true way to show off is to add the tally on the scoreboard, and that's exactly what Florida are trying to do with this downward progression. Jonathan hits closer to that Florida net. Hammy Crackers with the deliverance out on that interception. They'll try to take high, but Jonathan on the pre-jump, giving Hammy no space to breathe.
Now, with this grand finals officially underway, I think we're in the middle of something pretty historical in the collegiate scene right now. Hammy Crackers scoring his first is not something historical. We've seen plenty of that, and I'll hold my point because Florida have broken their scoring silence.
Yeah, he says, listen, I see those historians with their pens ready, maybe permanent marker as they're trying to cross a win off the side for Akron Gold. And he says, pause for just a moment. I've got something to say.
All right, well, I'm going to hold my tongue until Akron actually flip possession here because Larry almost found an equalizer, but that clear should set Akron up with possession. What I was trying to say before Hammy interrupted was that at the moment, with the 2 major lands going on right now, Akron is playing in both grand finals. The Akron Zips A team is about to take on St. Clair Green at the Bluegrass Boost Battle in Lexington, Kentucky, while the B team in Akron Gold is playing Florida right here. I don't think that has ever happened before. One program having 2 teams in 2 separate land grand finals going on at the same time.
Could you imagine being the esports director at Akron?
It's a good day.
Watching both of these games like it's red zone coverage or maybe even March Madness. This is March Madness, and I'm sure that team will go mad if they bring home 2 shiny trophies. But they've got to earn them first, and Hammy Crackers and the team of Florida don't want that ripped from their jaws.
Ooh, that's nearly in. Jonathan has to track back quickly to prevent a would-be equalizer for the Gators, who came oh so close once more to scoring, but at the very least, it's better possessionally for the Gators. We started out like 80-20 field domination, and we're still around 70-30 at the moment, but Florida's doing a much better job at getting numbers on the board. 3 shots to their name here, a good amount of time spent in the offensive zone, and stops like that. Those are all critical to them staging a comeback here in Game 1 of our Grand Finals.
Very big clear the Jonathan meets Hammy Crackers. That is one touch turned into nearly a dunk. I think that's what Raid expected, at least, as he was trying to move upfield and take the breadcrumbs of that 50-50. Instead, had to escape back to their net and restart the attack of Florida. And once past there, Oxy takes good care of the ball, keeps it in the corner. Larry, not much to do here. Except maybe convert a 50 to the infield off of his opponent. Now Melio, high flyer, may have the double set up to go, but it's downward straight to the ground. Shots there from Jonathan, rings off the crossbar. Now it's Hammy Crackers in tow with Raid to push forward. And it now is time for Florida to pounce because they've got 30 seconds to score a goal.
Emilio's awkward, didn't find immediate control, but recovers so well and gets back to the ball, bumps the next man up for Florida, though Larry and Hammy have a 2v1 essentially against Oxy, who challenges early, and that invites Emilio back into the fray. So a would-be good-looking opportunity for Florida, and stopped early on by the defense of Akron. And with 10 seconds left, the Gators need to go now, and Akron Gold are just trying to play the possession game, a game which they're very familiar with and very successful at so far.
They should be able to secure it. Hammy Crackers brings that flip back down to the ground, but Melio kills it. So there you are, your game number 1 is Melio, and I feel like I gotta kind of reset in my chair here, Bepic, because for a majority of these matches, it's been best of 3. You start, you blink, and you finish. But right now, this is only game number 1. This story, the historians of collegiate, again, I still have a few pages to write.
Definitely. Akron Gold still have a lot of work to do to capitalize on this early game advantage they have in this grand finals, because Florida didn't just lay down after going down by 2 very early on in that one. They fought back, got one, had a couple of decent looks to maybe add on to that first, but Akron Gold won game 1. I think convincingly. There's no doubt about that they've earned their spot in the grand finals and look good despite not having. But Florida showed they can keep it close with the Zips here, and that bodes well for the longevity of this best of 7.
Does indeed. Let's strap in, buckle up. Got a long ride to go. Still, Hammy Crackers off the ceiling, wants to make that threat known, and he may just with the pass down from the backboard, off to Raid, and off to the races are Florida.
Well, Hammy's dream of 8 straight games, this grand finals being over, is dashed a bit if Florida are to win this pair of series, but that's a pretty good start in getting us on track for 9 straight. Good pass out, great finish by Raid. He's in position again. Something he is so good at doing is finding himself in the right spot at the right time, even with the aggressive mindset of sweeping goal lines and playing around your opponent. And here we go again. Hammy Crackers steps up.
Melio, I think, had other ideas with this ball, seemed to get loose from him, and who's there to step up but Hammy Crackers? It's all about him conserving the boost to take advantage of moments where Akron Gold give away the ball. Doesn't happen often, but when Hammy's there, he is sure to punish.
That's a good point. I mean, Melio peeling off right there displays a lot of trust in the lone player there on the goal line to read a Hammy Crackers solo play. And Akron Gold are an extremely good team. They're top 25 in CRL, but reading a Hammy Crackers solo play is still never an easy task. And Florida, off the back of a pair of Hammy Crackers setups, have themselves a 2-goal advantage, something Akron enjoyed last game, but Florida are really close to adding a third before Akron find a shot this game.
Yeah, especially accompanied by that raid flip reset. Now he's bumping the goalies. If only he could get Larry to score a little bit earlier. It was hard to get the touch out from the corner, and then another shot near the goal line instead. Akron Gold survived that effort just barely. I mean, again, they were being absolutely bullied on their goal line. And so taking control for really the first time in this series is Florida, especially when you look at fakes like that from Raid.
Definitely shows confidence, especially with Raid going for that sort of play. But a big demo puts him on an island, and Raid survives. That's how you do it right there, defending with quick reaction times. And now he's required again, cutting across the infield. And it's one of those games, it seems, where True Raid really steps up for his Gators, because he's no longer the guy on this roster as he could have been in semesters past. He's definitely the third man behind Hammy and Larry, but that doesn't mean True Raid can't have massive games of impact.
No, not whatsoever. It's to the point. Oh, what a lovely save out of Hammy. Plummets down to that ball to save. But yeah, I'd love to buy a poster with Raid's car with his name tag right above, a demolition explosion behind him, and the title, Nah, I'd Win. That's what I see out of Raid, because he came in this series, and especially in Game 2, to play. And that counts so far for Florida.
All right, let's see if we can keep it going, though, because we're only halfway through Game 2 here, and there is time for an explosive Akron team to find a way back into this one and really silence a lot of doubters about this roster who, you know, they had a slow start to the spring and really worked to build themselves back up, back into top 25 form, and at the moment, still on the precipice of winning a big-time LAN in this big-time spring CRL semester. Now, 2 minutes to go. They are still shut out. Emilio is attempting to change that, at least laying the foundation for that plan, though Florida stop him and his Akron zips without too much hassle.
Jonathan, he wants to zip right up to a pass to his teammate. That one's close. It's all been a really talk about the swift play style of Akron Gold, and teams having a struggle matching their tempo, but that has not been the case for game number 2. In fact, there seems to always be one layer left remaining, at the very least. The defense for Florida, they haven't allowed many shot chances or convincing tries, I would say, for Akron Gold. And to be honest, they're running out of time to extend this series lead to 2. It's Florida shaping up well on the defensive end, coupled with clears from Larry, almost a boost steal or a bump or a ball touch, but he finds nothing. He just gives space to Jonathan. Emilio positioned for that save from Hammy.
That's the first goal from Akron in about 8 minutes of game time. That didn't phase them. They just keep attacking, keep whittling away. And Emilio reads that ball off of Hammy Cracker's nose expertly. He's been doing this a while now, and that's a big goal for Akron. Makes this last minute a bit more doable, and off kickoff even more so. Open backboard now for Oxy as Emilio runs ahead. Oxy finds Jonathan, and Jonathan strikes true. Just like that, we're tied.
You look at that pass, you know the ball's in. At that moment, I was ready to call the goal. It does not get better than that. Taking advantage of the quick kickoff is Akron Gold, and now they're stacking success.
I mean, when all 3 members of Akron Gold can do what they want in a play, you are in deep, deep trouble. And after that second Akron Gold goal, they add a kickoff score to their tally. 3-2, blink, and the Zips are back.
It's like you're out to surf in the ocean and a hard wave hits you and you're like, wow, that's bigger than I expected. It's because a tsunami is coming and now you're enveloped in the waves and you're just trying to get out of the current. Oxy, Jonathan, they're making them drown.
4-2. It was 2-0 about 40 seconds ago. No, 30 seconds ago, I believe. This is an unbelievable turnaround from Akron. They out of nowhere have stormed back in a game where Florida took control for the first 4 minutes and looked like they could bracket reset the Zips roster. Akron destroy that narrative, turn it into smithereens. 30 seconds to go, and Florida are shell-shocked.
Oh no, that's another one. Wade, Jonathan nearly had Emilio reading that pass. What a consumed 50-50 that was, though, from Raid, delivering any chance, really, for his team. I think Raid and Larry were both like, I don't have boost. No, neither do I. Okay, Larry's like, fine, I'll take it. High touch there from Hammy, and this ball game could have a chance. Hold on, Raid wanted more from the shot. So did Larry, but they couldn't get it around in time. And the flurry of goals for Akron Gold gives them the win.
That's a game that can destroy. If they really aren't feeling it, if they're starting to feel fatigue from a long day of Rocket League, that's the game where you can realize that you're just not in this, that Akron Gold is just a better team. And for Florida's sake, I doubt that's the case, but I really hope it's not the case. That's 13 shots Florida put on target there, and 2 goals in their name was safe at 1 point, and then it wasn't. Akron Gold can just hit like that.
I do kind of wonder if the kickoff strategy changes for Florida moving forward. It feels like while Akron Gold were able to find momentum, it was exacerbated by some of the quick opportunities they found off those kickoffs. How can they be a little more formidable and resilient in those stages? Maybe taking a more defensive approach rather than risking it, and making sure they're just boosted and resourced up for those moments. Florida probably could have prevented the ultimate comeback out of Akron if they had been better prepared for those kickoff situations. All credit due to Akron Gold for presenting those opportunities. So it is sink or swim from the Gators. I said earlier, they're sinking and drowning in this tsunami, but they're Gators after all. So maybe they'll find a way to
All right, they need this one. They drop this one, the grand finals is over. And so that's the kind of margins that we're in at the moment. Florida must win game 3, and we will start with the ball in Hammy's control, and that is a pretty good start for Florida. He took over games 1 and 2 for the Gators when they were looking good, and right here, 11 seconds in, they're looking good.
Oh, Oxy thought he could beat him just by jumping up quickly and closing off the top shelf. But Hammy says, no, I can get my reset and do you one better. I'll split the defense apart. Lovely work there. And hey, I said Florida maybe wanted to take a backseat on the kickoff. That's far from the truth.
And now Larry will be given a little bit of space to advance. He forces Jonathan to play that ball extremely close to the ceiling, but Jonathan has Emilio to help out. Akron Gold have played around each other as a trio so well in the last several minutes of game time. I mean, that conclusion to game 2 doesn't happen unless all 3 members are dialed in and ready to score those 4 goals in about 30 seconds time, which is absurd, but that tells you that there's levels to this thing. And Akron Gold are playing at the top level of their game. Only 1 game dropped so far this event, and that holds true halfway potentially through this grand finals.
Still trying to wrap my head around that because we've had so much action throughout this 30-team competition that dropping a single game through it, the group stage and now the playoffs, it's unbelievable. And now with these plays, you can sort of see why everyone from Akron Gold a part of this success story.
It really makes you wonder, what did NJIT have to do to beat Akron Gold? I mean, that was their first game of the day that Akron Gold lost, so maybe the trick is if we had scheduled this grand finals at 8 a.m., then perhaps Florida has a better opportunity. But Akron Gold look indomitable at the moment, and it's up to Florida to find that next level themselves. And I know they've got it in them, but miscues like that where Raid is up for a pass that is nowhere close. That leaves Hammy in a 1v2 that he has to defend, although had the crossbars help. Still, those are miscues that will end this grand finals a lot sooner than we want it to.
Absolutely. I think Akron just had the right idea on a play like that to leave the ball for Emilio for Jonathan, but that time around they had the right idea just to be in the way. This time it's going to be a little more difficult, but Oxy able to close the gap as Hammy had struck the near post. Oxy now no boost, so the musty will do, and boy will it. It gets past 150s the next, and that's the kind of quality you expect out of these Akron Gold players, even on nothing in the tank.
Emilio's got nothing, but he picks up a whole lot of something there, steals the corner boost of Florida, and now up in the corner, Jonathan thought about reversing into that, but why do that when you got Emilio in the area with his nose facing the ball? Either way, it doesn't pan out. We stay in the Florida corner for a little while before Akron Gold take their eventual shot, but that's a big stop. Larry gets a save and a clear, and the follow-up initially was taken out, but Hammy Crackers next up for Florida. Tries again, though. The Gators just cannot steal possession from Akron, although Raid has pickpocketed them and almost stole a goal along with that ball. Oh!
Split them up and rip them apart, Hammy. What a play here this was. Oxy and Jonathan all part of the situation, but they're forgotten with Hammy's double.
That's unbelievable. I mean, that's such a small window to even air roll into that ball, let alone air roll enough to score it. And Hammy Crackers again has stepped up when his team needs him the most. And that can't be the only win condition for Florida in this series. It has been the Hammy show for the Gators. And like we talked about earlier, I mean, they can win. Hammy can take over lobbies, but I don't think against an opponent of as much quality as Akron Gold, Hammy can be the only driving force. And at the start of game 2, True Raid was right there with him before things slowed down and Akron did what Akron did.
Yeah, I'm been kind of waiting for that Raid pop-off earlier, and it may just come in the form of demolitions. That's certainly what started this ascent from Hammy Crackers. Fortunately for him, he just can't get the pass down or the shot on. It's now redirected the other way. Hammy Crackers, touch out to the corner, needs that boost. I guess Raid doesn't earn any then. And this bump is just ferocious. Oxy, back on the bully mode. We've seen him in this role before, and we'll see him there again. Shots there for Oxy. He's not able to deny the long clear, and this burns more time off the clock for Florida's sake. Rare that they're in this situation against Akron Gold having the lead with a minute to go. We're going to have to see Akron Gold activated if they want to force OT or get another chance at a big comeback.
Well, this is where they made their money in game 2, Akron Gold, but it's just offense. Back and forth, corner to corner. The ball's in non-lethal spots for the Zips here, and Florida have a chance with Jonathan coming down off the backboard to make that stop, so he can't clear it himself. Needs help. Emilio's got 100 boost, and Raid jumping very early on, but that plays in Emilio's hands. He expects that. Now Hammy Crackers has to play from the midfield line to get anything going for Florida. But at the very least, the Gators are holding on to possession, wasting time, and limiting what Akron can do offensively as Hammy fields and can close out Game 3 with a Florida win. And that's a good 50-50. That'll be a Florida team hungry and on the board.
How strong Florida was in the lower bracket moving into this grand finals, I wouldn't have been convinced that Akron Gold swept this game. Listen, I'm still not convinced of who the winner will be, but it was looking like Akron Gold had the momentum to do that, especially after their massive comeback that will really just wreck the mental of most teams. But Florida Gators are proving they're built a little bit different. You mentioned how you can't just see the Hammy show. That's not going to win them their favor, but Hammy had the most goals, the most saves, the most shots. It's not a solo performance, but it's certainly an MVP.
It's just a loud performance is what it is. And in that game, I mean, Larry was quiet. True Raid was quiet. And that's not saying they're playing badly. They're not at all. They're playing well. It's just for Larry, he can't be quiet. A statement and in a positive way, because if you play badly, I wouldn't call that playing quietly. So Larry's caught in an awkward limbo where he's not playing poorly, but he's not playing at a high enough standard to beat Akron Gold in 4 games in one series, let alone 2. So going forward, let's see what Florida can do to really get their second superstar online and join this grand finals in a big way.
Oh, this is difficult for Hammy. He's got no boost on the backboard. Emilio takes him out on the way there. But there were other players for Florida to keep that shot away. What a team effort off the kickoff to stop Akron Gold from getting that first goal. Hold on, Emilio is going forward and back on the backboard just to bump Hammy again. It's like there's a target on this guy's back as Akron Gold continue their ascent forward.
Jonathan Goomba stomped Larry right there. And Larry had boost to clear the zone. Instead, though, he has to use the rest of his resources just to hit that ball hard. And it's followed up well, but it's not sustained offense for Florida. But at the very least, it's a pressure release valve for their defense. They can work with their front foot forward again instead of playing off their heels. And True Ray has been so good at finding that kind of particular challenge where he sends the ball off the ground, high up into the air and off the ceiling. That's like the third or fourth time he's done that, and it's good. It stalls the play out for Akron Gold because they can't immediately get a body on the ball.
Yeah, it's really important to keep them second guessing on some of these plays. I feel like I'm still kind of waiting for this game to evolve to the stage. Okay, there it is, where, yeah, Oxy and Raid just go at it. These are your two top demoers of the league right now, and for them to not be as activated as they have been this tournament has been surprising to me. Looks like everybody wants to get a piece of the demo pie.
And it's funny, we can say that they are the highest demoers in the league right now without even an official statistician telling us that. Like, genuinely, it's so apparent that the eye test tells you just how much these two are demoing. I mean, what did we calculate? That it was a 4.67 average demo per game from Oxy in the upper bracket finals. Against a George Mason team that placed third, Oxy's putting up those numbers.
No one putting up numbers quite yet on the scoreboard as the demos just continue. Larry, though, has that take against Oxy, who was rummaging about there, playing the B role of the game, which is, of course, that demo and chase. But Hammy Crackers hoping to have the kind of time that B-roll usually has, and that is just open space on the field to perform some cinematics. Obviously, Akron Gold don't want to offer that kind of time. Larry, oh wow, here comes the Ascent with a full tank of boost. Flip resets there. He's got the air dribble to the net as well. Had he been an inch closer to it, he would have scored.
That's good, though. Larry's speaking up. He's making his presence known on the field, and now Akron should view him as a threat with how close he got to soloing his way to a Florida lead. And now defensively, in the corner, will be challenged by Emilio, but going corner to corner again, this is okay for Florida, despite Akron spending 75% of the first 3.5 minutes here of Game 4 in that Florida end. Florida is weathering the storm. They're limiting Akron opportunities, and obviously a 0-0 on the scoreboard speaks for itself.
It just says everything about these two teams, how hard they fought to get to this position, and how hard they'll continue to fight to keep this spot alive at the top of the Collision at the Coast 2025. I feel like we're averaging a demo every 10 seconds and maybe a bump every 5 as even the teammates are tackling each other on Akron Gold. Players forced to have a head on their swivel, especially in this final minute.
Akron Gold lost a game for the second time today and decided to change their entire play style, go back to the demos that worked against George Mason. And so far, it has worked in the sense that Florida's offense has been limited. That's just the third shot this game, and it's a pretty good one. All of their shots have been of high quality, but limiting this Florida team plays right into Akron Gold's hands. And True Rig will try and find some more space as he gives Emilio the ball, but now there's 100 boost. A fair trade, as now he can stick around the midfield line and hold possession with Florida for these final 30 seconds. Hammy shoots low, right at Jonathan, and Akron clears. That was a dangerous clear for Florida, as their net was exposed for the moment, but they don't concede. We keep playing on, tied up at 0s apiece at the end of regulation.
Yeah, that wasn't the first clear. That was close to just falling into their net. So you worry a little bit for Florida's sake, but get excited as well because if you're not on the edge of your seat, you haven't been watching this tournament. We are down to overtime, a very important game, especially for the Florida Gators, who not only need to win this series, but bracket reset and win the next. It can all start here.
And Florida off kickoff. Tried to give Hammy some space off that sidewall, but Oxy got car, not ball. So we're fighting over possession at the moment, but you prevented an opening Hammy attack, and that is a success for the Zips, considering how Hammy has started off a couple of these games. Though gets a secondary opportunity to end game 4 in Florida's favor and level us up. And he finds Larry, but Emilio on the goal line is as stout as ever. His game sense is unmatched, but True Rage got a flip reset out of that catch incidentally and realized it, and that gives Larry the game-winning goal. Our grand finals are tied.
Larry says, hold on. Who said I was muted at the beginning of the series? Because I'm feeling loud now. He got the second try on that possession and made it count for the Florida win.
And that's the kind of impact that Larry needs to have if we're going to see ourselves in a second series between these two. He has to get loud, and he did finally in game 4. So, and no big deal now. I mean, you've got a blank-ish slate in the grand finals. Obviously, Akron have several more evolutions to go before Florida truly has vanquished this beast. But still, to win 2 games against Akron Gold, who had only dropped 1 game through however many series, I think 6 best of 3s that they played up until the grand finals. That's a win for Florida. And now they see what they can do to keep it going.
But the only thing that changes the prize pool is a ultimate victory. There's still a long road ahead of that, but they have gotten well past the starting line. Listen, $875 for second place, but you double that for first. $1,750 to first. That is a pretty sizable chunk of change for this collegiate land. And you got to think, along with the trophy, the bragging rights, there's a lot that goes in to getting this win.
Hemi sensed that shot was coming, didn't have time to half flips, didn't know exactly when the ball was going to arrive, and so he just stays in reverse and rotates back post. Florida, you still got games to play here. That's only halfway to a bracket reset as everybody leaves the set.
Okay, sure. Well, why not, Bepic? Why continue this? I see no one in the lobby but me and you. Maybe we continue with a 1v1. I'm down. No, I don't think the players are. I think we'll reset, probably an audio issue or something as we gather information on that. But I guess in this frenzy of a series, players finally get the chance to take a breath.
That they all left at the same time. That might be a power outage. I'm concerned about what happened down there on the main stage. So hopefully it's nothing serious. But yeah, we will figure that out. We have some of the best admins in the game. I mean, it takes a lot of people to successfully run a 2-day 30-team LAN. There were a lot of contenders here at Collision on the Coast, and it boils down to Florida and Akron. But man, have we seen a lot of Rocket League this weekend.
And there's no way that we could just, I hope it's not a major technical difficulty, but there's no way that we could just call a winner from there. You know,
right.
After a long day of a poker tournament, back when I hosted it with my friends, or, you know, allegedly, it was like, okay, there's 2 or 3 left of us. Let's just split the pot. You know, it's 2 a.m. I think it's time to go home. You can't split the pot. These are 2 teams that have very much proven that they can both take the crown, take the trophy today. And I'm happy to say that we're already in the new lobby. There was a disconnection that will allow us to get back into this next game.
All right, that's good. That's good to hear. That it won't take too long, but still, that gives us a second of pause. That gives us some time to think about, I think, for both teams, what has to happen for them to win the next 2 games, or at least 2 of the next 3 games in this series, because Akron Gold still feel like they're in control. That last game, won by Florida, yes, but Akron, I think, finished with between 65 and 70% field domination. We played so much on the Florida end, and eventually, if you play enough games like that, Akron Gold is going to get their offense back online and rolling once more. So for Florida, I think they need to take a piece of the possession game back. It doesn't have to be 70-30 their way, but a 55-45 split, even if it's still in Akron's favor, is much like their lives depend on it on their goal line for most of the game. But hey, we're back in. Everybody seems ready to go, and we'll see what happens in an ever so pivotal game 5.
Yeah, I didn't know if we would count the goal or go down to the time. Haven't got word, so players are playing. I'm assuming we're just restarting game 5.
Yeah.
And that's just about how it should be, given the fact that the DC happened before the goal. Nothing happened before the goal, except proper gameplay at Akron Gold this time.
Ball don't lie. I'm pretty sure that's about dead on where we were in the last game before it became null and void. And I mean, Akron Gold definitely scored that, I think, off the back of the triple DC that Florida suffered. But we are back, and Akron have taken first blood in game 5. It's a good start. Let's see what they can add to it.
Raid's going to take over here. There's been moments of this player doing exactly that, whether it's on the passing, the demoing, or the shooting. They've done a lot, but we're in the background of a play like this. Did Melio really just dice up the whole team here?
You bet he did. That's what Melio does. He's so good on the ball, and that's why Akron Gold is such a triple threat, because all 3 of their players can do that. Even the guy whose defense, I think, is the strongest on that team. And Melio just cut apart the Gators there, and True Raid will step up, trying to do something similar, but it's just a ground-to-ceiling 50 again, as True Raid is somehow an expert at those.
Hey, you know what? Everyone talks about how quickly you can move down the field with the air dribble flip resets or maybe even a pinch, but Raid says it's all about the vertical play. Melio showing off in that endeavor as well, though, as he plummets into that challenge. Oxy credited with the save and picks up a mid boost to continue his play style here. Jonathan, wow, saw the touch coming from Hammy Crackers, and Melio delivers the punishment. I think Hammy needs to think twice about these high-flying first touches because Akron Gold seemed to be onto it.
Yeah, he thought he could get away with that. He was being cheeky in the corner, and Akron Gold definitely punished him for it. Just not fast enough to get back up to that ball. And I mean, across the last 2 games, Akron have scored a single goal, and then in the first minute 30 of game 5, they've scored 3. So I think it's safe to say the Zips are back in control, despite a lackluster offensive performance the last couple of games when it came to actually scoring.
Well, that's just how it goes so far with Akron Gold. These goal streaks that they tend to go on are deafening. And at 3, you got to imagine that they won't even stop there. In that sense, Oxy is going to find a long, clear... It kind of glides perfectly across the field. It hits the ceiling, and it goes to the ground. That one just grazed the markings of the ceiling. Oxy once again takes high, but Larry's there to follow. First touch a little too hard, though, to stay behind the ball and control it. Oh, Hammy Cracker's already past 1. Flip reset to get through 2, and Oxy needs to make sure this ball gets away from the next player out of Florida.
He doesn't, but Jonathan does, and locates Melio downfield, who does get past Hammy, but Hammy put a little bit on that ball, so it's not an easy read, an immediate rebound for Jonathan, so that delayed play does get right back to the Florida goal line, and Akron Gold are punching straight down the throats of Florida this game. None of this corner-to-corner stuff in offense. None of this send a player way off into Neverland to grab demos on Florida players. This is just straight aggressive offensive Rocket League where Akron Gold trusts their ability on the ball, and, well, it thwarts them a little bit right there, but they've got 3 in hand, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, maybe not, as long as Florida can't go on the same runs that Akron Gold have, but we've seen what both these teams are capable of. Jonathan, whoa, thought he was leaving it to a teammate. That shot missed, though. Hammy with a ton of space. Oxy, can he get away from the bump? Yes, but can they make the save? Not so much.
Can Florida turn this one into a triple score to tie us up? That's nice from Larry. Well timed. Realized that he had a good angle to maybe help Hammy out from the sideline, and help Hammy out is exactly what the doctor ordered for Florida. They've been doing it the last several games, but that's a win condition for this Florida team. Hammy's online, and True Raid and Larry are doing everything they can to help unlock him while having step-up plays themselves.
What a glide from Jonathan. Again, just producing lanes with these aerial plays with ease. Allowing for Akron Gold to just march down the field. Jonathan with that touch. Well, he's, up to challenge, and so is Oxy. This is a great chance for Hammy Crackers to take advantage, but Oxy actually held on to their boost, so they were ready to get right back up at it again and put a hand up, doing that just on the shot there from Raid is Jonathan. Emilio gets in front of this. Now Jonathan, the last remaining defender, kicks the ball high. Demolition from Raid. They've got to get the physicality going. They've got to open up lanes any way they know how. And they've got to stop Akron Gold from continuing to clear this downfield.
Hammy will at least negate the clear. Haven't stopped Akron Gold, but they just gave that one up. I think maybe expected True Raid to move upfield with him and play aggressively as the third man, which could have gone very badly. So perhaps it is the best case scenario. Either way, secondary look for Florida's no good. Emilio sends it right at their neck. Kind of a warning shot of sorts. And Larry warns right back. And we are on comeback watch.
This guy's ice cold. I mean, what more is there to say? Jonathan was just about on the ball. Larry decided, I'm going to speed jump my way to this one. Double jump with the boost, gets him into the ball, brings the power through, and this game becomes winnable.
Especially with that dunk. Where is Hammy in this play? He would have been getting boost, I'm sure, off kickoff. So not immediately there, though. Just take the ball away from Jonathan. Emilio is next up in rotation for Akron. And with that, we'll set up a bit of offense that goes awry. Oxy has taken out True Raid, but Hammy and Larry are the big offensive combo for the Gators, and they tried their best at finding an equalizer before 0 seconds. And now that we have reached triple zeros, Akron Gold spike the ball and take tournament point.
Here, haven't we? 2 days of the Collision at the Coast 2025 and 30 teams, and we're just down to Florida and Akron Gold on the tournament point now for Jonathan, Emilio, and Oxy. This team has gotten to this match nearly undefeated, but the Florida Gators impose a different threat, forcing them to a game 6 in this best of 7. And with one more win from Florida, we get down to bracket reset point. So this could either be maybe our last, starting on a long trek to determine who should earn that trophy.
And while we do get game 6 underway, it's worth reporting Akron Blue has just won the Bluegrass Boost battle. So the B team has more than just pride and money on the line for Collision on the Coast. They have history on the line here in game 6. As with a win, I feel pretty confident in saying, without fact-checking myself, this will be the first time that a program has won 2 major lands at the same exact time. Let's see what happens here in game 6. As 30 seconds in, Florida have a decent start, decent possession, and they're biting back. They're making sure Akron have no easy task at clearing that defensive half.
Can Florida rewrite a seemingly already determined history, as their main team of Akron have tried to roll out the red carpet for their B team in another city and another competition against such competent opponents. Jonathan shows the competency with the pass down. The shot goes, but it's deflected. And who other than Larry to open up the scoreboard?
Wow. I mean, that's kind of a baseball stop where the harder the pitch is and you connect with it, well, it's going to go even further. And Larry found himself a tough stop to make on the goal line, but for all his efforts, he bore fruits. That's a big opener for Florida. Now can Jonathan strip it all away? Flip reset found, and they tried to force Ray to go between car and ball. That doesn't happen. Ray's too savvy. It's a stop for Florida, and they keep their lead post-kickoff.
Oh, Hammy Crackers could not pick up that midfield boost, so he has to go straight back to the corner. Fortunately, boost is there for them, and Larry was the one to pick it up. So he'll take up the mantle on the attempt at the ball there. Half-court line for Larry. Cross. Emilio will take this ball downfield. The Raid wants to cradle this one. Ends up getting bumped by their teammate, but that one puts them in succession for more touches. Oxy with the wall dash because they've got no boost. They've got no hope at getting to that one, as this ball just remains glued to either the back wall or the side.
And Larry will pry it away, but that heads right at Oxy. We'll take the ball away from a hungry Hammy Crackers, and now Akron Gold are throwing some dynamic looks at that Florida line. Everybody seems prepared to shoot at any given second, but Florida find the stops they need to. No Hammy Crackers racing down with Jonathan. Hasn't made it awkward enough for Jonathan to take control, so a clear for the Zips feels inbound. And it sets up Emilio off the side. Well, I don't think he got that reset, so it's just a dribble for him. And he gets to the near side, sets up Oxy, but Florida stand tall.
Oxy and Jonathan were kind of posted on either side. Emilio's air dribble. I think they wanted to invest all the resources into that play, but they still couldn't read the bounce. That speaks to Florida's defense. It's mindful. It puts it away from the threat, but how much of the threat can they get rid of? Just enough from Larry, who's able to string that along to the corner, and now he takes good care of this ball. Nice dribble across the midfield. Gets crossed from the left to the right side of the field. Hammy now control, puts it past one. Emilio, dribble, flick to the right. Gets it off the backboard in search of a teammate here. It's Oxy to drive through, back pass to Jonathan. Up on the side wall, but Larry contains that play. It seems like anywhere Akron Gold want to play this ball, there's a Florida player to meet it.
They're speeding up, though. Akron Gold are speeding up. They sense they've got a boost advantage here with a lot of Florida players having to stretch resources thin to make stops defensively, though. Even with thin resources, the Gators are surviving, and now Truitt has an opportunity to double the Florida lead. He catches and scores. 81 seconds on the clock, and Florida have made it that much more difficult for Akron Gold to close out.
I mean, this is far from the first time that the ball gets to the other end of the field on Akron's side, and there's just no one left. This team feels confident in their manner to invest all those resources to the play. It leaves little to defend the transition. Now with a minute remaining, they've got to choose whether to risk it again for these goals. This one nearly finds it, but Hammy Crackers and Larry say no.
Right out to the side. We'll be able to get that ball to Hammy Crackers, so Jonathan collects and flicks, though. Florida, again, low boost players, but boy, are they getting the job done. That interception will waste even more time as Akron continue to up their field domination numbers. And now with two players in the corner with plenty of boost in hand, they get a good opportunity to score, but again, can't get it in. Florida are somehow surviving attack after attack. They are beaten and bruised defensively here in Game 6, but seem very close on the precipice now of forcing Game 7.
Pretty much the last effort at Akron Gold if they don't want to get to exactly that final destination of this series, which may not be the last of the day. Jonathan cannot find an exit route. The escape rope is just not in the inventory bag. It may be with the pass over to Emilio, but it skates right past him. And that's going to be it. Game 6 is over. Florida shut them out to bring it to the final game.
And that's what Florida's done in the much themselves. They haven't possessed the ball much themselves, but they are making stops. Hammy had 6 big saves that game, considering Akron Gold shot the ball 8 times. Truitt had one as well, and that last one got lost in the sauce. What a defensive performance out of the Gators, and we are going to a 7th all-deciding game here. It's either going to be a bracket reset or an Akron win. We'll know in about 5 or 6 minutes' time.
Oh boy. These guys came to play, and Jonathan may be thinking twice about his prediction that he gave to you in the chat. When you said, are we going all 14 games? Jonathan said, heck yeah. And is he sure that he wants to do that now? We're truly the series. Folks, the trophy could be lifted when that 5-minute timer is up, or we dig in for another. Let's find out as Emilio has their eyes on the prize.
The makings of an answer out of Akron Gold. They were shut out in Game 6, and not 10 seconds into Game 7, Emilio has himself an open backboard, an open look, and an opening goal. It's a Game 7.
What a start to our game. Issue here for Florida is Akron Gold tend to go on their runs. We've seen a 4-goal run, a 3-goal run, and separate occasions of these games against Florida. Gators have to make sure they can contain this flurry that it feels like you walk outside and the snow really starts blistering at your face.
Need to find a way to slow down an Akron team that already has steam building behind them. How do you do that? It is a runaway train at times, this Akron Gold offense, but That's how you do it. A demo. Jonathan is down for the count, and True Raid finds a shot off the back of that. Florida find possession, though, more importantly, but that is an unfortunate skim deep into Florida territory. And now Emilio can go one-on-one with Hammy and True Raid. They attack at the same time. I'll still consider them one, but Hammy has taken the ball away, and in solo play mode, he is shut down quickly.
Tell you what, for Akron Gold, I think they're focused on having that third man on defense. A lot of the times they are punished by having an absence on that transition defense. So far, so good. In moments where they would be a little lackluster in that department, they've had someone back. But that has to continue for the extent of the game, and the Gators will be hungry for exactly that moment to impose a lethal counter.
50-50. Trying to build off of it now. It's just going to be a grindy attack here for Florida. I think the quick hits that they got of Game 6, where they just survive defensively and then get open nets to score on the other side of the field, are completely gone. Akron Gold are playing a bit more reserved at the moment. They're letting that midfield line go and playing from their back wall as Oxy kickstarts a counterattack, but True Raid shuts him down. Pop here will set Larry up. Emilio's quick to meet him, and Akron Gold answer back with a big bomb of a clear of their own.
Touch out over from Oxy is a solid attempt, but this one now off the ceiling. And hey, here's where Jonathan has half a tank of boost on the other side as the last man back. They've got to be careful there. Emilio reminds everyone that they're always a threat no matter where everyone is on the pitch. Pass from Jonathan over to Emilio. They want to become the ultimate threat here. Dunk is off the backboard, missed shot. Jonathan decides to invest in the play. Akron Gold love to do this to get everyone upfield for these goal-scoring moments. The demolition's made. Emilio cuts past one, wants to set up off the backboard as Oxy takes high. Akron Gold have to start from scratch.
Oh, Hammy misses the save, but Larry's got his back. Oh my word, that was so close to being destructive to Florida's chances here in Game 7 of our Grand Finals, as Hammy hasn't missed many reads like that, but off the crossbar the initial shot goes, and it might have gone in if Larry hadn't reacted fast. And so Florida hold this to a manageable spot, and Larry almost put that shot on after a quick challenge. Gives Florida a moment of respite.
They've got 4 saves on the 5 shots from Akron Gold, and that's how you get your 1-0 score line, but why not make it 5 saves of the 6 shots? This defense becoming undeniable, but as the clock wages on, you gotta think that they need more than these brilliant saves.
Hammy's on another level at the moment, and True Raid is adding saves to the Florida pile. That's 7 now total. Larry's, though, been bested, and Jonathan puts his Zips up a pair off the post and in. The Zips got that kiss off the post to go their way this time around.
It's been a long journey on this trip. The group stage, the tournament bracket. But Jonathan's looking at his suitcases and telling his pals, zip it up. We might just be going home. Minute remaining, 2 up. Emilio's still in control, but the save's still coming through from your Florida Gators team. There's nothing here on the turnaround.
Florida have run out of gas. Akron Gold have run them in circles this series, and Florida did well for about 6.5 games here, but they just run out of steam at the final hurdle. Akron, if they close this out, will be Collision on the Coast champions, but Larry is not interested, and that being the case until that ball hits the ground on 000s.
We're not done yet. We are not done yet. This series has taken so many forms, it's hard to keep track. It began as a raid under the spotlight with the demolitions. Hammy Crackers nearly solo showcasing their way to wins, but Larry has been that ultimate force to keep the breath alive for Florida Gators. They're trying to move on this one. Larry, right underneath the ball, takes the shot, but it's a light touch. Jonathan handles it smoothly. Oxy gets the bump. The shot is there for Jonathan, but it's off the crossbar yet again. So many bar shots for Akron Gold that haven't found the mark.
Will these opportunities come back to bite Akron Gold here. There's 20 seconds left. They don't have much time they need to kill before they are champions of Collision on the Coast, and they're doing so well, playing deep in Florida territory. True Raid will start one last-ditch effort here as he pinches that ball mid. It's not scoreable, though. 5 seconds now. Akron Gold have done it. They've taken Collision on the Coast 2025. Oh, my word. Florida fought hard, Pyro, but they come up just short.
They do indeed. The ball hits the ground, and there you have it. Your winners, Jonathan. See, Akron Gold for the Collision on the Coast 2025. And let's just say it, Bepic, Akron themselves, the weekend winners.
Can we show the stage right now? Is that possible to overlay in the caster booth? I've got to see what the celebration looks like for Akron. They've just made history as well. Both Akron teams winning major lands, and Akron Gold did it in stunning fashion. Lost one game the entire rest of the tournament, dropped 3 here, and have to battle back in game 7 to come out victorious. They did so with 12 shots on target, scored 3 of them, and just exhausted the Florida Gators. Well-deserved championship claimed by Akron Gold.
And they had to do it against such a tough Gators squad. Like that lower bracket run for the Gators, their win against JMU, their sweeps against Maryland and George Mason. Florida Gators came into this finals hot against an Akron Gold team that had hardly been tested at all. I don't know if anyone else could have brought this team to game 7, but Florida did just that. A emphatic pat on the back to a team that is well deserved in their runner-up position, and Pepic nearly had us strapped in for another best of 7. There they are down on that stage, surely celebrating.
They're in the dark, though, so we don't know for sure. But maybe that was what put them over the line. They were able to play like they were at home in the gamer darkness. Either way, Akron Gold are your Collision on the Coast champions. And boy, were they tested. That was a fun grand finals. But this Akron Gold team is just constructed of a whole different material than what we saw all weekend long. Shout out to NJIT as well for taking a game grand finals, the only team to do it before Florida took 3. And then, oh, there you go. Big A overlaid over the bracket, as this was their event.
Yeah. Were there some other teams in that bracket in the middle? I don't know. All I know is Akron Gold took the win, and you can kind of piece it together on that screen right there. There's some heavy hitters in that competition like Fisher, Kennesaw, George Mason, and King, JMU. The list goes on at this point. You can't forget about Maryland and their exceptional lower bracket run to get to the top 4. But at the end of the day, yeah, it truly is that big A, Akron Gold, for the deserved victory at Collision on the Coast.
They were the top dogs, and they came in here and defended that title fervently. And through all the great storylines we did have, Pyro, you're right. They stayed consistent throughout all of it. They dominated their group. They dominated the winners bracket. And then they didn't quite dominate the grand finals. But, hey, it is a win at the end, with a large chunk of change, almost $1,800 taken away by this Akron Gold team, and every single penny is deserved.
Absolutely. We need more of this. That's all I can say from a tournament like this. The stories, the passion from the players. Shout out UCF Passion, who maybe showcased the best goal line defense passion I've ever seen in a collegiate tournament. But I can't think of just more deserving, committed players in this collegiate scene to earn that money. Get up on the stage and indulge in this collegiate community. It's really, really great to see. And hey, Bepic, the Rocket League action to pair with it ain't so bad either.
No kidding. Every single one of these teams that competed this weekend is something to be proud of, especially our top 4, of course. Florida runners up, then George Mason behind them, Maryland nabbing some cash as well. Really good stories, really great teams, really great event overall. Shout out one last time to Virginia Wesleyan for putting Collision on the Coast on for another year, third consecutive. I'm already excited for number 4 next year. And of course, it couldn't have happened without the sponsors, Complete You, Kellum Mechanical, Lenovo, and Intel giving us equipment to set up the main stage with. I mean, shout out to everybody involved here. Pyro, you want any last words before we officially close things out here?
Not too much. Just thanks to Byron behind the scenes, making everything super easy for us as casters, handling a ton of stuff between graphics, production, and talking to everybody, and especially Duck, not only graphics person in my ear, tournament organizer, but this morning player. I'm sure he had 1,000 other titles between marketing and the television station. So there's so much energy and just commitment that's put into events like this, and those people deserve the gratitude.
Well, that does it for another year of Collision on the Coast. Again, thank you to everybody that played this weekend, everybody that helped put the event on, and all of you at home that watch, all of you that watched in the facility as well and cheered your favorite collegiate players on. Keep supporting Collegiate Rocket League. It's growing faster than you think, and events like this are wonderful evidence to that. I have been Mr. Bepic. To my right has been Pyro J. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.